672. Chun Pingan wasn't frightened by Nien Xian's strange words, but by her passionate and focused gaze. Chun Pingan was not used to it. When he was picking up scraps in the bag shop, he saw money and treasures on the ground. Was that the gaze she had? Nien Xian said, "Let's talk about it when you reach the far traversing realm. I don't want to collect your corpse." As for whether this young hermit could break through or not, Nien Xian didn't care what method he used to do it. Chun Pingan nodded. As he walked slowly, he already had his own plans. Nien Xian floated away in the blink of an eye. As expected, she wasn't restrained in any way. Chun Pingan threw out 3 questions in one breath. Nien Xian, what's your age, what realm, and what's your background? Old Deaf chuckled and didn't say anything. Chun Pingan said, "I cannot do anything to the youth in the water prison." Old Deaf laughed. "As a scholar, how can you be so careless?" Chun Pingan turned a deaf ear to him and squatted down. He bent his fingers and gently tapped on the road. There was the sound of metal and stone. He then opened his palm and covered the ground with his palm. As expected of the corpse of an ancient god, it was very strange. It was obvious that Old Deaf valued that youth the most and had bet the most. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility of a smokescreen, but there were only 3 demons who could survive in the end. How much could Old Deaf deceive them? Chun Pingan carefully searched through the secret files of the Summer Palace in his mind and found that the 3 people Old Deaf had chosen had many hidden secrets. Chun Pingan was sure that the previous hermit Xiao Chua must have had some sort of deal with Old Deaf, which was why the hermit's lineage helped to cover up some crucial information. Chun Pingan didn't intend to bring up these old matters that had been collecting dust for a long time. Moreover, he might not be able to do so. Old Deaf beside him was an ascendant realm. If he angered him, the latter only needed to keep his promise with the great sword immortal. In the end, the reason why Old Deaf was willing to give him face everywhere was because of the great sword immortal. A secret official jade token in the hands of someone who wasn't even a sword immortal was useless. However, even though this was the logic, business could still be done. After all, Chun Pingan and Old Deaf had no grudges. If they were to fall out, the younger one and the older one would still be the one to gain an advantage. Therefore, Chun Pingan's way of doing business was very simple. It was equivalent to telling Old Deaf directly that by teaching 3 disciples here, he was already nurturing a tiger in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, since this was the instruction of the boss, Sword Immortal, it was not easy to change it. However, leaving the prison under the eyes of a hidden official like him was like releasing a tiger back into the mountain. It was possible to operate. There were many ways for the 3 disciples to leave alive. The promise between Old Deaf and the Sword Immortal didn't conflict with the final decision of the Summer Palace. Old Deaf was probably used to being manipulated by others in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Even though he had suffered a small loss, he still got the promise of the young hermit, so he wasn't angry. In fact, Old Deaf would have to tell the young man about his 3 disciples sooner or later. Otherwise, he wouldn't be at ease. Chun Pingan hesitated for a moment before slamming his palm heavily on the ground. It didn't move an inch. It was no wonder that the corpse refined into a small world cage by the Sword Immortal could trap those great demons. Nowadays, the gods of mountains and rivers in the vast world were also known for their immortal golden bodies. However, they didn't have any cultivation methods. Normally, they were influenced by the incense of good men and women year after year, just like the saying of gold plastering. The lifespan of gods of mountains and rivers was indeed longer than that of cultivators. It was said that many earth immortal cultivators couldn't break through the bottleneck of the great Tao. In order to forcefully prolong their lives, they didn't hesitate to use forbidden secret techniques to commit suicide. Before that, they had already colluded with the imperial court and local officials to help hide the truth from the Confucian Academy and secretly build obscene shrines. If they were unlucky, they wouldn't be able to survive the two obstacles of being emaciated and having their souls scattered. Naturally, everything would come to an end. If they were lucky and managed to survive, they would be able to turn from immortal to God on the path of cultivation and enjoy the incense of the mortal world. Wei Pai should be an exception. It was just that Chen Pingan had never asked about the many secrets of this mountain lord of the old God Water Nation. Zhu Lian and Zheng Dafeng were even more experienced in the Jianghu, so MT Pailuan and MT Luopa had a tacit understanding of each other. Old Deaf finally opened his mouth and said, "Twisting Heart is estimated to be 700 to 800 years old. She stumbled her way to the upper 5 realms. Her aptitude is extremely good, but breaking through several realms in succession damaged her vitality. Now, she can only rely on unorthodox methods, divine money, and magical treasures to reach this realm. The height of her great Tao in this lifetime, if nothing unexpected happens, will stop here. Twisting Heart doesn't have a clear master, so she's most likely a wild cultivator who climbed the mountain through unorthodox methods. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such a bumpy life. However, her ambition wasn't to reach the summit anyway. She had taken her revenge in Jinjia continent, so she didn't care if she died. She never thought that she would hear a rumor that the city lord of White Emperor City was interested in her. Twisting Heart didn't want to end up in a situation worse than death, so she escaped to Inverted Hanging Mountain. She originally wanted to sneak into the wilderness, where the world was even more chaotic. With her abilities, she would have a place to show off. If she was really lucky, she might have been able to break through. She never thought that she would be intercepted by a sword immortal and thrown here. She wasn't idle here either. The bodies of many great demons were disassembled by her and sent to the pill shop. Her methods were exquisite, saving the pill shop cultivators a lot of trouble. Old Deaf had heard a lot of inside stories from the white-haired boy. Old Deaf had never paid much attention to these twisted stories of others. If he didn't know, he wouldn't lose a few pounds of meat. If he knew, he wouldn't get an extra jug of wine. Chen Pingan retracted his hand and asked curiously, why would the city lord of White Emperor City be interested in a tailor? It wasn't that Chen Pingan was prejudiced against Twisting Heart or tailors. There were many unorthodox paths in the world, and there were many wild fox Dianas in the world. There were differences in cultivation methods, but that wasn't necessarily the case for cultivators. It was just that the authority of the demonic path was too high above the clouds. As a publicly recognized person of the demonic path, Chen Pingan secretly had some thoughts in his early years. One of them was that when he traveled to the Central Plains in the future, he would definitely see the torrential waters of the Yellow River Paradise with his own eyes. He would also take a look at the banner of White Emperor City that read First of Mercy under the heavens. Chui Dong had come out of colored clouds before. Even Chui Dongshan couldn't hide his admiration whenever he mentioned the city lord. Mr. Qi had also traveled to the banks of the great river. The city lord had even left colored clouds, White Emperor City for the first time, and personally invited Mr. Qi for a round of chess. Chen Pingan was very willing to sincerely address such an authority of the demonic path as senior. Of course, Chen Pingan didn't feel that he had the right to meet the city lord. Old Deaf shook his head and explained, Master Hidden Official has really underestimated Twisting Heart. She isn't an ordinary tailor. She was only a Jindan expert in her early years, but she already had the means of the unpolished Jade realm. Once she fully unleashed her spells and abilities, even those in the unpolished Jade realm wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of the battle in the canyon of the North Continent and the group of assassins from Deer Mountain that had ambushed him. That battle seemed to have a great disparity in strength, but in terms of danger, in Chen Pingan's heart, it wasn't inferior to the encirclement of Liz Henyu and the others. Old Deaf laughed, otherwise, with just Twisting Heart's nascent soul realm cultivation. How could she single-handedly destroy an entire sect of Gold Armor Continent? If it was masked or hidden official, he wouldn't be able to do it either, right? Chun Pingon was greatly surprised and asked in disbelief. A nascent soul realm cultivator single-handedly wiped out an entire sect. Old Death said casually, within half a year, all 700 people, including the entire ancestral hall, were all dead. It was such a large sect, but its lineage was completely cut off. Chun Pingon narrowed his eyes. Twisting Heart caused such a huge disaster. So how did she escape to Inverted Hanging Mountain? Old Death shook his head. Why should I care about this? Chun Pingon laughed. That's right. Why should I care about this? However, if there's a chance, I should ask Senior Twisting Heart for guidance. Old Death's interest was piqued. Master Hidden Official, as a disciple of Confucianism, also has a personal grudge, Chun Pingon said. There are a few. Old Death laughed. I think they didn't burn enough incense. Chun Pingon wasn't willing to talk about this. So he asked with a frown, then what's up with that otherworldly demon? Old Death shook his head. I can't say. It's not a business matter, so Master Hidden Official shouldn't make things difficult for me. Chun Pingon changed the topic. Why does a otherworldly demon have a green snake, wear a Taoist robe, and carry a short sword? In Chun Pingon's eyes, that white-haired boy was no different from a normal person, and he didn't use any concealment techniques. Old Death said playfully, Can he like to show off? Chun Pingon shook his head. Too careless? Old Death laughed involuntarily. In this prison, who was he being cautious for? Chun Pingon didn't continue asking and changed the topic, other than Twisting Heart and the otherworldly demon. Are there any other guests in Senior's residence? Old Death nodded. There's also a sad person who's addicted to drinking and gambling. Of course, he was also very rich. Old Death asked, Young Hidden Official, did you ask me for the cultivation method of the demon race because there are demons in your hometown that are worth nurturing? Chun Pingon shook his head. It's not nurturing. It's always good to have one more method of self-protection. On Luapa Mountain, the vegetation grew naturally. Old Death waved his hand, and a great demon in the unpolished jade realm moved its huge body towards the sword-light fence. Old Death stretched out his arm and tore off a large piece of bloody meat, putting it into his mouth and chewing slowly. In any case, there was a young hidden official beside him, so he raised his hand to cover his mouth, which could be considered a form of hospitality. Walking out of the prison together, Chun Pingon began to tour the ancient battlefield that was filled with corpses. As the host, Old Death could only accompany him. Old Death asked, Lord Hidden Official, the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi is imminent. Are we just going to wander around like this? Don't you want to end work early and return to Summer Refuge Palace to take care of matters? Chun Pingon's eyes drooped. There's no rush. The young man slowly raised his gaze. Actually, I don't really want to go there. Every day that they sat there, every sword cultivator of the Hidden Official's lineage wasn't relaxed or happy, and Chun Pingon was naturally no exception. Big Brother Sword Immortal had previously mentioned that the Summer Palace shouldn't interfere too much in the upcoming battle. He wanted to give all the sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi a chance to unleash their swords without restraint. Chun Ching wouldn't restrict them, so the Hidden Official's lineage shouldn't interfere too much. Chun Pingon didn't have any objections. Looking at the corpse of a great demon that was as majestic as a mountain in front of him, it was too pale and didn't have the vitality of the lustrous white corpses in Ghost Valley. If it was moved to the wilderness of the vast world, it would probably fade away in a few years under the sun and wind. Simply put, the corpses of these great demons were worthless. On the other hand, the remnants of the golden bodies of the gods looked as sturdy as before, giving off a feeling that they couldn't be destroyed. The golden bodies shone brightly, and there were only a few holes that were negligible compared to the massive bodies. It was a pity that they were just illusions, so they couldn't be turned into the divine money of Summer Refuge Palace and couldn't be considered the wealth of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Old Def had said that although these ancient gods were once considered to be of high status and power, they were pitiful creatures that had reached the end of their great Tao. Once the golden body showed signs of decay, even if there was only a slight flaw, it meant that a god was officially heading towards death, with no hope of reversing the situation. Chun Pingon said a word. Merit. Old Def nodded. This is how the saints of the three religions remedy the gods of the later generations. It is also the key to the stability of the world. The gods of mountains and rivers that were first conferred by the imperial court and then recognized by the Confucian Academy had always been an important bridge between the vast world and the mountains. It allowed the teachers of the mortal world and the cultivators of the Tao to not always be in direct conflict. For whatever reason, the imperial court didn't pursue the matter of the numerous obscene shrines, and the Confucian Academy also rarely interfered. Naturally, it was because the gods of obscene shrines had patched up the folklore of the land and encouraged good deeds. Walking to a certain place, the god was extremely tall, and half of his body was submerged in the sea of clouds, making it impossible to see his entire body. Chun Pingon bent his knees slightly and suddenly exerted force, rising from the ground and heading towards the sea of clouds. With his hands in his sleeves and his legs swaying, he leaped out of the sea of clouds and finally saw the god with a solemn expression. Chun Pingon stepped on the pine needle and the thundercough flying swords hovering above the sea of clouds. Chun Pingon's mood turned solemn. That is the sword cultivator you see above the sea of clouds around this god. There were naturally green water droplets floating. There were more than 100 of them, and the water fate was unimaginably dense. They had clearly not been refined, but their quality was already close to the water pills produced by the ancestral temple of the water residents. Of course, they couldn't be compared to the bottle of mirage water pills given by Venerable Fire Dragon. However, the water droplets were treasures to any water god, river granny, or chi cultivator in the world who cultivated water spells. The key was that they were easy to obtain and there was an endless supply of them. Any sect would drool over them. If the Rain Dragon sect, which was adjacent to the Flood Dragon Ravine, could move this god's statue and forge it into the core of the great formation of mountains and rivers, the power of the sect would rise by a huge level. The reason why Chun Pingon felt a connection with this god was that he felt that the aura of the young sword cultivator you see was familiar. Old Def stood at the side and nodded. He has a strong background. As expected of a hidden official, he doesn't kill nameless enemies under his sword. Chun Pingon said helplessly, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this small Jia Shinji. Old Def rejoiced in Qin Mu's misfortune. Chun Pingon asked that youth's water prison was formed from the accumulation of these water droplets. Old Def couldn't be bothered to hide these details, so he admitted it openly. The threshold to raise a dragon was high. First, one had to find a flood dragon that was worth nurturing. Then there was the art of raising a dragon and the method to create a dragon's nest. It just so happened that Old Def didn't lack any of these. The path of cultivation of every great ascendant realm cultivator in the world could indeed produce an extremely fascinating oddity. Chun Pingon turned his head and asked if it was Senior who made a move. How did those demon cultivators die? Old Def answered casually. It was a matter of twisting fingers with the cultivation of an ascendant realm with perfect divine chi. Dealing with those prisoners who were at most in the immortal realm, with Old Def overseeing the small heaven and earth, he had the advantage of time, place, and people. It really was a matter of twisting them to death with one finger. The old man added, if they were noisy, scolded, and begged for mercy, they would probably die a slower death. Since I had nothing to do, I learned some tricks from that young lady. Chun Pingon muttered to himself. After staying in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for so long, I almost forgot that sword immortals are sword immortals and great demons are great demons. He still remembered the first time he met Ji-Yu, the sword immortal of Ape Caw Mountain, when he was traveling in the North Continent. That was called trembling in fear, as if he was treading on thin ice. One wrong step, and he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Earlier, there was the 3 sword quizzes in the Wind Thunder Garden and Jinyang Mountain that he watched through catoptric deflection on the ferry boat. Nascent soul Li Tuanjing's final sword strike was outstanding. Earlier, there was the rainy night when he stayed in the old house and met the middle 5 great demon of Guyu country. A white steed flashes past a crack. All of a sudden, Chun Pingon said, "Senior just needs to collect this water fate. I can turn a blind eye to it." In front of Chun Pingon, Old Deaf collected dozens of dark green water droplets and kept them in his bag with the heaven and earth in his sleeve. They should be the part with the most abundant water fate. Then Chun Pingon asked for half of the water droplets. Most of them were placed into the blade-strengthening gourd, leaving only 3 water droplets. He sat cross-legged and started to refine them openly. It was the Tao formula recorded on the rain prayer stele outside the buried river temple. This creation of heaven and earth was split equally between both parties. Old Deaf could accept it, so he did not hesitate. Old Deaf glanced at the rough circulation of the young man's art of water refinement and exclaimed in admiration, "With just this Tao skill, if Lord Hidden Official is really forced to do something desperate one day, you can just abandon your body and choose a desecrated river to become the god of the river." Chun Pingon still had his eyes closed and focused. He refined the 3 water droplets that were equivalent to ordinary water pills at an extremely fast speed. Over at the underwater residence, it was like rain after a long drought. The boys in green started to get busy, fixing the flaws of the life item of the water word seal and adding color to the murals of the underwater residence that were almost reduced to white drawings. The small pond that was so dry that one could see the bottom was also replenished with strands of flowing water. Chun Pingon was slightly distracted and said, "Senior, I advise you not to go to the vast heaven." Old Deaf asked why. Chun Pingon kept silent. The white-haired boy appeared on the shoulder of the god and sneered, "Old Deaf, you are too good at praising people. You will definitely be cut into 8 pieces and chopped into meat paste." The white-haired boy then sneered again. "Young man, your brain isn't sharp enough." That Old Deaf purposely chose water droplets with thin spirit energy and predicted that you would ask for them. Above the sea of clouds, water droplets would always appear. Old Deaf must have purposely missed the water droplets with the most abundant water. How did such a little fool become a hidden official? He is worlds apart from that Xiao Chua. No wonder the Great Wall of Sword Chi couldn't be defended. Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear to it. Old Deaf was even more indifferent and didn't explain anything. In any case, if that unworldly celestial devil had an opportunity to move the young hidden official's heart, Old Deaf wouldn't just stand by and watch. The unworldly celestial devil of unknown origin was temperamental. It flew into a rage and said angrily, "The disciples of the Confucian school of the vast heaven are still so treacherous. They deserve to be plundered and plundered by the demon race of the desolate world." Chun Pingon took out some water droplets from the sword's strengthening gourd and refined them into the water droplets of his water manner. As a 5th realm chi cultivator, he was only a step away from becoming a god of the middle 5 realms. His spells were much more powerful than those of the 3rd realm. The white-haired boy seemed to have sensed the young hidden official's state of mind and jumped up and down to scold. "Shameless thing, a cultivator of the lower 5 realms that can't even compare to an ant has the face to be satisfied." The next moment, the boy suddenly quietened down and sat cross-legged again. He said slowly, "That brat surnamed Chun has a perfect Tao heart and is a promising talent. I have 5 kinds of superior Tao skills that lead straight to the upper 5 realms. They are the most profound. With the life items of the 5 elements as your foundation, you will be able to learn them with twice the result with half the effort. Do you want to learn them? I can swear that as long as you nod your head and agree, there won't be any hidden dangers. If you don't believe me, you can ask Old Deaf. I guarantee that you will be able to reach the unpolished jade realm extremely quickly. This is a no-cost deal. Do you want to take it or not? Chun Pingon opened his eyes and looked over. He asked with a smile, compared to Lu Chen, whose Tao skill do you think is higher? The white-haired boy laughed loudly. In the blink of an eye, a young Taoist wearing a lotus crown appeared on the shoulder of the god. He smiled without saying a word. Chun Pingon asked Old Deaf, "Is there no one to restrain him from making such a ruckus?" Old Deaf nodded. "There is." A sharp sword light arrived in the blink of an eye and shattered Lu Chen like a piece of ice being smashed by a heavy hammer. The white-haired boy reformed his human form extremely far away. He was unharmed, but the magic robe on his body was already in tatters. He didn't speak anymore, as though he had an agreement with the owner of the sword light. He stared at a certain place far away before transforming into a rainbow light and heading to the corpse of a god nearby. He pulled out his sword from its sheath and began to chisel the mountain. He used the short sword as an awl and his palm as a hammer. Clanking sounds rang out, and in an instant there were countless fragments and dust flying everywhere. Finally, he dug out a golden body fragment the size of a chestnut. He crushed it in his palm and then smeared it on his magic robe. The golden light flowed like water as though it was alive and mended the magic robe on its own. Chun Pingon asked in a low voice, "The material used to forge the military school's armor pill is actually a fragment of a god's golden body?" As for what kind of treasure was used to forge the 3 types of military school's armor pills, there were no records in the books of the vast world. In the past, Chun Pingon also didn't ask Chui Dongshan and Wei Pai about it. As for the origin of the golden copper coins, it had long been confirmed. After the Lotus Root blessed land became a mid-grade blessed land, other than immortal coins, it also needed a large amount of golden copper coins. Old Deaf nodded. The process of making the military school's armor pill is complicated. The core material is indeed a golden body fragment. The eldest sword immortal suddenly appeared beside Chun Pingon. However, it was shattered by the sword light in the next moment. Then, the white-haired boy who had just dug out the second golden body fragment dashed towards the entrance of the prison. However, halfway there, he was shattered by the sword light again. When he stuck his head out of the prison to look around, the sword light arrived again. The white-haired boy could only squat on the steps and continue to use the palm-sized golden body fragment to mend his magic robe. Old Deaf laughed. After breaking the contract, he can only stay in the prison for 10 days. Chun Pingon said helplessly, "Isn't that more troublesome for me? Can I trouble that Sword Immortal Senior to change the punishment?" Old Deaf said, "As long as there's wine." Chun Pingon felt a little regretful. He had come in a hurry and only had 2 pots of wine left. He couldn't bear to give them away, especially after seeing Twisting Core. These 2 pots of wine were even more unacceptable. With that otherworldly demon pestering him, he could just treat it as training his Tao heart. Unexpectedly, a vision appeared. The eldest sword immortal slowly walked out of the prison and grabbed the neck of the otherworldly demon, as though he was carrying a chick. It was no longer as indifferent as when he faced the sword light. The white-haired boy was trembling in fear in the hands of the eldest sword immortal. However, Chun Pingon suspected that the scene in front of him was a deliberate trick by the otherworldly demon. However, he soon confirmed that the eldest sword immortal was not a false illusion. This was because above the lake in Chun Pingon's heart, there was a piece of paper that the eldest sword immortal had casually manifested. On it were written the arrangements of many sword immortals. Just as Chun Pingon finished reading it, the piece of paper disappeared. Regarding the path of retreat for the young sword immortals outside of the Great Wall, the eldest sword immortal had already made a decision. He directly explained it to Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon had slightly modified it. The eldest sword immortal agreed to some of it, but still rejected some. When Chun Pingon saw this piece of paper, he was even more certain of the eldest sword immortal's intentions. It was not much different from his own guess. After the battle, Qi Tingji, one of the 3 old sword immortals who carved the words on the city wall, rushed to Fuyao continent alone. This old ancestor could not bring any of the Qi family disciples with him. When Qi Tingji arrived at Fuyao continent, he needed to guard the mountain water cave for 100 years. After 100 years, he could do as he pleased. If the demon race attacked Fuyao continent, Qi Tingji could not rely on the savage world and had to dig a hole for himself to hide. Chunshi would fight to the death and reincarnate using the method of dismemberment. His soul would be collected in a life lamp and brought to the 5th world by other sword immortals. Although he could be born with knowledge, he still needed a Tao protector. As for Dong Sangeng, he would not leave. Life and death were in his hometown. Nail and Xiaowei would also dismember and leave the world. His life lamp would be brought to the green underworld by a Tao protector, although after dismemberment. The path of cultivation in the next life would be greatly hindered. The great path would be achieved. It was extremely difficult to stand side by side with the previous life, but it was better than dying. Old Deaf himself chose to rely on Old Blind instead of following the demon race army to the vast world and serving as a slave in the 100,000 mountains. Actually, the reason was very simple. He was afraid of death. Many Ascendant Realm great cultivators cherished their lives to an unimaginable degree. Tong Yi Sek's Du Mao was the best example. He could do whatever he wanted and resort to any means. Sex, heirs, disciples, reputation, they could all be abandoned. As for Lu Ji, the path of retreat was paved by Chun Pingon. Other than Lu Ji, Madame Huanyan, and Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyan would all travel with Lu Ji, connecting to the previous arrangements made by the eldest sword immortal for the young sword immortals. Chun Pingon finally decided on a goal. Almost everyone had to leave. After that, they would truly be separated from each other. Then, to a certain extent, their respective cultivation bases were for reunion. For example, Qi Tingji would go to Fuyao continent, but Qi Shou would stay at Inverted Hanging Mountain. Chun Shi would go to the 5th world, but Chun Sanqiu would travel the vast world. As for Gao Yeho, his sister Gao Yuqing, who would follow Chun Shi, she would become the direct disciple of Fuping Sword Lake Sli Kai and go to North Continent. The next great battle would also be the last battle in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 10,000 years. It did not matter if they were not sword immortals. They could just hide. However, at the end of the great battle in the future, it was inevitable that some demons would escape and head north of the city. Not everyone could survive. Sword immortals of the lower 5 realms, those who wished for the dead to die and went up to the city to fight, would still die if they were not capable enough. However, as long as they could hold on until the end, they could preserve their lives and their future. Sword immortals of the middle 5 realms, those who wished to live would live. Those who could not die even if they wanted to. Only sword immortals of the upper 5 realms. Their life and death were not in their own hands. The eldest sword immortal had already made arrangements. The eldest sword immortal walked out at the top of the prison steps and threw the white-haired boy he was carrying to the ground. He asked, "Are you tired of living?" The otherworldly, celestial devil was prostrating on the ground. The white-haired boy, who could do as he pleased in front of Old Deaf and the young hidden official, only dared to shake his head and not say a word. A person whose true appearance could not be seen appeared beside Chen Qingdao. Only the sword hanging from his waist could be seen clearly. Chen Qingdao said, "If you don't drink, you won't be able to raise your energy. Your sword is soft. Do you think it's embroidery?" The strange sword immortal who was being scolded did not say a word. Chun Pingon, an old deaf, came in front of the eldest sword immortal. Chun Qingdao grabbed the two youths and brought them into this world. They fell to the ground and vomited. Chun Pingon only recognized one of them. He was a nameless third realm sword immortal in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. His background and aptitude were ordinary. The youth was in charge of distributing the robes and swords of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He would also frequently carry the injured sword immortals away from the city. As for the other youth, Chun Pingon had no impression of him at all. Chun Qingdao said to Old Deaf and the sword immortal, "Keep them by your side and serve them for 100 years. In the future, you can do whatever you want." Old Deaf did not dare to disobey. The sword immortal whose true appearance could not be seen also did not make a sound. To the two youths, it was a great fortune. Chun Qingdao looked at the otherworldly demon who was sprawled on the ground. "When it's time to speak, have you become mute?" The white-haired boy hurriedly sat up and said righteously, "Lord Hidden Official should be feeling resentful. Who are you working so hard for? Compared to that tailor, it's even more of a waste. Why did such a great fortune land on the heads of two brats who are worse than pigs and dogs? This Chun Qingdao is so unfair. So how can he be a damn hidden official? He might as well rebel against the Great Wall of Sword Chi and go to the wilderness to seek a position that won't lose to Lord Hidden Official. That's what a real man should do." Chun Pingon held his forehead with his hand. The youth, who was about to have a sword immortal servant out of nowhere, was very uneasy. The other youth who would become Old Deaf's master was very calm. The sword immortal took off his sword and gave it to the youth. Old Deaf looked at the nominal master with a smile. Chun Qingdao led Chun Pingon towards the prison. Chun Qingdao said slowly, "If not for the fact that we are here, the person talking to you would be that otherworldly demon. Life is like a dream. From the moment you focus on refining the water droplet, you will be taken advantage of. You don't believe me? Do you think you are sufficiently wary of that otherworldly demon? Then give it a try." Chun Pingon suddenly stopped and conjured his intrinsic flying sword, Sparrow Caged. Then he seemed to wake up from a dream. Chun Pingon surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was still sitting cross-legged, refining the water droplet. Old Deaf was still standing by the side with a smile. The green snake and the white-haired boy with the short sword were still sitting cross-legged on the god's shoulder. However, the small world of Sparrow Cage did not exist. It was an illusory scene. Chun Pingon felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Heaven and earth changed again. Beneath the prison, seeing the tailor twisting the core, she still leisurely bowed. However, when she raised her head, her eyes were filled with mischief. "Am I fake? Does she have to be real?" The next moment, Chun Pingon and the youth in the water prison were looking at each other. The youth stood up and smiled. "Are you sure that killing me will save the world from a calamity?" In another instant, he returned to the sea of clouds. Young Taoist Lu Qin stood on the god's shoulder and smiled. "Is my Tao skill high?" Without waiting for Chun Pingon to think, he came to the entrance of the prison. The sword immortal who was shrouded in clouds slowly dispersed, revealing half of his face. He said, "Aren't you curious why my image is blurry? Is it because of the appearance of the sword immortal at the peak of the mountain in your heart?" Scenes flashed past Chun Pingon's mind one after another. However, there were some additional words. Old Deaf stood under the stone tablet of Partridge Sky and slowly said, "Master Hidden Official, as the disciple of the literary saint, your knowledge doesn't seem to be high enough." At the entrance of the prison, the eldest sword immortal grabbed the white-haired boy by the neck and slowly walked to the top of the stairs. He suddenly laughed. Do you really think Chen Qing has such remarkable ability? I didn't expect Master Hidden Official to admire the eldest sword immortal so much. However, he doesn't seem to have a good temper. Two youths were caught by the eldest sword immortal from the great wall of sword chi into the small world. The more timid youth suddenly laughed. So, the youth in Master Hidden Official's heart should be wholeheartedly kind. The other youth shook his head. No, no. Even if he's young, he should have a calm temperament like me. Otherwise, he won't live long. Even if he secretly condensed his consciousness into a mustard seed and went to the Water Manor. The green-clothed boys were actually gathered outside the door of the Water Manor. They all had the appearance of extraterrestrial demons. Chun Pingan's head was getting more and more painful. On the verge of collapsing, he returned to the stairs. After Chun Pingan sat down, he took out his life flying sword, Sparrow in the cage. However, he was stunned. Didn't he already take it out? Raising his head, he saw Chen Qing, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, turn his head and ask, "How was it?" Chun Pingan was stunned, speechless. Chun Qingdu smiled and said, "You've seen through my illusion, and you've won? Have you ever taken a step out of the prison? Are you sure you've really come to the great wall of sword chi? How do you know that everything you have today is just a dream of golden millet that Lu Chen gave you? Is it possible that you're still in your hometown, Mud Bottle Alley? How can you be sure that you're not a fish in Haoyang observing people? Could you be a certain immortal who entered a dream to observe Tao?" Chun Pingan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He fiercely punched himself until he fainted. On the stairs, the white-haired boy squatted by the side and said in a muffled voice, "Taking advantage of the situation is an unfair victory. This kid is just a little certain. I don't dare to delay his important matters." Chun Pingan laughed. Resolving the troubles in front of you has always been Chun Pingan's strong point. Old Deaf praised from the side. It's already not easy for our Lord Hidden Official to be able to confirm that he's in prison. The white-haired boy said angrily, "I have too many restrictions here. Otherwise, this kid wouldn't even be able to deliver that punch." He probed, "Chen Qingdu, if you have the ability, why don't you let me enter his dream? If he wakes up, I'll call Old Deaf Grandpa." Chun Qingdu said, "I don't have the ability." Therefore, the white-haired boy was very tactful and could only dismiss the idea. This was because even if Chen Qingdu had no other ability, he had the ability to completely kill this otherworldly demon left behind by an Ascendant Realm sword immortal. Seamstress Twisting Core appeared in the surroundings. She first bowed respectfully to Chen Qingdu before asking curiously, "Boss, why did the sword immortal do that?" The unconscious Chen Pingan seemed to be continuing the dream on his own. His expression kept changing. Sadness, anger, reminiscence, relief, grief, and joy. Chun Qingdu frowned. Chun Pingan knocking him out with a punch wasn't a big deal. It was right. However, now that he was awakened by a punch from an outsider, there was no small hidden danger. The white-haired boy said in a trembling voice, "It really has nothing to do with me." In the end, the young man fell into a deep sleep. His breathing was incomparably stable, as if he was dreaming a good dream that he didn't want to wake up from. Chun Qingdu grabbed the white-haired boy's head and lifted him up. He said solemnly, "Go take a look and see what's going on." The otherworldly demon mumbled. After that, Chun Qing increased his strength, and it suddenly howled in grief. It had no choice but to disappear in a flash into the young man's dreamscape. After a while, it left the dream and said, helplessly, "Strange, strange." There's nothing strange about it. It's just a little kid jumping around in an alley with a face full of smiles. Then it turned into a small yard with snow falling. A child who hasn't grown up much was in high spirits and also looked very happy. These two scenes were repeated over and over again without being shaken by thunder. There are only these two pictures. Old Deaf probed, "Is there anyone else in the picture scrolls? Can you conjure someone and use words to break the dream?" The white-haired boy shook his head. It's difficult. The picture scrolls are too blurry. This is a small world, and there's a big world between it and the vast world. This brat's hometown seems to be another small world. I'm not familiar with this brat's life, so how can I do it? If I really tamper with it, it'll be easy for him to sink deeper into it. When that time comes, even immortals won't be able to save him. In an instant, Chun Pingan opened his eyes and sat up abruptly, his back drenched in sweat. Chun Qingdu let out a sigh of relief and asked, "How did you get out of the dream?" Chun Pingan kept silent. Chun Qingdu shook his head and sighed. "You should know how difficult it is to enter the upper 5 realms in the future." Chun Pingan nodded and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Chun Qingdu looked at the otherworldly demon, and the latter immediately promised, "This brat will be my grandfather in the future. I promise I won't mess around." Chun Qingdu left with Old Deaf and Twisted Exine. The white-haired boy didn't dare to stay for long, afraid that Chun Qingdu, who was in a bad mood, would vent his anger on him. In the end, only Chun Pingan was left behind. After they left, Chun Pingan smiled. He had a good dream. At the end of the dream, he dreamt that someone bowed, and someone returned the gesture, so the former didn't know it was him when he was young. At that time, he was still carrying a large basket. After Mr. Chi bowed and returned the gesture, he smiled and said goodbye to his junior brother. Chun Pingan didn't remember such a thing. He only knew that he had indeed bowed and thanked Mr. Chi back then. If it wasn't a good dream, then what was it? 673. Chun Pingan sat on the steps, rolled up his trousers, took off his boots, and placed them into the white jade item. As for the other 2 items, the one that Yen Ming lent to him had already been sent to the pill workshop to be repaired by an expert. The remaining Taoist token item was exchanged with Sun Qing, the chief of Sparrow Manor, using the caisson well. At that time, he even earned an additional 30 grains of grain rain money. If all the businessmen in the world were as straightforward as Sparrow Manor, Chun Pingan would not complain even if he carried an entire manor on his back, let alone carrying a caisson well. Of course, if the mansions could be refined into bonsai like Spring Banner House and Plum Blossom Garden, the more the better. The item that was related to Taoist sun under the heavens had already been entrusted to Alliance to pass to the Taoist saint. At that moment, Chun Pingan carried the near-hand object and walked through the venerating sword pavilion. After collecting all the Sword Immortals' portraits, the near-hand object was asked for by the Great Sword Immortal. When it was returned, it had already been set up with a secret restriction. Even the owner, Chun Pingan, could not open it. He did not know what the Great Sword Immortal was up to. Chun Pingan walked along the veritable divine path under his feet and went to the bottom of the prison alone. He gently rolled up his sleeves. The human body was a small world, and the heaven and earth were the human body. This saying could not be viewed as a simple Taoist general term. This prison, that did not even have a name, together with the 6 great demons of the upper 5 realms, imprisoned a total of 70 demon cultivators. Excluding the 3 from the lower 5 realms, including the young man in the water prison, most of the cultivators were earth immortals. They were all ferocious people. If they were placed in the wasteland world or the vast world, they would be the heroes of a region. Without exception, all of them had killed sword cultivators on the battlefield. Most of them had even destroyed more than 1 natal flying sword. As Chun Pingan walked, a few great demons of the upper 5 realms who were hiding in silence appeared from the miasma of the prison. They approached the sword light fence, either in their true form or in human form. They sized up the young man who was wearing a green robe and had rolled up sleeves. He could even speak elegant words of the wasteland world. A great demon in human form stood near the fence of the prison. He looked like a middle-aged man who had cast a camouflage spell. He wore a green robe and looked very elegant, like a scholar. There was a bamboo flute at his waist. It was clear as if it had been there for thousands of years and was unwilling to leave. He tapped lightly on a sword light with his finger. His skin clashed with the sword light, and his flesh was instantly mangled with a sizzling sound. A strange fragrance that was absolutely devoid of meat was suffused. He asked with a smile, "Young man, is the great wall of sword chi about to fall?" Chun Pingon stopped and looked at the great demon across the sword light fence. He nodded and said, "To us, it's not good news. According to the records of the Summer Palace, this great demon's alias was Yunqing. His true form was a rainbow wan, and his feathers were the best material for refining Taoist feather clothes. Therefore, when the great demon ascended to the upper 5 realms, he naturally had a magic robe that was equivalent to a half-immortal weapon. However, the feathers of the great demon Yunqing were extremely slow to grow. After being imprisoned here for 700 years, the pill workshop only managed to collect 7 feathers. They were sold to 3 Taoist sects one after another." The great demon Yunqing asked with a smile, "Is Yuqing dead? Have I ascended to the upper 5 realms?" Chun Pingon answered truthfully, "Yuqing isn't dead. I'm already the youngest sword immortal in the wasteland world." Yunqing nodded and gave his thanks. His figure disappeared into the thick miasma again, and he seemed to sigh. After passing through the next cage, the great demon that had revealed his true form crazily rammed into the sword light fence. The latter was indestructible, and the clouds in the cage churned. The great demon's efforts were in vain, and it only caused a bloody storm. The loach was in the mud, and it fed on the flood dragons in hopes of transforming into a dragon. Chun Pingon asked, "Is there a shortcut to the path of the water race's transformation into a dragon?" Just like the heavenly fox's Tao, as long as the heavenly master's seal is imprinted on the fox's skin, he can avoid the heavenly tribulation. Many ghosts and spirits would need to form a group with a person under their protection to have a chance of escaping the pursuit of the gods in their respective territories. There were countless ghosts and monsters in the world that were blocked by mountains and rivers. Not only that, there were rumors that many flood dragons, when they failed to cross the river, would use all kinds of methods to find various places of protection, seals, and even hide in 2 lines of words in a sage's book. However, there were some things that Chun Pingon had seen with his own eyes, and there were more like rumors that he had never had the chance to verify. The great demon suddenly quietened down and slowly transformed into a human. It was an old man with a withered face. "Little brat, give me 1/2 kilogram of fresh blood in exchange." Chun Pingon said, 1/2 kilogram. The great demon originally thought that it was just a joke to relieve boredom, but he didn't expect this young man to be so stupid as to really bargain. The old man held the sword light fence tightly with both hands, and his eyes were full of vigor. He laughed loudly. "Little brat, you're not old, but your chi and blood aren't bad. The blood essence of your heart is only 3 grams. The blood of your 5 viscera and 6 bowels that are stuck to the path of your soul, 8 grams. Ordinary blood, at least 1/2 kilogram. Just give it to me, and your grandfather will pass on to you a priceless immortal mantra, let alone a flood dragon descendant. Even a monster of the water race will be able to transform into a dragon without any hindrance." Chun Pingon remained silent. After waiting for a few moments for the great demon to show some surprise, he finally said, "Is the secret gate opening art of the Yeluo so simple? I've seen your master's methods, and they're not limited to just this." This great demon, who was only separated by a fence, had actually used a technique that could be considered an extremely high-quality water ghost dragging technique. Monsters use their gazes to pry into one's heart, and with just the slightest thought, one's organs would be shaken and one's soul would be taken away, becoming a puppet. The Yeluo was the undisputed domain of water in the world of wastelands, and the monsters of the water race were powerful. Some of the water ghosts and water immortals of the Great Lakes and rivers were fond of using poisonous life substitution techniques to drag people into the water and reverse their yin and yang, bewitching people's hearts. Thus, there were many people in the world who, when lacking in yang energy, ancestral yin, and luck, would inexplicably throw themselves into the water. The old man put away his injured hands. His wounds healed at an extremely fast speed. The blood mist that was burned by the sword light did not leak out of the cage at all. The old man sneered and said, "If it wasn't for the restriction, you would have been lying on the ground in a state of bliss by now." Chun Pingon said, "If not for the fact that I wasn't a sword immortal, I would already be eating a pot of loach stewed with tofu. Water ginseng is very nourishing and can even sober you up." The old man's face darkened. In the world of wastelands, this great demon was called Qingqiu, a homonym for green loach. What a waste of a good name like Qingqiu. Chun Pingon asked, "Are you going to do business or not?" The old man's body changed, and the smell of blood in the prison surged. The great monster showed his true form. His eyes were as big as lanterns, and his huge head was close to the sword-light fence. He looked down from above and stared at the young man who spoke without thinking. Chun Pingon turned and left. The great demon said, "Yes, Grandpa is thirsty. First, give me half a gene of fresh blood to quench my thirst. If it tastes good, Grandpa will give you the remaining half a gene. And then I'll tell you about the shortcut of transforming into a dragon to avoid disaster." The youth nodded and continued forward. The great demon banged his head against the bars and angrily said, "You bastard, you dare to play with your ancestor." Chun Pingon turned his head and said, "Later, I'll have Old Death come and take your 3 chien of heart blood essence. Remember to think carefully about your words and don't deceive me. I said half a gene of ordinary blood earlier, but you still didn't agree. I don't understand." "Enough. Is this how you do business?" After Chun Pingon left, Old Death chuckled as he stood outside the great demon's Qingqiu prison. Beside him was a muddle-headed youth named Yu Yu. His name was strange, and it was said that the youth's stout preacher had casually named him after seeing the words on the tablets in an alley. The other youth was named Du Shanin. The two youths who didn't know each other had completely different attitudes toward the young hidden official. The former kept a respectful distance from him, while the latter wanted to become a big shot like the hidden official, even in his dreams. When interacting with the barefoot youth, Qingqiu was very casual. After seeing Old Deaf, he immediately retreated into the fog. Old Deaf glanced at the fog in the prison and nodded. "So, there's a saying about this loach being a ginseng in the water. It can sober one up. I've learned something else." Yo-Yo said softly, "Lord Hidden Official is very knowledgeable." Old Deaf smiled. "He's even more vengeful. Don't provoke this kind of scholar in the future." The great demon on the throne looked up. The master of the old Yeluo was the master of the great demon Qingqiu. That old woman had once killed a traveling sword immortal surnamed Yu on the battlefield, causing the hidden official to be poked in the back by sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, the young hidden official had been very polite to the great demon Yunqing. When he saw the loach, one of the 4 great dangers of the Yeluo, he began to settle the score. He first collected some interest and earned whatever he could. Yo-Yo said nervously, "Grandpa Deaf, I didn't even dare to speak when I saw Lord Hidden Official. So how could I provoke someone who seems to be in the heavens? I definitely wouldn't dare. Besides, Lord Hidden Official has exhausted himself for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and I respect him very much. Now I'm regretting that I was too cowardly and didn't get to speak with him." The Great Wall of Sword Qi only referred to the youngest generation. In everyone's eyes, the young hidden official might be different. For example, Jiang Yun and Yuan Zhaohua were martial artists who practiced martial arts, the poor children who listened to the stories of the mountains and Rivers told by the second shopkeeper at the corners of the streets. The young sword cultivators like Sun Zhao, who had never seen a young hidden official before, but had heard so much about him that his ears were filled with calluses. In addition, there were also young boys and girls like Yu Yu and Du Shan, who could already go to the top of the city wall to kill demons. Old Death said, "Fortune and misfortune are imminent, so there's nothing to be afraid of." Yu Yu nodded vigorously. "I'll remember it." Old Death said with a smile, "I don't know what Sword Immortal boss is thinking. You should switch places with that ambitious Du Shan. You should be able to get along well with that drunkard. Who knows, you might have a great fortune in the future." The young god was dejected. His constitution and temperament were too weak. He had probably disappointed Senior Old Death. Chun Pingon was still walking and stopping. He was neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll in the mountains. The seven-tailed fox demon used all of her methods. When the young hidden official passed by, she changed her appearance several times in a short time. She used her original appearance and camouflage to become a voluptuous woman, a young girl with light rouge on her face, a petite nun, or a cold woman with a crown. In the end, even her gender was blurred, and she became a delicate and pretty youth. She saw that the young man didn't stop walking, so she took off her clothes and exposed her body. She was as beautiful as jade, and knelt beside the sword light bars to sob, begging for his attention. Chun Pingon didn't pay any attention to her. His heart was as still as water as he observed withered bones. The fox demon didn't give up. When the young man with the heart of stone was facing the cage, she pounced forward with her hands on the ground. Her voice was soft, as if she was weeping and complaining. Her back was straight, like the rise and fall of a mountain range. Chun Pingon walked straight into the distance. He walked to the fourth last cell. This was a Dragon Gate cultivator. He was skilled in concealing his presence. His trump cards were 2 life-bound items that could bind flying swords. He was a ruthless fellow who loved to slaughter sword cultivators on the battlefield. Actually, Chun Pingon didn't really like this kind of action. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Sword Immortals, Nail and Saihuan, and Qi Shou were all famous for being ruthless. However, according to the records of the hidden official's lineage, this Dragon Gate cultivator, who came from a large sect in the wilderness, was famous for his brutality in his hometown and among the demon race. He was especially fond of buying bamboo boxes, which were regarded as bastards in the wilderness. He had once bought several female sword cultivator captives with the great demon Chong Guang on the mountain. One could imagine what happened to him. Chun Pingon said softly, "Senior Twisting Heart, help me open the door." Chun Pingon knew the secret technique of the prison's restriction, but he couldn't open it. The sewing woman appeared, and the sword light fence instantly disappeared. Chun Pingon walked forward and found that she had no intention of leaving. Chun Pingon stood at the door, his back facing the tragic woman. He was about to speak. Twisting Heart said, "Isn't the hidden official overestimating himself? Or is it because of your face that you don't want outsiders to see the brutality of a Confucian disciple? There's no need." Chun Pingon nodded and rolled up his sleeves. About half an hour later, Twisting Heart looked at the back of the squatting figure. Only the head of the Dragon Gate cultivator was still intact. Below the neck, the rest was a pile of mud, but it wasn't dead. The skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and soul were inserted layer by layer in a leisurely manner. It seemed that the young hidden official had suffered a lot in his path of martial arts. He was like an expert who had been ill for a long time. Even the Dragon Gate cultivator, whose body and mind were tough enough, was begging to kill me, kill me. Chun Pingon only cut out one of the cultivator's eyeballs and crushed it lightly. He wiped the cultivator's forehead a few times with his finger and asked, "Is there a slight difference in the human form that the cultivator transforms?" Twisting Heart nodded and said, "It's not just the cultivator transforms that are different. Even we, who study the Taoist techniques of the world come from the same source but have different branches. Those that can be called authentic can all ignore the influence of the branches as much as possible. Unorthodox Taoists are second, evil Taoists and demonic Taoists are second. They can all climb the mountain with different difficulties and strengths. The more authentic they are, the more precisely they can grasp the meridians of the human body and the fewer detours. The reason is simple. The wider the path, the more abundant the spiritual chi and the endless stream of horses and carriages. If the path is narrow and rugged, the circulation of spiritual chi will be limited. However, nothing is absolute. Talented cultivators are not restricted by this principle and can still reach the top. Chun Pingon stretched out a finger and pressed it against the cultivator's forehead. He gently slid it down like a knife and then gently peeled off the cultivator's skin. Twisting Heart saw that his movements were slow and steady. Most importantly, his state of mind was unperturbed. There was no resentment, no sorrow, and no joy. He was simply a natural tailor and executioner. Among the 10 types of cultivators listed under the heavens, the executioner and the sowing man had many similarities. Twisting Heart reminded, killing a Dragon Gate cultivator with a weak physique is not enough for me to tailor. Chun Pingon nodded and said, I know. I'm just warming up because I plan to learn the art of tailoring from Senior Twisting Heart. Twisting Heart shook her head and said, I advise you not to get involved in this path. You will only be hated by the heavens and earth and obstruct the great path. A martial artist becomes a god, and a sword cultivator ascends to the heavens. This is the path that a secluded official should take. Chun Pingon poked the cultivator's forehead and stood up slowly. He said slowly, there is no need to worry about spells. You just need to be calm. Evil people will be punished by evil people. Evil people will only be punished by evil people. It's a difference of one word. The former is too helpless and the latter is too absolute. I don't think both are right. Twisting Heart was silent. Chun Pingon walked out of the prison and went to the next cage. According to the records of the Summer Palace, he could just punch as he pleased. The only similarity between different methods was that he would first announce his name. Vast World Chun Pingon. Twisting Heart followed behind the young man and watched the entire process from the beginning to the end. Twisting Heart would open the embroidered bag on her waist and take out different thin needles and short knives to deal with the corpse. The young secluded official would stand at the side and watch. Twisting Heart's spirit was very strange. Her spirit was already as small as a mustard seed and could not be seen clearly. Her spirit also had to hold an even smaller natal item, the embroidery needle. When Chun Pingon was facing a golden core demon, he allowed the other party to attack with all his might and did not retaliate. When confronting a golden core sword cultivator, Twisting Heart was surprised to find that the young secluded official had disappeared into thin air, as if he had isolated a small world. After deactivating the innate ability of the flying sword, Chun Pingon watched as Chui Xian dealt with the corpse. He asked Senior Chui Xian, among the 10 types of Qi refinement warriors, including the tailor, how many types have you personally seen? Twisting Heart's hands did not stop moving. She skillfully selected the marrow, pulled out the tendons, and broke the bones smoothly. However, it had little to do with pleasing the eyes. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Twist Xian told the young hermit some secrets that were not even recorded in the Summer Palace. The lone riders of the South Sea, who carried the Dragon King basket to capture the weary dragon and steal the water fate, served a great demon who had fought with the Fire Dragon Immortal. Even the Fire Dragon Immortal, who was slightly stronger than the Fire Dragon Immortal, could not break the ancient mountain and water formation at the bottom of the sea after 10 years. It was said that the ruins used to be one of the main palaces of the ancient water god. Chun Pingon heard this and said, Fire Dragon Immortal was indeed an unworldly master. Twisting Heart did not raise her head and asked casually, "Have you seen Fire Dragon Immortal before?" She was sculpting and imprisoning the heart that was cut open by the young, secluded official and the golden core of the demon that was hanging next to it. Her tiny Een spirit was threading the needle. Chun Pingon nodded. Twisting Heart raised her head and stopped what she was doing. "Fire Dragon Immortal was the one who killed my master." Chun Pingon did not answer. "Senior, please continue. I am not interested in the past grudges of the world." Twisting Heart's gaze was still on Chun Pingon. Her eyes were getting more and more heated. Chun Pingon accepted his fate. Of course, he could not be the only one to collect debts from the great demon Qing Xiao. He had to allow Twisting Heart to settle the score with him. Twisting Heart continued to talk about those strange things. Perhaps it was because he had been in prison for hundreds of years that it was rare to meet a living person. The sewing man was not stingy with his words. Those passers-by who had refined ancient tombs and triggered the invasion of the Yu army could change the heaven and earth and turn 1,000 li of land into a place of the Yu army once they tore open their life banners and staked everything on it. There was also the beautiful corpse. Her charm was better than a fox's charm. She was half human and half ghost. Even immortals could not detect her. She liked to mess around in the palace. It was just that the beautiful corpse rarely appeared. However, before her whereabouts were exposed, she was destined to leave behind many deeds in the history books. There were also the flower thieves on the mountain, who specialized in capturing the spirits of plants and flowers to refine them into pills. The 12 flowers concoction Small Dan. If they captured 108 flower tree spirits, they would concoct a Big Dan. Their methods were extremely vicious, but their effects were shocking. They were the arch-enemies of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land. It was said that the founder of the Flower Thief sect had a secret feud with the flower mistress of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land. Many sanctimonious immortal masters were eliminated in name, but in reality, they were worshipped. They were rich and made a lot of money. Chun Pingon heard this and asked curiously, "Those goddesses of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land, do they really have the true spirits of ancient flowers among them?" Because he thought of the heavenly official goddess of the Skeleton Beach city of murals. Twisting Heart nodded. "I once caught an original infant realm flower thief and brought him to the 100 Flowers Blessed Land to exchange for a key treasure. I can confirm that the 4 flower deities were indeed very old. Instead, the flower mistress of the blessed land was a latecomer." At this point, Twisting Heart glanced at the young man. "It's a poem that has been passed down from generation to generation." Chun Pingon smiled. "Reciting poems has always been something I'm not good at. It seems that I'm destined to have no fate with the 100 Flowers Blessed Land." Twisting Heart said something inappropriate. "Are you sure you can return to the vast world alive?" Chun Pingon said, "I'll try my best." Twisting Heart continued to talk about the god of plagues. Actually, it could not be said to be a pure good or evil person. It was a pitiful person who was hated by gods and ghosts. It was suppressed by the Tao, and almost everyone's life was not in its own hands. They were either imprisoned by the righteous chi cultivators and isolated from the world for the rest of their lives, or they were raised by the evil cultivators from a young age as puppets and accomplices. At the very least, they could threaten the imperial court and become a money tree. Once they were thrown onto the battlefield, their killing power would be extremely great, and there would be endless trouble. The plague would spread, and the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Within 100 years, not even a blade of grass would grow, and miasma would be rampant. There was also the immortal dove. As the name suggests, it was a dove that specialized in taking over the magpie's nest. Any chi cultivator in the world could be used as a magpie's nest by them. They could plant their thoughts and thoughts in the hearts of others without anyone knowing. There was also a type of teacher fairy who traveled between the world of the living and the underworld without permission. It was the most secretive. There was also the debt collector who specialized in targeting the foolish people in the streets and villages. He could transfer his negative karma to his enemies and also secretly collect the incense from the clans and temples. Finally, there was the mirror seller who traveled everywhere and specialized in capturing and refining the shadows of the ordinary people. He wantonly captured people's souls, determined their fate, and took away their fortune for his own use. As for the mirror seller, Twisting Xin also mentioned a rumor that was not known to be true. In the history of the vast world, there was once a talented mirror seller who tried to refine the bright moon into a dressing mirror. Once it was done, the world, whether it was the ordinary people or the cultivators, would have to look up to the mirror. The consequences could be imagined. After listening to the strange inside stories on the mountain, Chun Pingan sighed softly. Those who have achieved Tao live a long life. As long as they are willing to travel around, there will always be strange people and strange things to see. While they were talking, Chun Pingan also saw Twisting Xin's natal item. It was the 10 embroidery needles that her yin-yang god held. There was an extremely thin 7-colored luster at the end of the needles, which was aimed at the 3 souls and 7 spirits respectively. After finishing what she was doing, Twisting Xin returned to her yin-yang god. She stood up and said, "I made a rough calculation. There are more than 60 demons. If you can kill them all, I can sew 32 places for you. You are a pure martial artist, so the palm lines, the back of the hand, and the 5 fingers will all have to be done. The face aperture acupoints mainly focus on the pair of eyes. The heart is naturally the most important part. I will pierce it with a needle and thread and twist the heart. It may take a long time. The back is mainly the spine. After peeling off the skin, I will pull the entire spine out an inch or so. These are not too difficult, but the 3 souls and 7 spirits are the key. After sewing and putting on clothes, that is when the real suffering begins." Chun Pingan was expressionless. Twisting Xin nodded. He was not old, but he was bold. Then the young hermit picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a big mouthful of wine. "674. Chun Pingan and Twist Xin walked to a cage. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged. He was barely breathing. He was as thin as firewood and was all skin and bones. However, his fist intent was majestic. Wisps of fist intent materialized like countless tiny flood dragons coiled around the man's body. He was a genuine far-wandering cultivator. During the battle before Chun Pingan arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, this pure martial artist from the wild lands had killed 6 sword cultivators with his fists. One of them was an earth immortal sword cultivator. The man opened his eyes and asked, "You're here to kill me?" Chun Pingan nodded. The man glanced at the woman sewing clothes behind Chun Pingan and said calmly, "Take your own head." He knew he was no match for that ugly woman who looked neither human nor ghost. She was vicious and had caused him to suffer a lot. Chun Pingan said, "A battle of Q-seeking fist. Life and death." The man sneered, "A pure martial artist from the Great Wall of Sword Chi wants to use me as a whetstone? I'm afraid that if I punch you, you'll be hugging that woman's waist and crying out in pain. Ha ha, it's a pity that this woman isn't pretty." Chun Pingan said, "Senior Twist Xin, close the cage door. We'll open it after we kill one of them." Twist Xin closed the door. A fence of sword lights appeared. Inside the cage were 2 martial artists. The man stood up. "You're pretty straightforward." Chun Pingan cupped his fists and said, "Vast world, Chun Pingan." The man was slightly taken aback. He cupped his fists and said, "Wildlands Golden Creek City, Hong In, a far-wandering cultivator, and a golden body cultivator attacked at the same time. Inside the cage, Energy from their fists surged. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of punches. Chun Pingon mostly used his fists and legs to neutralize his opponent's attacks. He defended more than he attacked. In the end, Hong Yin's legs swept across his waist. His feet were still rooted to the ground, but he only moved about 10 feet away. Hong Yin pushed off the ground and closed in. However, Chun Pingon turned his body and raised his leg. He bent his knee and kicked Hong Yin's abdomen. He changed his strength and pressed Hong Yin to the ground. Chun Pingon did not pursue. Instead, he took 2 steps back and placed one hand behind his back. His other hand opened into a palm and placed it in front of him. The fist lowered. However, his fists were rising. Hong Yin, who wasn't seriously injured, slapped the ground with his palm and flipped himself up. He asked, "Are you stopping now?" Chun Pingon said, "I know your foundation, but you don't know mine, so I'll let you test me. From now on, I'll give you 100 punches to test whether my punches are light or heavy. After that..." Hong Yin twisted his wrist. His spine, ribs, and all the joints in his body were like a fish flipping its back. The energy from his fists exploded, and his divine intent poured out. He had indeed wanted to test Chun Pingon when he exchanged moves earlier. Hong Yin laughed. "If you really have the confidence to say that, you have to be at the 9th realm." The man had only heard of pure martial artists in the vast world, due to their innate physiques. They were all trash. Chun Pingon shook his head. "I haven't reached far wandering yet. However, killing Ho Kuei men on the battlefield is not a small price. I haven't fully recovered even now. However, I'll be frank with you. When I fight, it's never a problem whether I'm injured or not." Hong Yin walked slowly, while Chun Pingon just stood in place. He didn't even shift his gaze, allowing Hong Yin to walk a path that wasn't too far away. As an extremely powerful far-roaming boundary expert, Hong Yin had naturally heard of Ho Kuei Gate, who wore extremely fancy attire. Hong Yin had never seen him, but had heard of him. He liked to wear bright red armor and wore a phoenix feather-purple gold crown with 2 extremely long feathers. His entire body was covered in precious treasures. As a result, Hong Yin did not think much of Ho Kuei men. As a pure martial artist, he should have nothing but his fists. For example, the barefoot young man before him with his sleeves rolled up was refreshing and very pure. Hong Yin asked, "Are all the martial artists in the vast world like you? Do they all have to make things clear before they attack? Are there such strange rules?" Chun Pingon shook his head. "I just want you to feel a little better before you die." After pausing for a moment, Chun Pingon was still honest with him. "You haven't fought for too long. Your fists are rusty, and you're too wary of the woman outside the cage. Your fists are far from being at their peak. What's the point of me killing you with just a few punches?" Hong Yin said no more. The fist of martial artists was a matter of principle. It only depended on the weight of the fist and the skill of the fist. In the following 100 punches, Hong Yin's punches were swift and violent. His aura was like a whale swallowing rainbows, living up to his name. A knee strike smashed into his opponent's chest. The young man in green slid back a dozen steps. He only took a stance without punching out. His spine shook like a dragon vein, dispersing all of the force. Hong Yin's fist also smashed into his opponent's shoulder. Taking advantage of the slight gap in his opponent's body, Hong Yin's fist surged. He smashed into the young man, almost knocking him into the sword-light fence. However, his opponent's gaze, expression, and even his fists were almost deathly still, not moving at all. Hong Yin's final kick swept towards his opponent's neck, causing him to flip a few times. In the end, he actually pressed his palm against the ground, head facing the ground and feet facing the sky. His body was completely still. His eyes were tightly shut. His left hand was in front of him, forming a sword seal. In the last few punches of the 100 punches, Hong Yin twisted his body and threw the young man with his long arm, sending him flying. The latter's breathing was heavy. He pointed to the ground and flipped a few times, changing his landing position continuously. He just happened to dodge Hong Yin's punches. In the end, the young man stood still, right in the line between Hong Yin and Nye Xian. The 100 punches had already ended. It was not that Hong Yin did not want to fight to the death in an instant, but his instincts as a martial artist made him not dare to casually get close to his opponent. Hong Yin stopped in his tracks, greatly surprised. Nye Xian was also very curious. As a qi refinement warrior who was half a wild cultivator in the Jia continent, Nye Xian had traveled around for hundreds of years. She was also a tailor who specialized in finding good silk. She was not unfamiliar with pure martial artists in the vast world. Even if it was a 9th-tier martial artist, she had also encountered a hurried battle on a narrow path. Since when did a young man, who was not even 30 years old, have the bearing of a grandmaster? Moreover, the martial artists of the remote travel realm and the peak grandmasters that Nye Xian had seen mostly had a domineering aura. Even if their divine aura was restrained and their fists were in the right place, once they fought with their fists, it was still a heroic spirit that could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split open. They definitely did not have the kind of indifference and calmness of this young man's fists. After the two exchanged punches, Nye Xian found some clues. Chun Pingan's choice was even stranger, as if he had changed his mind. Hong Yin fought to his heart's content, while Chun Pingan still did not go overboard. However, he did not dodge much and focused on blocking. After about half an instant's time, Hong Yin suddenly retracted his fists and asked doubtfully, "I've already changed my martial qi twice. You're still fighting with one qi?" Chun Pingan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and did not answer the question. "I'll come back in 2 days to exchange pointers with you." Hong Yin shook his head and took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, "It's fine if you look down on Golden Creek City's Hong Yin. Martial arts are not as good as others, so you don't deserve the admiration of your opponent. But you, Chun Pingan, don't tell me you look down on martial arts." Chun Pingan was silent for a moment and nodded. "Senior, you're right." Chun Pingan finally changed to a pure qi. His fists looked loose on the outside, like an ape, but inside there was a dragon. He used Zhong Qiu's peak fist stance to support himself and directly started with the deity drum beating style. Before the martial artist Hong Yin died, his expression was like a fish on a hook, suddenly freed. As usual, Nye Xian collected the corpse. However, this time Chun Pingan did not watch. He just sat outside the cage and drank a mouthful of wine. He was already familiar with many sewing techniques. Nye Xian, on the other hand, seemed to have nothing to do and asked, "How did you learn this fist technique?" Chun Pingan's back was facing the cage. He said slowly, "The person who taught me this fist technique did not like to talk about fist principles. He only said a few sentences, but there's one sentence that I dare not forget. My fist is in the sky, and there's no one in front of me." Nye Xian nodded. "That martial artist is so bold." After that, Chun Pingan went to the next prison. The demon imprisoned was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm. The sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm came from a sword sect called the Lofty Glory sect. There were only a few sects in the wilderness that used sword cultivators as their foundation. It was completely different from the vastness world. Not any sword immortal in the upper 5 realms could establish a sect in the wilderness. Even if the sect's flag was raised, it would not be able to hold on. Great demons ran rampant in the wilderness. They were unscrupulous. Among them, they hated sword cultivator sects the most. After all, sword immortals and sword cultivators were the most precious. Therefore, great demons did not kill people. They only harmed the mountains and rivers' great formations. After a while, who could withstand such torment? Therefore, every sword cultivator sect in the wilderness. As long as they could survive the 100 years when they were first established, they would become an extremely powerful sect. According to the secret records of the Summer Refuge Palace, the Lofty Glory sect once had a sword immortal hidden in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Later, his identity was exposed, and he was killed. The Lofty Glory sect used several sinister secret techniques to capture the sword immortal's soul and forced him to cultivate in the sword. In the end, the sword immortal was refined into a puppet that still had some intelligence left. However, he could only listen to the orders of others. He appeared during the siege of the city and was killed by the Yen family's chief, Reverend Li Tumi, and was freed. In this prison, after Nya Xian opened the door, Chen Pingon introduced himself. He only said the 2 words Q-sword and took out the caged sparrow. Unexpectedly, the sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm knelt on the ground and said that he was willing to swear loyalty to Chen Pingon in exchange for his life. Seeing that the young man was unmoved, the sword cultivator was even more decisive. He was willing to sacrifice his Dao foundation to strip off his natal flying sword and give it to Chen Pingon. He only wanted to continue living in this prison. This sword cultivator, who was a direct disciple of the Lofty Glory sect's ancestral hall, fought on the battlefield, and his sword was extremely unpredictable. His natal flying sword, Heavenly Sound, had 2 natal abhijanas. Wherever the flying sword passed, no other flying sword could be seen. There was only the extremely faint sound of mosquitoes and flies. If the sound of mosquitoes and flies rang in a person's ears, it would cause quite a commotion. It would vibrate violently in a person's chi residence and acupuncture point, and naturally, it was a great killing force that was as loud as thunder. Furthermore, the thunderous sound of the flying sword naturally contained the true meaning of 5 thunders. The most difficult thing to guard against was that when an enemy detected the flying sword, they had to identify its location by the sound. However, once they heard the sound, the flying sword would rush into the sword cultivator's body even faster. As soon as the sword chi moved, wind, thunder, clouds, and rain would immediately occur in a person's small world. It was precisely because this demonic sword cultivator's flying sword was too illogical that he was specifically targeted by the 2 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and was imprisoned. After Chen Pingon obtained the Heavenly Sound, he kept the flying sword, Sparrow, in the cage. There were some records of the Lofty Glory sect's secret sword techniques in the Summer Palace. However, Chen Pingon asked again and found that there were many omissions. Chen Pingon and Sei Xian looked at each other. She immediately understood and entered the prison. At the same time, a small and exquisite Yin spirit flew out of the body, holding 10 embroidery needles of different colors. After knowing that he was going to die, the sword cultivator was filled with hatred and cursed Chen Pingon incessantly. Sei Xian was rather satisfied. Previously, when she fought with the rainbow drinking fist, Wu Fu Hongyin died too easily. She had too little resentment towards the young hermit, which was not a good thing. Sei Xian's sewing technique not only involved the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, it could also gather resentment. Chen Pingon stood at the door and drank another mouthful of wine. He was very thrifty. He could not wait until he was really suffering and not be able to drink wine. Sei Xian fiddled with the sword cultivator's golden core and said casually, "You can't always have things go your way when you are in your position." Chen Pingon shook his head and said, "I have already thought through these things. There is no need for a reason to kill demons in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It is the same whether I am a hermit or not. The only thing I am unhappy about is that my cultivation level is too low. If I were to face any of the sovereign level demons now, I would die. Not to mention them. It is already very difficult to face a nascent soul sword cultivator. If I were to face a sword immortal, I would definitely die." It is too difficult to become a sword immortal. Say Exion smiled and said, I don't think it is too difficult to become a realm 5 sword cultivator at such a young age. Chun Pingon was speechless. It was rare for the sewing woman to joke. It was so cold that it was terrifying. Previously, Old Death had asked for 3 grams of blood essence from the Loach demon. The young hermit was not human when it came to doing business. Old Death had also asked for a few more kilograms of meat from the Yeluo Jr. Anyway, he had taken in a young master who seemed to know how to cook. He had a pot of good wine, and a pot of the Loach tofu stew that the young hermit mentioned. It was truly a life of immortals. As for the simple and honest young man's master title, would Old Death take it seriously? Did he really think that he was an ascendant realm cultivator who ate meat and chanted Buddhist scriptures? What the eldest sword immortal did was just to give you an opportunity. At most, it was a protective talisman. As long as the young man did not have the ability to receive the opportunity, once the 100-year time limit was up, his life and death would be clear. If it was the clever Du Shanin, Old Death would have already thought of how to deal with Du Shanin 100 years later. That was why it was said that fortune favors fools. Yu was too stupid. Old Death was too embarrassed to make a move because it was not interesting. And Yu did not take the master-servant relationship seriously. That was where the young man's true path to survival lay. That was why reading more was still a good thing. Just as the young hermit had said, one should never treat an ascendant realm as a great demon. Old Death grabbed Yu's shoulder, and they left the dungeon that had almost suffocated him. They circled around the corpses of several demons and the broken golden bodies of gods. As far as the eye could see, it was a treasured land that brought peace to the young man's mind. There was a gurgling stream, and in front of the thatched hut by the stream, there was a huge grape trellis. The lush green covered the vast land, and even the sleeves of his clothes were jade green. Every time Yu took a breath, he felt relaxed and happy. It was a mysterious feeling that his spiritual energy and sword energy had been cleansed, allowing him to directly skip the chi refinement stage. The more it was like this, the more the reserved young man did not dare to breathe loudly. In the end, he was still a guest who had come to visit, so the young man did not dare to be rash. Old Death smiled. Just focus on breathing and guiding. You don't need a few breaths of spiritual energy. A small fish swimming in the river can't drink the water until it dries up. Old Death stopped. Master hasn't returned yet. Let's wait for a while. Yu nodded vigorously, feeling very nervous. That was because the senior beside him had told him about the identity of the sword immortal, a penal officer. An ancient official position that had disappeared many years ago in the history of Great Wall of Sword Chi. It was on the same level as the hidden official. Old Death didn't go into detail, and only said that the sword immortal of the penal officer felt guilty, and was too ashamed to show his face to others. In another direction, 2 people slowly walked over along the stream. They were the sword immortal whose face could not be seen, and the young Du Shanin. Around Du Shanin's waist hung a few small pouches that were weaved from silver threads. They gave off a golden light that was as dazzling as the morning sun. Old Death smiled. No wonder, in this heaven and earth, the corpses of great demons and gods were in the invisible river of time. Their corpses were continuously decaying, melting, and peeling off. However, the golden bodies of the gods would occasionally have some accidents. For example, piles of golden sand. What was even rarer was the fragments of the golden bodies. That young hidden official had traveled previously, but his luck wasn't good. He didn't see a single one of them. On the other hand, the young Du Shanin had followed the sword immortal and returned with a full load. That sword immortal would definitely not take the initiative to destroy the corpses of the gods. Every day, he would just wait for money to fall from the sky and bend down to pick it up. He must have brought Du Shanin along to see how his luck was. Beside the stream, There was a woman pounding cloves on a green stone chopping board, striking the cloves with a pestle. Du Shanin shouted, and she suddenly raised her head. Her face was radiant and beautiful. Du Shanin suddenly became absent-minded. There was a small girl washing muslin, holding a bamboo basket beside the woman pounding clothes. Her bright eyes had a smile, and when she saw the youth's dazed state, she couldn't help but laugh. The sword immortal penal officer and Old Deaf nodded their heads. Only then did Old Deaf bring a gloomy look to the grape trellis. Under the grape trellis, there were exquisite porcelain cups of different heights hovering in the air. They seemed to be waiting for the grapes to fall into the cups. There were 12 graceful women on the 5-colored December flower god wine cups and 12 poems that suited the scenery. Old Deaf smiled and said, "In that vast world, other than the female flower gods, there are actually 12 male flower gods. They are all the meritorious officials and favorites of 100 Flowers' blessed land. Most of them are immortals and literary magnates. Under a stroke of fate, they were inspired and wrote stunning poems that went down in history. For certain flowers, Alliance once revealed heavenly secrets, saying that the birth of these famous poems was not all by chance. There was no lack of flower god ladies adding fuel to the fire. Beautiful night trips in front of flowers under the moonlight are truly enviable." The youth was gloomy and felt that he was listening to a heavenly book. On the side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Old Deaf would occasionally go to the top of the city, but he would pretend to be deaf and mute. At most, he would only exchange a few words with Alliance when he met him. In fact, just by looking at the partridge, heavenly tablet inscriptions, and Old Deaf's conversation with Chun Pingon, one could tell that this Ascendant Realm great demon was knowledgeable. A short, white-haired boy carried a jade-white skeleton on his back. He walked as if he was flying and ran to the opposite bank of the stream. His white skeletal feet dragged on the ground, making crackling sounds. It was clearly the remains of a golden immortal. It was unknown where he had dug it out from. The torture official, who was shrouded in clouds, turned his head to look at the otherworldly demon. The white-haired boy immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at him across the stream. He said with a smile, "I'm just here to send a greeting gift to congratulate the 2 esteemed sons of heaven. I'll send one today, and make up for it tomorrow." Old Deaf chuckled. The sword immortal did not say anything. The white-haired boy said in all seriousness, "I swear on my identity as the grandson of the hidden official and Old Deaf's grandfather. I'm just going to take a look at their hearts. If I do anything sneaky, I'll be struck by lightning." He said with grievance, "Just a few looks? Really just a few looks? It's been far too long since I've seen the scenery of the wilderness and the Great Wall of Sword Chi." The otherworldly demon turned his head to look at the 2 youths. "My surname is Wu, and I'm known as Tianwu. I'm famous and chatty, and I'm full of trivial things. I don't put on any airs as a senior, so you 2 can just call me by my full name." Old Deaf and the torture official would not underestimate this otherworldly demon. He was indeed an extremely annoying neighbor. The white-haired boy wanted to continue pestering him, but a sword light flashed. The white-haired boy threw away the set of bones and ran. Every time he condensed into a human form, he would be shattered by the sword light that followed him like a shadow. After dozens of times, he was dozens of miles away from the cottage before the sword light stopped following him. The white-haired boy hovered in the air, feeling extremely sorrowful. That was because a sword light was hovering not far away. This was the torture official's flying sword technique. As long as the sword immortal was willing, the sword light could chase after the otherworldly demon for several years. The white-haired boy raised his hands. "Little darling, go home. I won't bother you. I'm going to find the hidden official." He left as soon as he said so. In a flash, he arrived at the steps of the prison. The sword light did not follow him. The green snake and the child with the short sword walked slowly. They were very regretful that they were unable to enter the minds of the two youths. When he looked at the memories of others, it was like looking at paintings and scrolls. The blurrier the memories, the blurrier the images. The deeper the memories, the blurrier the images, and the deeper the memories, the more vivid the paintings. They were like real objects in the real world, so much so that even the finest details could be seen. The otherworldly demon's methods did not stop there. There was also the method of raising the brush. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the greater the otherworldly demon's abilities. It could even casually tamper with and smear the paintings that were treasured in the hearts of others. It could make people forget some things or suddenly remember some things. The reason why the city lord of White Emperor City was a person of the devil Tao and was feared by the cultivators at the peak of the vast world was because he was proficient in this Tao. However, the city lord still had many other unreasonable methods. This demification otherworldly demon was fascinated and wanted to visit the city lord in the Central Plains divine continent to spar with him. However, he could not escape from this prison. He had to find some fun. In any case, Chun Qing had already promised him that as long as he did not directly attack the youth and borrow his items, he would not do it more than 3 times. He still had 2 more chances. The white-haired boy chose 2. The fox demoness with mediocre charms and a demon cultivator of the lower 5 realms who was bound to die. The hidden official was a man, after all. Looking at his attire, he was also a scholar. There were many great desires in life. Love was the most lingering. Men and women were the same. Everyone had their own obsession. Morality was the shackle. There was no difference between immortals and mortals. The fox demoness came from a fox cave in the desolate world. It was a pity that she only had 7 tails and her Tao was shallow. The white-haired boy came to the prison where the fox demoness was imprisoned. Before the other party could sense anything, he had already entered the lake of her heart and flipped through the books to browse the paintings. After a while, he swaggered out of the fox demoness body. However, he had only used a camouflage technique. He shook his head. It was too horrible to look at. It was too clumsy. No wonder the youth was unmoved. The fox demoness was still oblivious. The white-haired boy muttered to himself, "The next time you see that Chimpingon, you should return to your original appearance. Face the sky without makeup, and your clothes are neat and tidy. I'll help you make up a sad and sincere story. For example, you came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to meet a lover. Then I will give you an extra supernatural power. With the art of the gorgeous corpse, you can cultivate the art of color refining. Then I will help you secretly build a romantic tent. Only then will you have a chance of winning. If you want to blame someone, blame that kid for being too calm and having a strange state of mind." No matter what the natal item of the gorgeous corpse was made of, or what the final form was, whether it was a red muslin tent, a step bed, or an embroidered handkerchief, it was all called a romantic tent. It also had another name for the land of warmth. This otherworldly demon casually occupied the heart of a 7-tailed fox demoness and began to draw. Suddenly, he laughed. "Cultivators, my fate is in my own hands? Isn't he overestimating himself?" After fighting with a nascent soul cultivator who was not a sword cultivator, Chimpingon was lying on the ground, covered in blood. He was panting heavily. Twisting Xian threw him a porcelain bottle. Then she busied herself at the side and said, "Haste makes waste. It is right to start with the golden core cultivators." Chun Pingon said, "I have to find a place to stay here, the kind where I can cultivate in peace." Twisting Xian said, "Then you have to find that otherworldly demon. He is good at turning nothingness into reality." Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Since I can't hide, I won't hide." Twisting Xian continued to clean up the mess and said, "We will start work soon. Let me tell you a little about the ways of the sewing man. You can be mentally prepared so that you don't have to rush things and suffer unnecessary hardships. Chun Pingon immediately sat up. Twisting Excian said, "What we are doing now is to start with sculpting the eyeballs. But it doesn't sound very pleasing, so let me tell you something simpler." Chun Pingon smiled bitterly and could only nod. Twisting Excian said slowly, "According to the rules of the sewing man, the human body is divided into 3 meridians: mountain, water, and chi. Muscles and bones are the mountains, blood is the water meridians, and chi meridians are the chi meridians." "Oh," Chun Pingon said in a low voice. "Senior Twisting Excian, please tell me in detail. The more detailed, the better." He could testify with seniorly Air's words and greatly benefit the martial arts. Every detail of a person's body was like a geographical map of a vast territory. Twisting Excian explained the details in a lot of words. She then raised her hand and opened her palm. Her skin grew very quickly, and soon she was no different from a normal person. For example, the 5 fingers are mountains, and the lines on the palm are water. This is the layout of the fusion of mountains and rivers. If you look at the lines on the palm, you can see the entire world in the palm. If you follow the meridians, you can see the 5 viscera and 6 bowels clearly. Otherwise, where does the abhijna of a cultivator come from? Without waiting for Chun Pingon to ask about the secrets of controlling mountains and rivers, Nya Xin changed the topic. She raised her palm and spread her fingers. "I can sew clothes into the true form of the 5 sacred mountains. I can also draw the cloud seal of the 5 thunder righteous techniques. I can also use the art of embellishment to refine the 5 elements. I can also write heavenly edicts. With just my 5 fingers alone, I am adept at 6 of them." Legend has it that the founding ancestor of the sewing man was extremely talented, and no one could surpass him in the future. He used the layering formation technique to fuse several secret techniques into one. He could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. His abhijna was not inferior to the ancient count of wind and master of rain. He once rode the wind to Mount Longhu and cast the 5 thunder righteous cloud seal with a single palm. Chun Pingon said tentatively, "I once saw an illusion in a scholar's notebook. It said that someone tattooed a few hundred lines of poetry by a great poet on his body. Was it the sewing man's way of thinking?" Twisting Excian was silent for a moment and said, "There's something wrong with his head." Chun Pingon could only nod and agree. "Indeed. I thought so at that time." Twisting Excian continued to elaborate on the sewing man's various secret techniques. Chun Pingon took out the blade-strengthening gourd but did not drink. Twisting Excian asked casually, "Why do men like to drink so much? Especially those who cultivate Tao. Drinking is a waste of time. The great wall of sword chi is not like the vast world. Even if you break through, you may not be able to live long. There are a few earth immortal sword cultivators who would squat by the roadside to drink and eat pickles. Ooh, in the future, such a scene would no longer exist in the world." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and thought of her in his heart. He smiled and said, "Women are wine. There's no need to drink." Chun Pingon leaned back. He forgot who said it. Young men liked young women and drank glutinous rice wine. The wine was not strong, but it could still intoxicate people for the first time. When men grew up, they liked women. It was like drinking wine. If they were not careful, their liver and intestines would be burned. When they got older, they would miss women. It was winter, and they warmed a pot of yellow rice wine. Twisting Excian turned around and said jokingly, "Next time, don't say such things to women." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Then I'll change it." Other than Ning Yao, there was nothing else to say. Chun Pingon closed his eyes. He knew that he could not rush the matter of sewing clothes in the prison, but he still wanted to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, The otherworldly demon was looking at a demon cultivator of the lower 5 realms. As for the great wall of sword Qi, a great battle was imminent. The sun shone on the city. The old Taoist gently patted the sea of clouds under the largest praying mat in the world. He waved at the sun in the sky with his other hand. I'm not full of merit, and I don't have enough money. I can only borrow some light. The vast sea of clouds first scattered and then condensed into golden gods. The old Taoist waved his sleeves and landed on the battlefield. On the line, the gigantic monster that had revealed its true form collided with the golden-bodied godly spirit. The monk in the Kasaya shook his shoulders and shook off the lion-like bugs that had been refined into Buddhist scriptures. The scholarly sage sat upright. The sun was just right, suitable for drying books. The title of the book had the word natal. The opening of the sect also revolved around the word natal. There were countless demons that attacked cities in the wilderness. On this day, Chinpingan sat cross-legged outside a cage. Twisting Xian put her hands behind her back and stared at Chinpingan's eyes. Her Een spirit was carefully carving one of the young man's eyeballs with an embroidery needle. It had been going on for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, so small blood beads condensed and flowed out of the eye socket. Twisting Xian observed the young man's state of mind and casually said, "If you can't even get through this, I advise you to give up on the sewing. Don't close your eyes. If your eyeballs move even a little, all your previous efforts will be wasted. You should consider the consequences." As long as he could get through it, the sewing would have mysterious methods to heal his injuries. After a while, Twisting Xian was slightly surprised and said, "Not bad. It seems that you can do 2 things at the same time. The eyeballs will be painted with the most superficial yellow and black, and the needles will be drawn slowly. The engraving will be mainly done with the cloud seal, and the inscriptions will be the most shallow. However, your spine won't be so easy. The main thing is to use the rushing knife technique. The 9-fold seal, birdworm seal, and weeping seal will be engraved on the joints of your spine. These are the techniques of stripping clothes, but the more important ones are the techniques of putting clothes on. It's still too early. If you feel that you can't take it today, or if you feel that you can wait a little longer, speak now and tell me." Chinpingan remained silent. Twisting Xian came behind Chinpingan and used her hands as knives to cut off his green robe and skin. She reached out and pulled out the entire spine. The woman bent her fingers and gently knocked. She listened and said regretfully, "You've misunderstood me. Why are there so many hidden injuries? Why don't you show them normally?" Twisting Xian put the spine back to its original position and said in a complaining tone, "Don't apply medicine first. You should get used to this pain as soon as possible. Aren't you able to endure it? Just enjoy it." Chinpingan couldn't speak and had to try his best to maintain his state of mind and soul in the state of stagnant water. Otherwise, he would have wrung this woman's head off. In the prison, a building with a square sky and a square earth appeared out of thin air a few days ago. Other than the 4 pillars, there was no other cover. It looked like the pavilions that could be seen everywhere in the human world, but it wasn't exactly the same. Chinpingan walked slowly barefoot. Inside, his field of vision was wide, although he couldn't see anything. The white-haired boy of the air green snake was hanging outside the building and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chinpingan didn't stop walking and asked back, "What do you mean?" The white-haired boy said angrily, "How can a cultivator's state of mind be so fragmented? It's like a battlefield. You've made me hit a wall everywhere." Chinpingan slowly punched out and said with a smile, "In the light, there are laws. In the dark, there are ghosts and gods. In both the dark and the light, there are both turbid, but conscience is still in the heart. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon are bright. What's so strange about that?" Twisting Xian stood on the stairs in the distance and reminded, "Let's get to work." "675. On Upside Down Mountain, the disappearance of the Plum Blossom Garden had become a popular topic of discussion. Then, a large group of sword cultivators came from the Sky Ape Mansion. They were led by two sword immortals. One of them was Sun Jiuan, who had a wide network of friends, and the other was me, who was rumored to have ascended to the immortal realm. They came on foot and left in a continuous stream of carriages and chariots. It was very lively in the sky and on the ground. However, when the sword cultivators set up such a formation, the natives of Upside Down Mountain pretended not to know. If they were thousands of mountains and rivers away from the great wall of sword Aura, which sword immortal would not dare to curse. However, once they were close to the sword cultivators, what else could they do? They could only keep quiet. Only an immortal master of records who traveled here did not believe in heresy. He secretly performed the power of mountain view and saw the horrifying scene in the Sky Ape Mansion. The pavilion was torn into pieces. The old nascent soul cultivator from the Snow Mountain continent knew that things were not good. Just as he was about to withdraw his palm and withdraw the power, a dazzling sword ray appeared in the night and pierced through the old cultivator's palm. The sword ray flashed again and pierced through the old cultivator's left cheek and came out from the right. The flying sword had returned to the Sky Ape Mansion. The old cultivator, who was in pain, understood that his eyes could not see and his mouth could not speak. However, he could not help but resent the sword immortal's domineering behavior. In his hometown, how could a nascent soul cultivator be humiliated to such an extent? The sword cultivators emptied the Sky Ape Mansion and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Aura that night. The prosperous mirage of Sword Aura, Great Wall of Sword Aura, had become increasingly desolate in the past few months. Shops and goods kept moving to Upside Down Mountain. If they did not have a place to stay in Upside Down Mountain, they could only return to their respective sects in the vast world. After all, every inch of land in Upside Down Mountain was worth its weight in gold. In addition, with the city of Sword Aura, Great Wall of Sword Aura as the boundary, the south was a forbidden area. The Mountain View Grand Array had been activated and used as a camouflage. Therefore, the towering city of Sword Aura, Great Wall of Sword Aura, was no longer a scenic place to travel. This caused the business in Upside Down Mountain to become increasingly desolate. Currently, the ferry that traveled between Upside Down Mountain and the 8 continents had extremely few tourists. They carried fewer passengers but more goods. Therefore, many cross-continent ferries that sailed on the water was extremely deep. For example, the old Dragon City's Osmanthus Islands ferry, many of the cross-continent ferries that passed through the clouds, and rain also slowed down a little. The war was tense, and the situation was perilous. Upside Down Mountain was well aware that the Wildlands attack on the city this time was unusual. However, the Great Wall of Sword Aura had gone into seclusion more than once in its history, so it was not to the point of panic. There had been many cases where the Great Wall of Sword Aura went into seclusion and sold the deeds to immortal families and the records of their shops and mansions at a low price. Afterwards, they were all bitterly resentful and regretful. The person in charge of the Water Essence Palace, one of the 4 great mansions in Upside Down Mountain, was a female cultivator in the unpolished Jade Realm. Her name was Yunqian, and she was one of the ancestors of the Rain Dragon sect. One of her direct disciples had great fortune and had taken a fancy to a destitute, wild cultivator called Fu Ke. The latter had the opportunity to transform into a fish dragon and had broken through at an unimaginable speed. He was considered one of the best in the history of the Rain Dragon sect. Yunqian's thoughts were even further. Other than the future of the Rain Dragon sect, she was also worried about the war at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. After all, the Water Essence Palace was not like the Spring Banner House and the plum blossom garden. It was not refined and could not be brought away. It was also not like the god of wealth of the snowy peak continent's Lu clan. The priceless Yuan Rua Manor was dispensable. It was just that the Great Wall of Sword Aura was now heavily guarded, especially by the lineage of the hidden officials. Sword cultivators were meticulous and ruthless. All cultivators who broke the rules, regardless of whether they did it intentionally or not, never returned. There were several people who came to the Water Essence Palace one after another. They were all cultivators who had achieved Tao with the Rain Dragon sect. There were even 2 nascent soul cultivators and an old immortal in the unpolished Jade realm from the Talisman sect. They all hoped that she could help them pass a message to the heavenly monarch of Upside Down Mountain, or to a sword immortal familiar with the Great Wall of Sword Aura. The heavenly monarch had long gone into seclusion. Yun Xian went to the lonely peak to look for the old immortal, who had refined the dragon's whiskers to forge a horsetail whisk immortal weapon. However, she did not expect to be directly rejected. She then wanted to ask someone to send a letter to the sword immortal son Jiyuan, whom she had a good relationship with in the past. However, the letter disappeared like a clay ox in the sea. It was as if Sun Jiyuan did not receive the secret letter at all. Cloud Sign stayed in the Water Essence Palace and felt uneasy. He could no longer cultivate in peace, so he rushed to the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral hall and called for a meeting. He proposed to relocate the sect, but he was mocked and ridiculed. Although Cloud Sign was prepared and understood that this wasn't an easy thing to do and that it was too far-fetched, he couldn't help but feel disheartened when he saw the people in the ancestral hall suddenly change the topic and talk about various businesses. When the sword cultivator left the Yuan Wan residence, a spring banner, house, messenger, flying sword quietly arrived at the Water Essence Palace. After Cloud Sign opened the secret letter, there were only 2 words on the paper. Bei Qian. There was sword immortal son Jiyuan's signature on the letter, which Cloud Sign was very familiar with. There were also 2 ancient seal scripts, hidden official. Cloud Sign had heard of it for a long time, but this was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. The hidden official's seal script was on top, and the sword immortal's signature was on the bottom. It was in accordance with the rules. It shouldn't be a fake. Cloud Sign didn't dare to be negligent. He quietly left the inverted mountain again and hurriedly returned to the Rain Dragon sect. This time, he only found the sect master's senior sister. He didn't expect her to throw away the letter and sneered. What? Isn't it enough to demolish the Yuanwan residence? Now you want to demolish the Water Essence Palace? The young hidden official has a good plan. Cloud Sign, do you believe that as long as you go to the Spring Banner House, Xiao Yunyan, who has become the hidden official's confidant, will talk to you about the ownership of the Water Essence Palace? Cloud Sign was skeptical, but he didn't forget to control the letter and carefully put it into his sleeve. Seeing this, the sect master became even angrier and said in a more serious tone, the Rain Dragon sect's ancestral property was not easy to come by. And I know the hardships involved. Yun Xian, you and I, in the matter of expanding the territory, have made absolutely no contributions. Now, could it be that we can't even defend Chengdu? Have you forgotten why you were banished to the Water Essence Palace? Even those nascent soul realm experts dared to criticize you. Wasn't it because you provoked everyone's anger in the ancestral hall? They couldn't even take down the small Luhua Island. If you lose the Water Essence Palace, how are you going to face the ancestors of the Rain Dragon sect? Do you know what everyone said about you behind your back? Soft-hearted, a pure jade realm immortal master. Do you think it's appropriate? The sect master didn't want to belittle this junior sister too much. After all, the Water Essence Palace still needed Cloud Sign to personally oversee it. If the stubborn Cloud Sign was really angry and made up an excuse to go out to sea or travel to Tonya Continent to relax, she, as the sect master, couldn't stop him. Thus, she softened her tone and said, "Don't forget, The deal we made with the Mountain Water Caves founder in the Great Wall of Sword Chi back then was recorded as an old debt. The new hidden official has great power in his hands. How is the Mountain Water Cave in Fuyao continent now? Is the ancestral hall still there? Cloud Sign, are you trying to make the Rain Dragon sect follow in his footsteps? This hidden official's methods can't be underestimated. He's especially good at using power to suppress others. Cloud Sign nodded slightly. The sect master's tone became serious again. Junior Sister Cloud Sign, I only have one last thing to say. The Great Wall of Sword Chi has an old grudge with our Rain Dragon sect. Does the new hidden official have any old friendship with you? Why are you planning a retreat for our Rain Dragon sect? Is it really repaying evil with good? Cloud Sign, that's all I have to say. Think about it. Cloud Sign left the Rain Dragon sect and returned to the Water Essence Palace. In fact, Cloud Sign had listened to the sect master's senior sister's words. The deceit of the immortal masters on the mountain indeed left a lingering fear in her heart. Cloud Sign had suffered greatly on her path of cultivation. She had faced 3 great calamities in her life. Other than a natural disaster, the rest were all caused by people around her. However, she didn't give up and went to Spring Banner House. Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan seemed to have expected this and handed her a secret letter. He said that the hidden official had looked through the Rain Dragon sect's records and was very impressed by Immortal Master Cloud Sign's soft-heartedness. Cloud Sign frowned. Xiao Yunyan smiled. The hidden official didn't expect Immortal Master Cloud Sign to believe his suggestion. He only asked that she destroy the letter on the spot after reading it. Otherwise, it would be easy for new problems to arise. It wouldn't be good for either the hidden official or Immortal Master Cloud Sign. Cloud Sign returned to the Water Essence Palace and read the detailed secret letter. She didn't sleep for a night. At the end of the letter were 8 words. The sect is divided into north and south. The firewood is in the mountains. At Spring Banner House, after Cloud Sign left, Miyu and Nalan Saihuan appeared at the same time. Miyu asked with a smile, Brother Xiao, do you think Cloud Sign will bring people to the north? If she really has such courage and means, how many Rain Dragon sect disciples can she save? Xiao Yunyan said, the sect has always been divided into groups. Cloud Sign is used to doing business in the Rain Dragon sect. She only has cultivation and is very unpopular. So even if she's willing to move, she can't bring many people with her. Miyu said, Cloud Sign can't bring people with her. She doesn't need to bring them with her. Nalan Saihuan looked unhappy. You still have the nerve to say that Cloud Sign is soft-heartedness. Believe it or not, if Cloud Sign really moves to the north and splits the Rain Dragon sect, the immortal masters in the south will be able to survive and integrate into the north. They will resent the Great Wall of Sword Chi for not helping them, especially our hidden official with a bodhisattva's heart. As long as Cloud Sign is careless and leaks the contents of the 2 letters, she will be hated. Xiao Yunyan nodded. That's why she asked Cloud Sign to destroy the secret letter. She must have expected that this person's heart is unfathomable. I believe that Cloud Sign, who is focused on cultivation, should be able to think of the pros and cons of this. Miyu said with a smile, so what if Cloud Sign can't think of it? Would our hidden official care about this? Xiao Yunyan sighed. I'm afraid that the Rain Dragon sect, which believes that everything in the world is just one thing, has more than one person in the ancestral hall who wants to support the dragon. They still think it's a business deal. Nalan Saihuan sneered. Without the hidden official's brains, how can they be qualified to talk about business under the general trend? The woman knew that she had misspoken and left slowly, continuing to settle the score. Xiao Yunyan and Miyu looked at each other and smiled. At the crossing of the inverted mountain, there was a cross-continent ferry from the North Continent. 62 new sword cultivators had arrived. They did not speak much and went straight to the main gate, rushing to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. In the floating building that looked like a pavilion, Chun Pingon sat on the ground with his fists on his knees, breathing deeply. The thing he was sitting on was the bamboo mat that he had picked up from the plum blossom garden. Other than helping cultivators to concentrate and calm their chi, it also had a magical effect that allowed Chun Pingon to refine the green water droplets with abundant water chi faster. Not only that, perhaps because of the bamboo mat's material. Other than the water residents, which benefited the most, the wood residents also benefited a lot. The water droplets that Chun Pingon refined had excess water chi. With a little guidance, it could be sent to the chi residence where the wood residence was located. A wisp of continuous water chi flowed in a long line all the way, nourishing the internal organs. For cultivation on the mountain, this kind of immortal item might not be of high quality, but it was the most indispensable. Little by little, it might not be effective in 2 or 3 years, but once one cultivated wholeheartedly and stayed in the mountain without caring about the weather for a few decades or hundreds of years, it would be a completely different world. Therefore, as Lu Tai had said, the immortal masters of the large sects would definitely have a natal item that could assist in cultivation. If they had enough immortal money, they would also need other items besides the natal item. What they sought was a long-term great Tao, like a skyscraper rising from the ground. According to the different time, different immortal abodes, and corresponding cultivation realms, they had to constantly change the items. There were many things to pay attention to. The extraterrestrial demon floated around the building and didn't say anything. It was as if the young man was more worthy of investigation than the disciplinary official and sword immortal, who were shrouded in clouds and mist. The young, secluded official had just returned from a secret realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so relaxed. Previously, he had been grabbed by the neck and dragged to the place where the corpse of an ancient god had been refined. There was a forbidden ground in the heart of this world that Old Death, the demon of otherworldly demonic body, and the sewing man couldn't enter. There was a small door with a symbolic lock, so Old Death had to take out the key and let Twixen throw the young, secluded official inside. It was a golden pond with boiling magma. In the secret room, the golden light was blinding. Every time Chun Pingon was thrown into the golden magma by the sewing man, it would take at most a few hours. After walking out of the small door, he would be as good as new and his injuries would be healed. However, the things that were close at hand, like the sword's strengthening gourd, had to be left at the pavilion. Chun Pingon asked, "The ancient gods also had chi fu acupoints, and their structure was similar to ours?" The white-haired boy stopped. "It's more or less the same. It's just that you humans aren't as close to the heaven and earth as the gods. After all, you are puppets created by them. What they want is nothing more than incense. Your small human body naturally isn't too intricate. However, compared to other races, you are already considered to be blessed by heaven. Otherwise, why would the mountain spirits, ghosts, and even the demons in the world of desolation work tirelessly to transform into human form?" Chun Pingon heard a key word. Clothes? Is it related to the stainless that Taoist pursues? The outer sky demon's body slowly rotated. He didn't answer the question and smiled. A sword cultivator's flying sword can break all spells. A market's hatchet can also chop melons, vegetables, and firewood. However, what did the flying sword break? What did the hatchet split? Do you know the reason behind it? Chun Pingon shook his head. His student Cui Dongshan might know the reason behind it. Chun Pingon finally opened his eyes and asked, "In exchange, I promised you that you could enter my heart lake 3 times. What did you see?" The white-haired boy of the air-green snake sat cross-legged. He was furious and gritted his teeth, but he didn't say a word. He had done business with this person 4 times. He helped build the building and gave him a female sword immortal's cadaver and 2 short swords. It was a great loss. Chun Pingon was curious. He picked up the sword's strengthening gourd and took out a short sword. "If you are willing to tell me, I will return the short sword to you." Inside the sword-strengthening gourd, there was still the natal flying sword of the towering glory-sex sword cultivator, Heavenly Sound. It was being nourished. The white-haired boy reached out and grabbed the short sword. He hung it on his waist. There was still one left. It was still being nurtured in the sword-strengthening gourd. He said, "The first time I was a guest, I met a middle-aged Taoist who wanted to spar with me. I was almost scared to death. The second time, I didn't go to that rundown house. In the end, I met a young but lethargic old man. He wore straw sandals and had a hatchet on his waist. He walked around and met me. He wanted to talk about Buddhism with me. Just as he said, 'Please sit,' I was shocked again." After talking about his 2 travels, the white-haired boy fell silent for some reason. Chun Pingon asked, "What was the last time?" The white-haired boy asked back, "Do you like to reason that much?" Chun Pingon was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The white-haired boy jumped up and scolded. "There was a guy who talked to me for a few years according to the different speed of the river of time. He didn't even let me go. I really couldn't leave." Chun Pingon smiled. "I didn't know that I was so annoying. Even a demonic transformation realm demon couldn't stand me." The white-haired boy glanced at the 4 pillars that held up the building. After that, Chun Pingon continued to cultivate. The demonic transformation realm demon continued to wander around. Both of them were silent. On this day, Chun Pingon took off his shirt and exposed his back. Twisting Core took out the spine and started to skin it to sew clothes. She then used several ancient seal scripts, including the 9-fold seal script, to engrave real names on the young man's spine and the skin on both sides. They were all great demons that had died under the sword of the sword celestial. They were all ancient monsters that were inextricably linked to the demons imprisoned in the cage. The closer the relationship, the greater the karma, and the better the effect of sewing clothes. Of course, the pain the young man suffered would be greater. In order to prevent the young secluded official's Tao heart from collapsing and his flesh and blood dissolving due to the heavy burden, Twine could only impart a unique secret art to Chun Pingon so that he could be slightly distracted. This was actually a helpless move. After all, Chun Pingon had yet to reach the far traversing realm. Even after being refined by the golden lava, Chun Pingon's martial body was still unable to bear too many real names of great demons. Twisting Core wrote 3 at a time was already the limit. The young man only had one hand left to control. In fact, towards the end of the sewing process, when Twisting Core engraved the second great demon's real name, Chun Pingon didn't even dare to have any thoughts. But even without any thoughts, his finger was still in the air, repeatedly writing 2 words. Ningyao. Ningyao. Twisting Core was in the prison and never asked about the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Therefore, she didn't know who this Ningyao was. Occasionally, when she was resting, Twisting Core would glance at the young man's writing. She couldn't help but be curious. Which girl could make him like her so much? Was there need to like her so much? "676. Only a few of the 61 demons of the middle 5 realms were left. Today, Twisting Core's sewing was the most crucial part. It was the final stage of the spine. Old Death had his hands behind his back and specially came to observe the sewing. As a demon, it was more comfortable to watch people suffer than to watch people enjoy. The white-haired boy called him grandson. Old Death responded and treated him as if he was deaf. Chun Pingon had already entered a meditative state. His mind was immersed, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits were nailed with embroidery needles. They were tightly imprisoned by Twisting Core. This was to prevent Chun Pingon from being unable to bear the pain and being unable to control himself, thus ruining the seamless sewing process that could not have the slightest mistake. Twisting Core had put in a lot of effort in sewing clothes for the young hidden official. The reason was simple. she would never have such a chance to practice in her lifetime. And once she succeeded, at least the chi cultivators of the two worlds, especially those sanctimonious immortal masters of the sex, would know that she was a tailor who was despised by everyone. What kind of magnificent feat had she accomplished, which was unprecedented and would never be replicated in the future? It was like the human world. Whenever chess was mentioned, White Emperor City would be mentioned. When Tao was mentioned, heavenly masters would be mentioned. Therefore, Twisting Core was more eager to succeed than Qin Pingan. As a result, a tailor in the pure jade realm would often feel that his eyes were dry and sore after a long time of cutting and pulling out needles. He picked up the blade, strengthening gourd beside him, and poured out a green bead with rich water fate. He raised his head and dripped the bead into his eyes. Other than the blade-strengthening gourd she borrowed from the young hidden official, Twisting Core took out two treasures after sewing clothes twice. They were the Golden Book and the Jade Book. Old Deaf lowered his head to look at the Golden Book and nodded. Good stuff, the white-haired boy said regretfully. What a pity. It will be useless after it's used. Otherwise, my grandpa hidden official's eyes would definitely light up. These two items were where Twisting Core's Tao fate lay. Nian Xian once confessed to Qin Pingan that her cultivation opportunity came from the Golden Book and the Jade Book, which were the most orthodox treasures of the immortals. They complemented the art of sewing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to live to this day. Ordinary cultivators, even if they were in the pure jade realm like Twixen, would not be able to see the contents of the Golden Jade Booklet clearly. It was as if there was a natural formation of mountains and rivers. However, Old Deaf and the white-haired boy were both very unusual. The Jade Booklet was a meditative jade booklet from an ancient dynasty in the Central Plains. The booklet was divided into 24 slips, and the slips were connected by golden threads. Every single jade booklet had been polished by a secret technique. The Golden Book was the true scroll of the Imperial Edict, which was also known as the Scroll of Imperial Edict. The entire scroll was divided into 3 parts. The first part had a total of 16 words. The first 8 words were written in golden script, and they were all written in the style of cloud seal. Clouds and mist lingered around them as they flowed slowly. The last 8 words were about the longevity of the Tao and the heavens. It was a prayer that was personally written by a great celestial master of Mount Longhu. The second part was the portrait of 61 immortals. The third part was the main text of the true scroll of the Imperial Edict. The content was about an empress who hoped to become a Taoist immortal Lord Xian. It was rumored that after the dynasty was destroyed, the woman devoted herself to cultivation and finally ascended. The Jade Book was still all right. After it was spread out, it was only a foot long. However, when the true scroll was spread out, it was more than 3 feet long. The reason why these 2 treasures were taken out was because Twisting Core would use the unique technique of the Imperial Edict to remove the words talisman and cloud seal. She would then use the Imperial Edict pasting method to place them on the young hidden official's skin and bones. Therefore, it could be said that Twisting Core didn't hesitate to go bankrupt in order to sew the clothes. As for how much calamity and pain the young man would suffer, Twisting Core didn't mind at all. Since he dared to come here and do such a thing, he would obediently accept it. Looking at the golden scroll of the Imperial Edict on the ground, Old Deaf remembered a small matter. Previously, he had agreed to the young hidden official's deal in exchange for his 3 disciples to leave the prison in one piece. Both sides had come to an agreement. Old Deaf had to take out a Taoist technique suitable for the demon race, as well as 2 magic treasures of the mountain. Furthermore, they had to be rare items among magic treasures. Regardless of whether it was refining or using them, the requirements had to be low. Gifting the 2 magic treasures was a small matter. However, the Taoist technique was a little troublesome. A Taoist technique that had been passed down from generation to generation was bound to have a lot of restrictions. For example, things within a square inch and things within a foot, as well as some rare talisman had methods to open and close doors. Another example was a certain talisman that had been passed down from generation to generation in the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu, other than the descendants of the celestial master residence. Even if you were an immortal cultivator, you wouldn't be able to lift it up, let alone refine it. The profound Taoist techniques of the immortals were usually written in accordance with the great Tao. After being compiled into a book, it would naturally contain miraculous properties. Firstly, the material that carried the words of the Taoist technique was definitely not simple. Secondly, even if a great cultivator removed all kinds of restrictions, chi cultivators with low realms wouldn't be able to read it. Therefore, the immortals with the word sect would usually collect Taoist books. Most of them passed down their teachings orally and spiritually, which was also known as personal teaching. Old Deaf thought about it and realized that there was no point in keeping the Taoist book. Since he had no intention of establishing a sect, he might as well remove all the restrictions and give it to the young hidden official. However, after that, Old Deaf wouldn't care about how Chun Pingon passed it down to others. It was already very kind of him to pass toilet paper to someone who was squatting in the latrine. He couldn't possibly wipe the person's butt as well. The white-haired boy asked with a smile, if it was Yu and Du Shanin, wouldn't they be rolling on the ground after one slash? Old Deaf shook his head and said they would still have a chance if they could barely withstand 2 slashes. Anyway, these 2 brats don't rely on hardship to cultivate. Having a good life is more useful than anything else. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to enjoy life here. Twisting Core kept her knife and rested for a moment. As her previous slash had been slightly sluggish, she seemed to be in a bad mood. When she heard Old Deaf and the otherworldly demons chatter, her face turned gloomy and she shouted angrily, "Get lost!" Old Deaf, who was known for his good temper in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, had indeed distanced himself from the place and walked up the stairs. It was fine that the girl was ugly, but her temper was also so bad. No wonder she couldn't get married. The white-haired boy floated beside Old Deaf and said, "Do you need grandfather to help sharpen that you use Tao heart of yours? You don't have to thank grandfather for such a small favor." Old Deaf chuckled and said, "I advise you not to do it. Boss Sword Immortal is watching over here. If this servant of mine doesn't protect his master well, I'll definitely settle the score with you before I get smacked to death, both new and old." After the 2 fellows left, Twisting Core spat out a mouthful of turbid air and continued to concentrate on her slash. The scene that was too horrible to look at in the eyes of ordinary people was too beautiful to take in all at once. The method of the seal carving was light and noble. After Twisting Core carved the inscriptions, clouds rose and gave birth to a 5-colored Ganoderma. The Een characters were noble and turbid like the mountain roots and dragon veins, light and noble like the sky, heavy and turbid like the earth. For example, there was the 4-character Yang and Cloud seal script. Instead of writing the true name of the great demon, she wrote the seal script of Tao scriptures and master treasures. Once the seal script was formed, there would be an auspicious aura that lingered around like a sea of clouds around a mountain. There was also the ancient small seal script of Tai faking treasures, Lianxin seal script. When the words were stacked together, they had to be done in an extremely delicate and careful manner. Stacking them into a single word consumed a lot of Twisting Core's mind. With the knife technique, the talisman pattern was filled to the brim with bending and twisting. There was the place where the knife was retracted, and the place where the brush was retracted was like a droplet of dew. It hung low but didn't fall. There was also the cutting knife that was like a carpenter's shavings. Twisting Core lowered her head and gently blew away the useless debris. Those debris naturally came from the young hidden official's spine. After finishing her work today, Twisting Core dragged the young man to the small door again and complained, "Chunpingon, you can't even hold on like this. At most, you'll be done with 30 more slashes. If I didn't retract my knife in time, your entire spine would be crippled. Do you want to break the longevity bridge again?" The young man, who was on his last breath, could no longer speak. Only his lips moved slightly. He should be cursing someone. The floor was covered in blood. Twisting Core didn't waste any of it. The fresh blood automatically connected into a line and was finally collected into the embroidered bag at her waist. Old Death stood by the small door and unlocked it. Twisting Core casually threw the young hidden official into the furnace that was boiling with golden lava. Old Death closed the door. Twisting Core was about to leave when Old Death said, "Boss Sword Immortal didn't tell you how Sir Hidden Official killed his way to the 5 realms. How do you plan to solve this?" "Ooh." Twisting Core shook her head. "He didn't say." Old Death smiled. "Did everything go smoothly today?" Twisting Core's brows were hazy. Chunpingon being unable to enter the far-traversing realm isn't a long-term plan. Actually, the current suffering is very painful. 30% of it is his own doing. If it was me, I would have asked Boss Sword Immortal to use some unorthodox methods to break through the realm first. Since he is in a hurry to leave, why isn't he in a hurry? Old Death grunted. These troublesome matters had nothing to do with him. "Miss Twisting Core, we have been neighbors for so many years. Why don't I treat you to a loach stewed with tofu? My young master's culinary skills are really not bad. It's better than your internal organs chewing on each other and eating yourself." Twisting Core didn't appreciate his kindness and floated away. Old Death went to the cage of Great Demon Ching Chiu. Without needing him to say anything, the Great Demon obediently handed over 3 grams of lifeblood essence and a large piece of meat. He then asked in a trembling voice, "Can you help me pass a message to Hidden Official?" If this went on, he really couldn't take it. Old Death ate the green loach's meat. It was chewy, but it tasted much worse than cooked food. He smiled. "Didn't Sir Hidden Official look for you again? Why didn't you come to an agreement last time?" Great Demon Ching Chiu smiled bitterly. Previously, he had indeed met the young man again. However, at that time, he couldn't wait to drag that fellow into the prison. So he tactfully rejected the other party's suggestion. The young man had said something about loaches. He had heard that loaches liked the dark and were most afraid of the sun. Then he threw a yellow paper talisman amulet into the cage. Ching Chiu grabbed it with one hand and ate the talisman amulet, mocking the young man's talisman amulet skills. After that, the young man didn't come anymore. Old Death, on the other hand, came every few days. After eating, Old Death put his hands behind his back. "What were you doing earlier?" Perhaps today was Ching Chiu's auspicious day. Chunpingon strolled through the cages of the great demons of the upper 5 realms. When the young man passed by, Great Demon Ching Chiu immediately appeared near the sword light fence and said, "How can I stop Chingshan from finding trouble with me?" Chunpingon was taken aback. Chingshan was Old Death's alias in the world of wastelands. The file on Old Death in the Summer Palace only had 2 pages, and the previous Hidden Official Xiao Chua had smeared each word into a block of ink. She didn't directly tear off the pages, nor did she smear large areas. It was as if she was doing something very interesting. Chunpingon stopped and looked at Ching Chiu. "It's very simple. Tell me the inside story of that Yeluo Great Demon Yangji. The more detailed, the better." After a few moments of silence, Ching Chiu sneered and retreated into the fog barrier. Chunpingon did not force him and went to the first cage that held Yun Qing. Chunpingon often came here and chatted with this great demon. It really was just chatting, talking about the customs of their respective worlds. Today, The two sat across from each other, separated only by a fence. Chun Pingon had not expected Yun Qing to be so knowledgeable that he didn't lose to the Confucian disciples in the slightest. For example, the Moon Order had a saying, Ji Qiu kills a flood dragon to obtain a turtle. A bright flood dragon can be cut, but a dragon cannot be touched. Chun Pingon asked, and learned that Yun Qing had studied under Zhou Mi for several years, but they had not been master and disciple. Moreover, Yun Qing liked to travel the world. He had even compiled a book of poems that was widely circulated in several dynasties of the world of wastelands. At the end of today's conversation, great demon Yun Qing smiled and took off the bamboo flute with the words banished immortal engraved on it. A half-immortal weapon. It's useless to keep, so I give it to the hidden official. In addition to the words banished immortal engraved on the bamboo flute, there was also a small line of words that had once been given to Lu Zhifeng. Yun Qing had mentioned the reason for this item. It was once a love token of an ascendant realm great demon. If it was not severely damaged and could not be repaired, it would be an immortal weapon. Chun Pingon shook his head. I don't dare to accept it. Yun Qing was puzzled. Why? Chun Pingon said, even if we hit it off, we're still on different sides. It won't stop Senior Yun Qing from going against his will to kill me. Yun Qing nodded and smiled. Same here. That's why we hit it off. In the suspended building, Chun Pingon was walking in circles. However, he couldn't help but stoop, and one of his arms drooped. Twisting Exian sat on the stairs in the distance and said, if you don't reach the far, wandering realm, the repercussions will be great. Even if you succeed in the end, the effect will be greatly reduced. Ooh. Chun Pingon nodded gently. I know. Twisting Exian was also helpless. The white-haired boy appeared beside Twisting Exian and turned into the scholarly appearance of the great demon Yun Qing. He smiled and said, Miss Twisting Exian, to be honest, I've been in love with you for a long time. What a beautiful girl without any entanglements. It's not the makeup of a wealthy person. Twisting Exian ignored him. The otherworldly demon changed his appearance again and said with a hoarse voice, Twisting Exian, you won't despise me for being deaf, blind, and old, right? Twisting Exian still ignored him. The otherworldly demon changed again. Senior Twisting Exian, you can't judge a book by its cover. In my eyes, you're a good-looking girl. There are millions of good-looking girls, but there's only one Miss Twisting Exian. Chun Pingon kept walking and said, that's enough. The otherworldly demon had turned into the appearance of the green-robed Chun Pingon. Twisting Exian was only thinking about the aftermath of the sewing. The otherworldly demon returned to his most beloved appearance and sat on the stairs. A single man and a single woman without any feelings. This is outrageous. What's wrong with the two of you? You're such a killjoy. After Chun Pingon finished walking, he began to use the sword furnace to practice. After an hour, he began to breathe and nourish his natal flying sword. Twisting Exian left. The otherworldly demon of the urchin snake was unwilling to leave. He stared at the blade-strengthening gourd beside Chun Pingon. His short sword, Dragon Show, was waiting inside. The one that Chun Pingon had returned was pinned to his waist. It was called Jiangbu. They were all of high status and were perfect for feeding the two little things hanging by his ears. In fact, items that could survive in this world for a long time would not be of bad quality. But to an otherworldly demon, it was meaningless. It all depended on fate. He suddenly said, what about the immortal Slew? Why don't I give you my Taoist robe and let her wear it and use her sword? Chun Pingon said indifferently, the dead are more important. After getting up, he leaned back and supported himself with one hand. He closed his eyes and made a sword gesture with his other hand. The white-haired boy kept his promise and did not set foot in the building. He just wandered around and kept changing into the demons that had died under Chun Pingon's fist and soared. He only asked, do the dead have to be respected? So what if they are alive? Chun Pingon opened his eyes. He pressed his 2 fingers together against the ground so that his feet were slightly raised a little. The white-haired boy who had returned to his original appearance looked at him and smiled. You don't say what you think. You have been criticizing yourself, the strong, and the world. Chun Pingon closed his eyes again and said, there is no fixed law. The otherworldly demon suddenly turned into a woman and smiled. Chun Pingon hesitated and opened his eyes. It was a face that could be mistaken for the real one. What one thought, what one saw. This was the terrifying part of the otherworldly demon. Chun Pingon closed his eyes and said, you will have to bear the consequences. The white-haired boy immediately shouted, Grandpa Hidden Official, if your future inner demon is this woman, what should we do? Chun Pingon smiled and said slowly, I hope so. The white-haired boy raised his hands and flicked the green snake beside his ear. The movement was light, but the sound was like a bell echoing between heaven and earth. He asked, why don't we practice? Chun Pingon said in a low voice, stay away from me. The white-haired boy complained, you have reduced your seniority for nothing. Grandpa Hidden Official has made a loss in this deal. In the next moment, the otherworldly demon was silent and shrunk its neck. It turned out that Chun Chingdo had already grabbed its head and held it in his hand. The old man had used his sword to suppress it. The otherworldly demon's face became distorted, and its whole body melted like a candle. It was beyond recognition. It cried and begged for mercy. Chun Pingon flipped his body and stood still. Chun Chingdo threw the otherworldly demon far away and looked at Chun Pingon. He frowned and said, you can't carve out any of the key names of the great demons. Twisting Heart appeared on the steps again. Don't blame me. If I can carve it, I'll have to carve it on a dead person. Chun Pingon said helplessly, the bottleneck of a martial artist is not easy to break. Even the axe fist against the otherworldly demon was useless. What he lacked now was that mysterious and profound God intent. Otherwise, if it's just to temper my body, just bearing Senior Twisting Heart's sewing is enough for me to reach the far wandering realm. Ooh, Chun Chingdo said, where can I find a 10th realm martial artist with perfect divine chi for Grandpa Hidden Official? Chun Pingon said, don't ask me. Chun Chingdo laughed in anger. Twisting Heart's eyes were opened. Old Deaf, who had followed the commotion, was full of admiration. The otherworldly demon, who was curled up on the steps, felt that calling him Grandpa Hidden Official was not in vain. The result was that Grandpa Hidden Official was suppressed by the sword will. He first bent his waist, then knelt on the ground, and finally laid on the ground, unable to move. He almost turned into a pile of mud. Fortunately, Sword Immortal eldest brother was still quite loyal. He directly threw Chun Pingon into the lava furnace. After Chun Pingon disappeared, Chun Chingdo waved his hand, and Twisting Heart, and the rest left at the same time. The old man stood in the pavilion and looked around. His gaze slowly swept across the 4 pavilion pillars. Chun Pingon rarely left the prison and went out to take a breather. The white-haired boy quickly appeared and urged the young hidden official to take a look at the place where the criminal official cultivated. He said that there were many treasures there and that they were all ownerless. It would be a waste if he didn't take a look. Under the guidance of the otherworldly demon, Chun Pingon came to the stream. He looked a little absent-minded, as if he was in his hometown and was going to pick up snake gallstones. However, he was missing a huge wicker basket. The white-haired boy was simply an informant who didn't do his job properly. He told Chun Pingon about the recent situation of the 2 pairs of master and servant in detail. He said that Yu was a little idiot and learned everything slowly. Compared to the 3 disciples that old Deaf had taken in, she couldn't be compared at all. He said that Du Shanin's aptitude for sword training wasn't bad, and his luck was even better. It was a pity that he was a huge pervert. For such trash to be able to become the master of Old Deaf and the criminal official, he was truly heartbroken for Grandpa Hidden Official. Chun Pingon suddenly stopped in his footsteps. Not far away, there was a woman who was making clothes and a young girl who was washing muslin. Chun Pingon focused his gaze and only felt that it was inconceivable. He had roamed the Jianghu and seen those little people who made incense sticks and incense burners their homes. He had even seen Chui Dongshan's insect silver, but he had never seen the two women in front of him. The white-haired boy exclaimed in admiration, "Grandpa Hidden Official really has good eyesight," seeing through their true identities in an instant. They are the incarnations of the ancestors of the gold essence coin and Guyu coin. That Du Shanin definitely couldn't do it. He only saw their charming faces, big breasts, and small waists. Yu is even more pitiful. She didn't even dare to take a second look. Only Grandpa Hidden Official is a true hero. The woman who was making clothes raised her head and stroked the hair on her temples. She smiled at Chun Pingon. The young girl who was washing muslin saw the young hidden official and placed a finger on her cheek. Chun Pingon cupped his hands and returned the greeting. The white-haired boy stomped his feet and said, "Grandpa Hidden Official, sigh. How can they be worthy of your great greeting? It's too much for them." Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear to him and walked towards the thatched hut while thinking about money. There were 3 types of gold essence copper coins in Dali: Spring coin, Offering coin, and Victory coin. Chun Pingon was no stranger to it. After all, the first batch of mountains was bought with a few bags of gold essence copper coins. The 3 types of gold essence copper coins sold by the Dali dynasty to various celestial forces were rumored to be created by the Mo family with the help of the Song family. The 3 types of gold essence copper coins were of the best quality and were the best quality. Then they were refined on a large scale. Even the carving mother coin used to make ordinary copper coins in the secular dynasty was the beloved item of many celestial masters on the mountain. It was a great treasure that the collectors would not hesitate to buy, including the gold essence copper coins, the new coins issued by the imperial court, and the 3 types of celestial coins. Above the carving mother coin, there was a type of ancestor coin. The ancestor coin of the snow coin was naturally kept by the Lu family of the Jade Peak continent. However, the whereabouts of the carving mother coin and the carving mother coin had never been confirmed. No one would have thought that the carving mother coin of the carving mother coin would be kept by the criminal official. There were sentient beings in the world. As long as they could transform into human form, no matter what their roots were, they would gain spiritual intelligence. It would be the creation of the Great Way. Then they could be considered as a cultivator who could climb the mountain. There was nothing wrong with treating them with respect. The young Du Shanin had nothing to do today. He stood under the grape trellis and looked at the 2 guests from afar. The white-haired boy was still fighting for justice for his hidden official grandfather. He walked side by side with Chun Pingon and walked backwards. He pointed at the 2 girls who only knew how to make clothes and wash muslin every day. "Impudent, impudent, impudent. Show yourself in front of others." The girl who was making clothes and the girl who was washing muslin were originally no different from rural beauties. However, after the words "show yourself in front of others" were spoken by the outer sky demon, a strange phenomenon occurred. Their skin turned golden and dark green, respectively. Vaguely, words appeared, especially the girl who was washing muslin's forehead. It was as if a small window had opened. It was probably because when she was born, her words were chopped and the knife marks were still there. However, they were oblivious to it and continued to make clothes and wash muslin. The white-haired boy said softly, "The ancestral coins in the world are like money. They are usually in pairs. If both of them become spirits and then become a couple, TSK, 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 that would be a rare fortune. Money begets money. Hidden official grandfather. As long as you promise to bring me to the vast world, I will help you ask for them from the criminal official and the sword immortal. In the future, when I reach the vast world, I will not stop. I will open my eyes wide and help you find their Tao as companions. How about it? Chun Pingon said. Nothing. The sword immortal criminal official was in the thatched cottage. Even if the hidden official came, he did not have the intention to open the door to receive guests. Chun Pingon was here to relieve his boredom. He did not care about the criminal official's attitude. It was fine as long as he did not get hit by a sword beam. Du Shanin bowed and said, "Greetings to Lord Hidden Official," Chun Pingon said with a smile. "As you wish." Du Shanin remembered something. He patted his head and went to take 2 bags of gold powder. He handed 1 bag over first. "Lord Hidden Official, please accept it." Chun Pingon really accepted it. Du Shanin handed over another bag of gold powder. "Lord Hidden Official, please tell me another story." The white-haired boy smiled playfully. Chun Pingon stretched out his hand and pressed on the tall boy's head. He said with a smile, "Even if you become the master of the criminal official in the future, don't do this kind of thing again." Du Shanin raised his head. His expression was calm. "May I ask why?" Chun Pingon did not say anything. He only brushed past the boy and moved to admire the 5-colored flower divine porcelain cups that were suspended in the air. The white-haired boy jumped up and patted the boy's shoulder. He said, "You have potential. Keep up the good work. This grandpa hidden official of mine is jealous of your great fortune. Getting carried away is a compliment to cultivators." Du Shanin grinned. "You must be joking," the white-haired boy said in confusion. "Why aren't you afraid of me at all?" Du Shanin's mind moved slightly. A sword beam suddenly hovered above the boy's shoulder like a bird perched on a branch. Du Shanin said, "Lord Hidden Official has given this to me." The white-haired boy immediately said, "Just because of this, I will call you Dad from now on." Du Shanin had just smiled, but his expression suddenly froze. Chun Pingon was currently looking up at the bottom of a flower divine porcelain cup. He said with a smile, "You can do your best to fan the flames." The white-haired boy laughed loudly. Chun Pingon turned his head and looked at the back of the tall boy. "Why don't you dare to draw your sword within your rules?" Du Shanin turned his head and said with a smile, "In my eyes, you are all masters of the Tao. Playing around in the world is not excessive at all." Chun Pingon dismissed it with a smile. He continued to look at the porcelain cup. The content of the poem was excellent. He accepted it with a smile. The white-haired boy asked, "Du Shanin, Lord Hidden Official, has he ever told you that if you have the chance to travel the vast world after mastering the sword, you must kill all the flower thieves in the mountains? Did he give you a lot of immortal treasures that you don't even dare to think about? For example, is there that immortal book with the word immortal written on it? It's just that in your heart, you're regretting that he didn't give you those 2 ants as well. Is that why it's a bit imperfect? It's fine. It just so happens that my grandpa hidden official doesn't have any thoughts about them. I'll help you beg for alms from the hidden official. No need to thank me. Sigh, forget it. Now that I've said this, your thoughts about them will be shallow. You'll always feel that they've already been discarded by Lord Hidden Official. In your heart, they're no longer as immortal. Otherwise, they'll be lower than Grandpa Hidden Official, right? Don't worry, this is human nature. There's no need to be embarrassed. If you want to reach the peak of the cultivation of the great Tao, you should be like this. Take what you see, discard what you don't like, crush what you hate, seize what you love. Ooh, Du Shanin was horrified. His expression became more and more unsightly. He could only remain silent. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still didn't say anything. If he gave too many opportunities, he wouldn't consider whether he could receive them or not. The person who gave them didn't want them, and the person who received them didn't want them either. However, Chun Pingon thought about it again. Perhaps this kind of temperament was the true foundation of Du Shanin's great Tao, who said that one's achievements were high or low. It was only the depth of one's thinking. Moreover, Alliance was right. What should he care about? What should he care about? What should he care about? The white-haired boy was rather happy. He had chattered so much, yet the hidden official in the thatched hut didn't say anything. This was a good sign. As expected of the hidden official who didn't care about anything, he was a completely different kind of person from Grandpa Hidden Official. He walked to Chun Pingon's side and pointed at a white jade table outside the grape trellis. "Baby, it's a pity that the immortal book on the table already belongs to Du Shanin. A bunch of little fellows have already been raised in the book. They definitely can't be compared to ordinary Du Shanin. They're all very valuable." Chun Pingon walked out of the grape trellis and went straight to the stone table. He casually flipped open a page of the book. The book was filled with the two characters of immortal in different handwriting. There were both cursive and regular script characters. The white-haired boy asked in a small voice, "You didn't even greet Du Shanin before reading." "Grandpa Hidden Official, this isn't like your style." Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear to him. He only flipped through the book and searched for traces of the Du Shanin. The Du Shanin in the book. Li Huai seemed to have it. It was just that he didn't know if it had become a spirit now. The white-haired boy muttered, "Grandpa Hidden Official definitely wouldn't go so far as to compete with a little idiot. Just why? Could it be that his state of mind has changed again? Or is he deliberately bluffing me to trick me into giving him the short sword?" Chun Pingon flipped through the book but still couldn't find the so-called little fellows. He had to give up. According to the ancient book, there was an allusion to the three characters of Du Shanin. When the Du Shanin entered the book, its body would have 5 colors if it ate the characters of Du Shanin for a long time. If one swallowed the Du Shanin, one could become an immortal. At the very least, one could have a spring of ideas and a wonderful brush stroke. One was a general description of the literati's writing, while the other was passed down orally by the chi cultivators on the mountain. However, even the cultivators on the mountain didn't understand the profound meaning of the characters of Du Shanin. They only knew that the Du Shanin's predecessor was a kind of wall fish. It was only born in a scholarly family and hid in the brush pot, ink slab, or the shadow of a lamp. However, the literati at the foot of the mountain said with certainty that as long as the 2 characters of Du Shanin were written in an expensive letter, cut it into pieces, and put it into a bottle, there would be wall fish sneaking in. After eating up the shredded paper, there would be hope for it to grow into a Du Shanin. The white-haired boy slapped on the white jade table. "I'm giving you face, but you don't want it? Believe it or not, I'll write the word wine on the book and make you little bastards drunk." Chun Pingon took a closer look. It was just that between the 2 lines of Du Shanin on the page, little guys the size of a fingernail kept appearing. They climbed over the wall from different pages, from high to low. They squatted between the pages sickly and looked at him and the white-haired boy pitifully. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Then he gently closed the book. The white-haired boy knelt on the stone bench and stretched out his hand to cover the book. He explained, after the Du Shanin becomes an immortal, it's the most fun. They can eat whatever is written in the book. There are also all kinds of changes. For example, if you write the poem about wine, they'll really sway in drunkenness. If you write the poem about young beauties first, then the poem about the resentment of women, their appearance in the book will really become that of a resentful woman in a boudoir. The white-haired boy casually flipped through the book, probably because he had a lot of face. Every time he turned a page, the little guys would rush over. Chun Pingon thought for a while and asked, "What if I write about feces, urine, and farts?" The little guys were all stunned and speechless. They only felt that there was nothing left to live for. How could there be such a crazy person in the world? The white-haired boy gave a thumbs up and said loudly, "Grandpa Guan's wonderful ideas are rare in the world. In the future, when you meet the founder of our family, you'll definitely be able to hug him and regret that you didn't meet him sooner. In the future, when you follow Grandpa Guan to the central divine continent, you'll definitely have to go to Paper Bai's blessed land." Ooh. Chun Pingon sat on the stone bench. The white-haired boy no longer cared about the book and pointed to the stream that actually belonged to the water without a source. "This is an extremely rare fire in the water. It looks like real fire. Grandpa Guan can use it to refine the last life item of the 5 elements. Chun Qing is not stingy, and the torture officer is even more generous. I can help move it to the pavilion." Chun Pingon was indifferent. He stood up and said, "You're already an uninvited guest." When Chun Pingon left, the white-haired boy had no choice but to follow. What was the point of hanging out with that Du Shanin? It was better to follow Chun Pingon and be pleasantly surprised. For example, today's visit. When faced with the thatched cottage, the young official didn't bow when he came and didn't say goodbye when he left. The white-haired boy followed beside Chun Pingon. "Grandpa Guan, today is a little different. Your heart is open, and you're truly following your heart. You're relaxed and enlightened. It's worthy of celebration." Both parties walked on foot. Clearly, the young official wasn't in a hurry to return to the prison. Chun Pingon smiled. "You want to use that stream to fulfill your wish? Why beat around the bush? Just say it." The white-haired boy asked, "Will it work if I say it directly?" Chun Pingon said, "Of course not. Etiquette and rules were important, whether it was the apprentice of the dragon kiln or the youth of the mud bottle alley. As long as they were trekking through mountains and rivers, they had to do what a person wearing straw sandals and holding a hatchet should do." The hidden official in charge, the wine seller, the pure martial artist of the Wen Quan, the sword cultivator, who nurtured the sword. Different identities, different things to do, and different things to say. In the end, they were still the same person. The white-haired boy complained, "My Grandpa Guan, no one bullies people like you." Then the childlike, otherworldly demon sighed. "Forget it, I'm not a person either." Chun Pingon said, "Whether you're a person or not depends more on your heart than your appearance." The white-haired boy snorted. "If a person has ulterior motives, he's still a person." Chun Pingon said, "If a bodhisattva has a heart, he's still a person." They walked to the corpse of an ancient demon. It was as wide as a mountain. "Let's go." Chun Pingon took a heavy step forward and suddenly punched. The corpse was rotten and couldn't be called tough anymore. Thus, a valley path was casually punched out. The white-haired boy clapped his hands and cheered. Chun Pingon glanced at the seemingly mischievous otherworldly demon and said slowly, "There's nothing new about the sad story of the fox demon. If you write books and sell them, it's hard to earn money." Traveling around, he had seen the fox fairy striking the bell and the female ghost scratching the door. One was disturbing while the other was frightening. He had also seen the sparrow listening to the Dharma on a tree branch and the old ghost riding a fox while singing Pan Shan. The white-haired boy said, "It's okay, I'll change it again." Then he pretended to be enlightened. "I've forgotten her ending. There's nothing new about it." Chun Pingon suddenly said, "I've guessed your background." Looking up, it was as if he was looking at the Beko Kyung building in another world. The white-haired boy sighed. "Together with the suppression of the Western Buddhist kingdom, does it count as a different kind of I-Chi turning 3 pure ones?" However, Chun Pingon changed the topic and laughed to himself. Fallen literati are nothing more than acting, teaching, and selling literature. When the last reclusive official in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he told stories on the streets, sold seals, and fan faces. Unfortunately, he didn't earn any money. The white-haired boy was dispirited. Chun Pingon rose from the ground and rushed into the clouds in his green robe. Then he rode the wind and swam in the sea of clouds, his sleeves flapping loudly. In fact, other than sword kinesis, he could also ride the wind. However, he could only rely on pure vital energy to support himself, and it was consumed very quickly. He summoned the 4 flying swords, number 1, number 15, Songjun, and Kulei, and hovered them in various places. Above the sea of clouds, he leaped and stepped on the flying swords every time. Just like that, he drifted around. The white-haired boy yawned as he watched. Chun Pingon kept the 4 flying swords and fell backward, falling straight to the ground. He was still in the mood to leisurely glance at the slender stream in the distance. The water is in the sky. The sky is in the water. Chun Pingon's head hit the ground in the middle of the winter just like that. The white-haired boy above the sea of clouds was slightly surprised. He suddenly looked up and felt that the world had changed. After a while, the outer sky demon stood up, and his aura changed completely. After receiving Chun Qingdo's decree, he finally showed the aura of an ascendant realm outer sky demon. He scooped up a handful of water from the sea of clouds, waved his sleeves, and threw the clouds into the sky. There was a bright moon hanging in the sky, so on his palm there was the water moon. He smashed the moon in the water with his palm. The world changed again. The white-haired boy's figure had already disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the sea of clouds surged. Then it was as if someone had casually created a huge hole in the clouds. Vaguely, an immortal with a blurry figure could be seen overlooking the earth. He laughed loudly and said, "Little Confucian, you overestimate yourself. Let me play with you?" Then a golden giant slowly stretched out a fist and sneered, "Do you dare to take this punch?" Chun Pingon had already stood on the ground and looked up. He spat and rolled up his sleeves, but then spread them out again. A white-robed young man was traveling far away. After standing side by side with the green-robed young man, he lamented, "It's really not fun to be in a cage for a long time." Chun Pingon smiled. "Speak human language." The white-robed spirit waved his sleeves and looked very carefree. His eyes were burning, and he laughed. "Screw them. Let them kowtow to me." "Very good. That's right. As expected of me." Chun Pingon. The earth shook. A green-robed man went straight to the sea of clouds. Martial artists asked the heavens with their fists. Then the white-robed spirit went straight up. The earth was his world. Countless flying swords went to the sea of clouds together. The swordsman asked the immortal on the sword cloud. Sword Chi was north of the Great Wall. Sword Chi was south of the Great Wall. There were streams of martial fate flowing wildly, covering the sky and the sun, as if they were looking for the person with the fists in the sky who had disappeared. "677. After receiving Chun Qingdo's permission, the otherworldly demon that seemed to be idle all day finally got rid of all the restraints and gained temporary freedom. It was able to unleash the true divine arts of the ascendant realm. Everything in the world flowed according to one's will, and it was almost comparable to the truth. Old Death also received Sword Celestial Boss's instructions to open the small world of the prison ruins and accept the martial arts fate from the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the wilderness. In an instant, the martial arts fate swarmed into the ancient battlefield ruins like flood dragons. Beside the stream, the disciplinary officer walked out of the thatched cottage and came to the stone table. He stretched out his hand to press down on the immortal book that reared the moth. The woman who was washing clothes and the girl who was washing muslin were still doing the same work. Du Shanin stood under the grape trellis and looked at the scene through the gaps of the lush green leaves. He had a complicated expression. As the disciplinary officer pressed down on the book, the small world near the stream returned to silence and serenity. Old Death stood at the entrance of the prison and smiled while twirling his beard, being generous when the world is turned upside down. The youth who was brought here to admire the scene felt his heart sway, and he became even more respectful towards the young hidden official. Twisting Heart quietly appeared and said softly, "That otherworldly demon actually has such divine arts." Old Death laughed. "You can't really think that it's a little fellow that only knows how to play tricks, right? Its cultivation of the ascendant realm is just that it's suppressed by the great Tao here, which is why it seems a little showy. It's also afraid of Sword, Celestial Boss. Otherwise, with your little realm and Tao heart, you would have long become its puppet. Even if the sewing technique involves quite a bit of the soul, it's still not as good as the otherworldly demon in the deepest part of the human heart." Twisting Heart asked, "It has always hoped to leave this place through Chunpingan." Old Death shook his head. "Chunpingan will definitely not let it leave the Forbidden Land. As long as Sword Celestial Boss isn't suppressing it, Chunpingan will be its best body. It's like being taken over by Immortal Dove with its body and spirit-changing owners. When the time comes, it just needs to wander around the wilderness and be free." Regarding this matter, both of them were well aware of it. The otherworldly demon was trying his best to get familiar with Chunpingan's way of thinking. Chunpingan, on the other hand, was sticking to his own heart and sharpening his Taoist heart. Usually, they seemed to have a harmonious relationship, talking and laughing. In fact, this battle of life and death was not much different from the battle of chi cultivators. You might not know that the oaths made by the otherworldly demons are the easiest, and without any restrictions. Old Death had a playful look on his face. With Chunpingan's mental state and appearance as a foundation, perhaps a new sovereign great demon will soon appear in the wilderness. The great ancestor of Moon-Bearing Mountain will definitely be happy to see this happen. 2 hidden officials of Great Wall of Sword Chi have pledged their allegiance to the wilderness. This is the direction of the general trend. In front of Sword Celestial Boss, I also have to say something rebellious. I'm looking forward to this. A Chunpingan walking to the other extreme, still Chunpingan, but not completely Chunpingan. He will obtain the purest freedom and cultivate in the future for immortality. Twisting Heart, what do you think? Twisting Heart said, "I'm fine with it." Twisting Heart added, "If such a day really comes, I might choose to rely on that new Chunpingan and take root in the wilderness. I might even have a chance to break through." Old Death's fingers gently stroked his beard as he chuckled. "The new Chunpingan, Twisting Heart, and me, an ascendant realm. If the 3 of us work together in the wilderness and establish a sect, it will definitely be impressive and have great potential." Old Death then mocked himself. "I can only dream of such a wonderful thing." The youth's heart trembled with fear as he listened. He couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying scene the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the unfamiliar vast world would have once that young hidden official pledged his allegiance to the demon race. In the depths of the youth's heart, he even felt that the consequences of Chunpingan pledging his allegiance to the wilderness were even more severe than the previous hidden official Shao Chua betraying the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Twisting Heart asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that Sword Celestial Boss will hold you accountable for revealing your true self?" Old Death laughed and said, "I'm a demon to begin with, so when have I ever hidden my ferocious nature? Chunpingan asked me what would happen if there were no taboos. And didn't I just say, all who see it die?" Nien Xian looked at the magnificent scene on the other side of the sky screen and said, "This is not the momentum of a martial artist in the golden body state breaking through the realm. Even if Chunpingan is the strongest, it still does not make sense." Old Death shook his head. "That's because you haven't seen Chao Ci before. He and Chunpingan are of the same age. Back when Chao Ci returned to Inverted Hanging Mountain, he had just broken through, when he passed through, causing a huge commotion in the 2 worlds. However, In the end, Chao Ci didn't even accept a single martial fate gift, implicating the sixth sword, celestials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They had to use their swords to push back the martial fate, as well as two heavenly monarchs of inverted hanging mountain. Ooh, Old Deaf glanced at the sky. However, in terms of the martial path, Chun Pingan is getting closer and closer to Chao Ci. The rest of the martial artists in the world will probably only get further and further away from Chao Ci. This was an extremely high evaluation given to a junior by an Ascendant Realm expert. When Chun Pingan met Chao Ci for the first time in the city, they were two young martial artists of similar age. At that time, the world only knew of Chao Ci. Yu said carefully, "Senior Def, if he gets closer to Chao Ci, doesn't that mean that Lord Hidden Official is moving faster than Chao Ci?" Old Def nodded his head. That's right. The white-robed Een spirit had already returned to his aperture. Chun Pingan, whose body and spirit had merged back together, fell heavily onto the ground. His knees bent, he lowered his head and gasped for breath. At this moment, the green-robed visitor, who had his head lowered and didn't say a word, felt that the world was huge and there was nowhere he couldn't go. No matter if you were a great sword celestial or an ascendant realm demon, as long as you were in front of me and were my enemy, I had two fists and a sword to fight you. The white-haired boy floated onto the ground and said, "I used all my strength to create such a huge scene. Grandpa Hidden Official, you must remember my kindness." This unworldly demon saw that the young man maintained his original posture, but he raised his eyes slightly. It retracted its smile and looked at Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan slowly straightened his back, and his movements were slightly sluggish. He smiled. There's nothing in the world that can't be discussed. It curled its lips and hugged the back of its head. So there's nothing to discuss? Chun Pingan's shoulders tilted, and he stomped heavily on the ground to stabilize his body. His back trembled slightly, and blood seeped out from his arms and eyelids. Of course, the unworldly demon knew that this was due to his unstable state. Coupled with the sewing, it involved the pressure of the great Tao. The young Hidden Official state was literally in a battle between heaven and man. Those with high states were closer to the heavens and could see further. Naturally, they had a deeper understanding of the orderliness of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The opportunity for Qi cultivators to enter the unpolished Jade realm was the unification of Tao. For celestials to break through to the Ascendant realm, the foundation of the great Tao was seriousness. Chun Pingan walked slowly towards the entrance of the prison. The unworldly demon's temperament was fickle. At this moment, it was already smiling mischievously at the side, saying that it was fortunate to be able to protect Grandpa Hidden Official's journey and form two incense sticks. Chun Pingan was multitasking. On one hand, he felt the many mysteries of the physique of the far-travel state. On the other hand, he focused his mind into a mustard seed, patrolling the small world of the human body, after enduring the pain of sewing clothes from twisting core, and then using the fist theory taught by Li Er to verify and examine each other. Chun Pingan dared to say that whether it was from the perspective of a martial artist looking at the human body's landscape geography, or from the perspective of a Qi cultivator looking at the human body's paradise, they were far beyond ordinary people. As for the natal item of the 5 elements, he had already gathered 4 of them. He was only left with the last obstacle. He was missing the last item of the fire element. The stream mentioned by the unworldly demon was called the fire in the water. Chun Pingan coveted it, but he was not tempted. What he coveted was that the stream was priceless. Anyone in the world who saw it would take a few more glances. He was not tempted because he did not want to take what others liked. Of course, this was a nicer way to put it. To put it bluntly, it meant that he did not have the confidence to deal with the criminal official. Chun Pingon always felt that the senior sword deity, who was extremely experienced and had an extremely high level of cultivation, seemed to have a natural prejudice against him. That seemingly casual visit made Chun Pingon even more certain that his intuition was correct. It was not that the Ning residents did not have any fire element items that could be used for refinement. Although the few treasured items in the Ning residence were not of high quality, it was more than enough to piece together the natal item of the 5 elements. For a qi cultivator of the lower 5 realms, not to mention a cultivator who was in a precarious situation and would refine whatever he had, even a first-rate direct descendant of the clan would find it difficult to have Chun Pingon's current natal item arrangement. Moreover, Chun Pingon had been tirelessly adding to his belongings to supplement the natal items of the 5 elements. For example, the green floor tiles from the Taoist temple at the peak of the mountain, the 5 thunder seal from Lizhen, the imitation Baek Okkyung building pagoda, and the sword fairy banner. After Chun Pingon refined the 5 thunder seal, he hung it on the door of the wooden house. It was used as an exorcism mirror in the marketplace. The pagoda and the banner were placed at the mountain temple. Even the original name Little Fengdu, the 15 flying swords, and the 2 imitations of the sword fairy mountain were often played with by the little bald head. They were all kept in the scabbard. The 4 flying swords were connected head to tail, as if they were the strangest long sword in the world. However, Chun Pingon did not add anything to the water residence that was first built. Back then, he took the lead to use the water character seal as his natal item to refine it above the sea of clouds in the old dragon city. The guardian was Fan Junmao, who later became the lord of Mount Nanyu. He successfully built the water residence. The boy in green helped to take care of the water transportation and anima, the murals on the wall, and the paintings of the water deity were the finishing touches. The water deity on the wall was vivid and lifelike. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, as if they were real and flexible creatures. However, after several battles, Chun Pingon's realm fluctuated and fell. He caused the water residence to dry up several times. The colorful paintings peeled off, and the water pond dried up. This was a taboo in cultivation. The small pond under the water character seal had a water dragon entrenched in it. The water character seal's water vapor poured out like a waterfall. Therefore, the pond was similar to a dragon's cave. It was in line with the saying, "Water is not deep, but there is a dragon." The white-haired boy glanced at it and saw through Chun Pingon's thoughts. He said casually, "A dragon's cave to raise a dragon has been the first choice since ancient times." The saint explained this word. The cave refers to the gathering of qi, and the bottom refers to the stopping of qi. They both mean stagnant and not dissipating. Grandpa Yin Guan, the biggest problem with the dragon's cave in your water residence is that it occupies too little space. Why don't you deliberately expand the territory? It's not like you can't do it. Why do you have to draw a circle and imprison yourself? If it was me, I would let my good grandson take all the water pearls and throw them into the pond to tire those little people in the water residence to death. When the otherworldly demon said this, he put on a sorrowful expression and said pitifully, "The cave is a sign of sorrow. I am very worried for Grandpa Yin Guan." Chun Pingon's footsteps were still heavy. He swayed from side to side and said, "I am closer to water. I am least worried about the water residence." The otherworldly demon shook his head and said, "People who cultivate Tao are most particular about the level of the atmosphere in the elixir chamber. If there are no accidents, the water residence is very likely to be the place where Grandpa Yin Guan will form his Aurus core in the future. However, to place a few pieces of junk, oh no, a few lucky chances in the mountain temple, this is a loss. If it was me, I would not care. I would have refined all the magic treasures and piled them in the water residence. It is best to be prepared early. Forming the Aurus core is the most important thing for a cultivator. The level of the aurous core formed will directly determine the level of the Qi cultivator's future achievements. Chun Pingan's water residence. Other than the water character seal that the otherworldly demon found troublesome and the group of green-clothed boys who would move away sooner or later, the rest of the scenery was natural. It was not bad, but in reality, it was not enough. Unfortunately, Chun Pingan obviously did not listen to his priceless advice. The otherworldly demon did not care. If Chun Pingan really did so, it would be a small matter after all. It would not mean much. In the eyes of an ascendant state, the so-called God's favored son, amazing talent, and great fortune were all false. Unless the other party could also become an ascendant state cultivator one day. Otherwise, in the eyes of an ascendant state cultivator who is already at the peak of the mountain, the so-called lucky chances on the mountain, and all the fights were just a group of cats and dogs playing under the eaves. If they were happy, they would take a few more glances. If they were annoyed or noisy, they would kill them. The otherworldly demon had been observing Chun Pingan for a long time. He really wanted to do a big business with this young man. Chun Pingan's mind was like a mustard seed traveling to the mountain temple. Looking up at the foot of the mountain, a mountain temple was built with the 5-colored soil of the new 5 mountains of Dali. The soil piled up into a mountain, and a small mountain temple was built on the top of the mountain. Later, Chun Pingan also refined the true meaning of Taoism contained in the green bricks to strengthen the mountain. The white-haired boy asked, curiously, "Grandpa Yin Guan, why don't you have much vision for the cultivation of Taoism? Don't you have any thoughts about immortality?" When Chun Pingan was walking, he used the 6-step stance as the foundation, constantly changing the boxing posture and adjusting the muscles and bones in the subtle parts to better adapt to the current body. After hearing the question, he replied, "The distance is too far. I can't see it clearly and I can't imagine it." The white-haired boy said, "Oh, so you need a little light to guide the way. Unfortunately, I haven't found it yet. It seems that among the people who have achieved Taoism in the vast world, other than knowledge, fist techniques, and sword techniques, there isn't anyone who can truly make Grandpa Yin Guan yearn for them." Chun Pingan didn't want to dwell on this question, so he changed the topic and asked that senior officer isn't a local sword cultivator, right? The reason why he asked this question was that other than the lack of any records in the Summer Palace, there were actually many clues. There were the 12 colorful flower deity cups that hovered under the grape trellis, the divine immortal characters that were eaten by the moth fish, and the officer's request for Du Shanin to learn sword techniques so that he could kill the flower thief on the mountain, as well as the clothes-tampering girl and the muslin girl that were condensed from the 2 ancestral coins of the gold essence copper coin and the Guyu coin. Even if the Great Wall of Sword aura had elegant sword immortals like Sun Jiyuan, they were still different from the officer who was shrouded in fog. The local sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword aura rarely had such concerns about the affairs of other places. Miyu's type wasn't called concern. It was purely a type of person who liked to attract bees and butterflies, a small world amidst hundreds of flowers. He deserved a beating. The white-haired boy, who had a telepathic connection with Grandpa Hidden Official, immediately said, "He's indeed not a local here." His hometown was a low-class blessed land in the Liuxia continent. His aptitude was frighteningly good, so good that he could break through the barrier of heaven and earth with a single sword. In a low-class blessed land with extremely great restrictions, it was a remote and desolate place where it was difficult for cultivators to even enter the immortals' cave realm. Yet, he was forcefully ascended to the vast world with the methods of a nascent soul sword cultivator. Who would have thought that this originally extremely hidden blessed land would attract the covetous eyes of various forces because of his appearance in the Liuxia continent? The blessed land was originally like a paradise, but in less than 100 years, it was filled with miasma and miasma, becoming a place for banished immortals to play and play. Everyone fought over it, but there wasn't a stable heavenly lord who could properly manage it. In the end, the entire blessed land was in a three-way chaotic battle between two sword immortals and an immortal realm chi cultivator. Their combined forces caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split open. Almost all the locals were killed, with less than a tenth of them remaining. At that time, the hidden official's realm was not enough, so he was unable to protect his hometown blessed land. Thus, he felt guilty to this day. It seems like the hidden official's family, descendants, and disciples were all unable to escape this calamity. Chun Pingon sighed endlessly in his heart. His own Luo Pa mountain possessed a blessed land with lotus roots. Chun Pingon then frowned endlessly. Usually, the appearance of every low-class blessed land would attract waves of bloody winds. The current situation in the Fuyao continent was extremely chaotic. Other than the appearance of several immortal supreme treasures, there was also the ascension of a pure martial artist of the far travel realm. This caused a hidden blessed land that originally stood aloof from worldly affairs to be discovered by the cultivators on the mountain, causing the various immortal forces to fight over it. It was also a low-class blessed land, but due to the worship of martial arts since ancient times, there was an extremely large accumulation of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Practically all the immortals of the Fuyao continent with the surname Sex were unable to stay out of this matter, wanting to get a share of the profits. Furthermore, the Fuyao continent was the continent with the deepest connections between the top and bottom of the mountain. The immortal masters had their own schemes, and the secular monarchs also had their own ambitions, so a slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. Under the support of the cultivators, several great dynasties fought endlessly at close quarters. As a result, in these past few years, the flames of war continued unabated on the mountain and below the mountain, billowing with smoke. The white-haired boy said, "Do you want to make a deal?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Tell me about it." The white-haired boy spoke seriously for once, slowly saying, under Qin Qingdu's witness, "Let me completely fuse with your Yin spirit. I choose to sleep for 100 years. Within 100 years, as long as you ascend to the pure jade realm, you must return my freedom. In return, I will use the ascendant realm's natal primordial spirit as the source of your Taoism. For a cultivator of the middle 5 realms, it will definitely be inexhaustible. You will no longer have to worry about the amount of spiritual energy, and there will be absolutely no worries when fighting with others." At this point, the white-haired boy was in high spirits, increasingly feeling that this deal was mutually beneficial. He jumped up and said excitedly, "Not only will you ascend to the upper 5 realms in the future without any accidents with me around, it will be like acting as your guardian. Any inner demons will not be a problem. And before that, opening the cave, watching the sea, jumping through the dragon gate, forming the Horus core, and conceiving the nascent soul, I guarantee that you will be unstoppable. There is also an even faster shortcut to breaking through the realm, but it requires the use of a secret technique. You will first fall to the 3rd realm. I might be able to make you dream of ascending to the upper 5 realms overnight. You won't lose out in either choice, and there are no hidden dangers." Chun Pingon said, "Forget it." The white-haired boy was a little anxious and said, "Even if you don't trust me, don't you trust Qin Qingdu? The old man's vision is extremely high and accurate." Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "As long as I have this idea and speak to the Great Sword Immortal, then whether you have a plan or not, the Great Sword Immortal will nod and agree." The white-haired boy beat his chest and stamped his feet and said, "How did I meet such a stubborn person like you? Why don't you take a gamble? If you lose, you will lose a little, but if you win, you will make a big profit. What are you afraid of? How can a cultivator not have a bit of courage? You have to be decisive in killing. Grandpa Hidden Official, you have really disappointed me this time. Too much of a disappointment. You've completely chilled my warm heart. The external demon began to be unscrupulous again, but Chun Pingon still said seriously, the reason why I didn't promise you was not that I was afraid of taking risks, but that I didn't want to cheat the two of us, because this is against my heart. When the time comes for me to ascend to the upper 5 realms, the inner demon will change, and it is very likely to become you. Therefore, even if you call yourself the door god, it is actually difficult for you to protect me. The white-haired boy understood the meaning of Chun Pingon's words and said doubtfully, "You mean to say that if we don't talk about the crux of the problem, and if you ascend to the Jade Realm, you will have a way to kill me? Grandpa Hidden Official, no matter how wise and powerful you are in my heart, you are still a little arrogant, aren't you?" Chun Pingon stopped and said with a smile, "You don't believe me? Why don't you try?" The white-haired boy was eager to give it a try, but he still stared fixedly at Chun Pingon's eyes. He was actually a little hesitant, but after thinking for a moment, he still chose to enter the world of Chun Pingon's heart lake. Let's try it. In the 4 journeys in Chun Pingon's heart, he had seen all kinds of strange things. If he really saw a big strange thing, it would be an eye-opener, and he would just treat it as having some fun. After Chun Pingon transformed into the outer sky demon and entered the Heart Lake world, he took a deep breath, held his breath, and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He tried to shout. In an instant, the outer sky demon rolled out with a pale face. Not only did it fail, but it seemed that its realm was also somewhat damaged. The heroic spirit of the ascendant realm that had previously recovered to its peak state had disappeared at this moment. The white-haired boy murmured, "Good plan, Grandpa Hidden Official. Good plan, letting me be the messenger flying sword across 2 realms. In such a big great wall of sword aura. I am really the only one who can do this." Chun Pingon said, "Why don't you try again?" The white-haired boy sat on the ground and fell backward, waving his hands and kicking his feet, and howled, "I can't live like this. Grandpa Hidden Official bullies the honest people." Chun Pingon continued to move forward. This business that had been planned for a long time could really succeed. Otherwise, why would he allow an outer sky demon to enter his heart lake so many times? The white-haired boy stood up and followed behind the young hidden official. He still had lingering fears and was speechless. Previously, he went straight to Chun Pingon's heart lake excitedly, but the result was strange. It turned out to be a golden arch bridge. At first, he ran all the way happily, and then he saw the tall figure of a woman in white. She stood on the bridge railing, holding a sword with one hand, as if she was sleeping. After Chun Pingon whispered softly, the woman, who was supposed to be an illusory illusion, instantly woke up without warning. After a moment, she turned her head and looked at the outer sky demon, who suddenly stopped because he knew something was wrong. The white-haired boy dared to swear that he had never seen that kind of eyes in his 2 lives. He couldn't even see her face clearly. He could only see her golden eyes. She was condescending without any emotions, as pure as the highest gods in the legends. She looked at an ascendant realm like an ant. Under the golden arch bridge where she stood, it seemed to be the once complete ancient human world. On the earth, there were countless creatures. Heaven and earth were different, and only the gods were immortal. With just a glance, the outer sky demon was knocked out of Chun Pingon's small world, causing an outer sky demon that was supposed to have an absolute limit to consume 100 years' worth of cultivation experience that an ascendant realm cultivator had painstakingly accumulated. When the outer sky demon was born, the realm would stagnate as the limit, neither increasing nor decreasing. After that, there were only 2 things, life and death. The white-haired boy complained, "Grandpa Hidden Official, is she and Chun Ching of the same generation? You should have said so earlier. With such a background, it's not enough for me to call you Grandpa. I should just call you Ancestor." Chun Pingon said, I'm not anyone's reincarnation. You've misunderstood. The white-haired boy snorted. He could even deceive an outer sky demon. He was really a scholar. Near the entrance of the prison, Chun Pingon had roughly adapted to the huge difference between the physique of the golden body realm and the far-wandering realm, but his body was still bent, and his breathing was not smooth. It was not fake. This was the after-effect of sewing clothes. The heavier his muscles and bones were, the tougher his physique was, and the heavier the great demon's real name that had been engraved on his body would be. This was still the key to the great demon's real name that had not been engraved. Chun Pingon couldn't imagine what the situation would be once the clothes were successfully sewn. Would he have to bend down and walk? Passing by the 5 cages that imprisoned the upper 5 realms demon race, Yun Qing stood at the sword light fence and congratulated him for breaking through. The great demon Qing Qiu only hid in the fog barrier. His gaze was cold as he stared at the young man with heavy footsteps. Among the other 3 big demons, the one who had not shown up before also showed up for the first time. The big demon was called Zhu Jie. He was sitting on a green landscape painting that had not been fully unrolled. If Qi cultivators looked at it carefully, they would find that this painting was very different from the ordinary paintings in the world. This painting was like a real blessed land. Not only were there undulating mountains, pavilions, and attics, there were also flowers and trees, birds and beasts. There were also magnificent scenes of stars hanging in the sky. The big demon who seemed to be entrenched in the sky said in a hoarse voice, "Little guy, you are so lucky." Chun Pingon stopped and just looked at the painting. There were records in the summer palace that this great demon could steal mountains and rivers with brush and ink. He had once been a pawn for the sovereign stage great demon, Huang Luan, for hundreds of years. He could draw on the battlefield and move mountains and rivers into the painting. When he closed the scroll, it was enough to squeeze and crush all the creatures in the painting. Qi cultivators with a great disparity in realm could directly draw his image and directly detain part of his soul into the painting. Therefore, in the wilderness, there were often demons who carried portraits of their enemies, including their enemies' names, birthdays, and the location of the ancestral hall. Then they would find the painter and pay him to draw. Then they would buy the portrait of the enemy's soul. The 4th great demon was a woman who was a sword cultivator in the Jade Raw realm. However, her life source flying sword was seriously damaged on the battlefield. Her alias was Meng. She was born as an extremely rare plant spirit, but she could study swordsmanship and had great killing power. She had once dominated a region in the wilderness and was the master of a sword sect. She and the great demon in the ascendant realm, Chong Guang, were not lovers in name, but they were lovers in reality. The last demon in the upper 5 realms kept breaking through realms after being locked up in the prison. Now, his cultivation was in the immortal realm. According to Old Death, Chun Qingdu had once promised this demon that as long as he reached the ascendant realm, he could replace Old Death to manage the prison. The white-haired boy seemed to be even more worried than Chun Pingon. With a troubled expression, he said, "Even if old ancestor Yingguan is in the far travel realm, he doesn't seem to have any chance of winning against these 5. Chun Pingon nodded and said, "Not at the moment." Walking down the stairs, there were many empty prisons along the way. There were 61 demons in the middle 5 realms. Excluding the 2 disciples that Old Death had his eyes on, there were still 5 left. They were all hard to deal with. Chun Pingon suddenly said, "Looks like he has to reach the middle 5 realms. Otherwise, walking with a limp is too serious. Not to mention the great demons of the upper 5 realms. He can't even kill those 5 nascent souls." The white-haired boy deeply agreed. Old ancestor Yingguan has to hurry. Chun Pingon sat down by the pavilion. The white-haired boy still followed the rules and only floated outside the building. Chun Pingon asked with a smile, "That thought of hiding in my own spirit, is it gone?" The white-haired boy said helplessly, "Although I treat people kindly, I'm not stupid." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment. For the first time, he took out all of his natal items and left his Chi residence: a water word seal, a small 5-colored mountain, a wooden idol, and a page of golden scripture. The 4 crucial natal items revolved around Chun Pingon and slowly flowed with different luster. A building shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding chaotic void. The white-haired boy floated to the stairs and asked, "What's the order?" Chun Pingon said, "The water word seal, the 5-colored mountain, the wooden idol of the Taoist, and the Buddhist scripture. However, I haven't been able to find a suitable spell technique. Moreover, refining the natal items of the 5 elements was originally to rebuild the longevity bridge. Therefore, after so many years of fighting, the path of spells has always been my weakness. However, Senior Twisting Heart suggested that I change the positions of a few of my natal items. For example, the 5 thunderdermic seal can be moved to the center of my palm." The white-haired boy nodded and said, "Gathering the 5 thunders can absorb all spells. It's a good suggestion to have the creation of all spells in the palm. The key is that it can scare people. It's easier to hide the identity of a martial artist and a sword cultivator than your half-baked talisman." Chun Pingon asked, "Other than the stream of the penal official, are there any other fire elemental items in this world that are suitable for refining?" The white-haired boy nodded and said, "Yes. Furthermore, the quality is extremely high. The reason why I didn't mention it before is naturally because there's not much profit to be made. It's incomparable to that stream of mine." 3 extremely high grades in a row. Chun Pingon fell into deep thought. He knew that it was the fire lava furnace. The white-haired boy had no interest in matters that did not benefit him. He began counting with his fingers. First, use the path of a talisman to show weakness to the enemy. When the situation is not good, use pine needle and cough thunder to pretend to be a sword cultivator. When you are seen through, you fly into a rage out of humiliation. Open up the distance and use a genuine 5 thunderdermic seal. If the enemy is thick-skinned, close in on him and give him a few punches as a martial artist. If you can't beat him, use your Sword Immortal banner and use your numbers to scare him. Just as the enemy thinks that this is a trump card to escape, use your 1st and 15th flying swords to catch him off guard. If you can't beat him, use your sparrow in the caged and give him a few punches. If you can't beat him, use your moon in the well. Patriarch Ingwan. My fingers are no longer enough." Chun Pingon clicked his tongue and said, "You're really shameless." The white-haired boy smiled brightly and said, "I've acknowledged a good ancestor." "678. Chun Pingon put away the 4 natal items and asked, "What's your real name?" Wu Guang was of course the name made up by this demon. Even Yu and Du Shanin didn't believe it. The white-haired boy was silent for a moment and said, "Frost's Descent." Chun Pingon asked casually, "Surname?" The reason why he asked was because of the demons imprisoned in those prisons. For example, the 5 demons of the upper 5 realms were called Yunqing, Qingqiu, Meng Pu, Zhu Jie, and Ho Chongjun. Except for the last immortal demon who had a surname, the rest of them didn't have surnames. As for their real names, they wouldn't be easily revealed. The same was true for the demons of the middle 5 realms. No matter what their names were, unless they died and Twisting Heart used the means of the tailor, they wouldn't be able to find out their real names from the Jin Dan and Yuanying that she stripped. The pure martial artists of the vast world were particular about finding a master as if reincarnating. Thus, the demons' real names were regarded as a matter of life and death since ancient times. Bai Zhe wrote the mountain search map and revealed the true names and roots of the demons to the Sage of Rites. Then, together with the Sage of Rites, they forged the cauldron on the peak of the mountain. This was one of the key reasons why the demons were defeated. Once the wasteland broke through the Great Wall of Sword Chi and entered the vast world, every natal character that the Sage of Rites mastered would be a barrier for the demons. The few sword immortal embryos in the Jiaxin tent, Zhujia. You see? Tan, Lu Bai, they didn't have surnames. They were waiting for the moon's supporting mountain to bestow them with surnames. Moreover, their names were relatively obscure in order to avoid the Sage of Rites' natal characters. The white-haired boy shook his head and smiled. I was born a lowly refugee in the White Snow Continent and followed the surname of a rich family. In fact, she had an original name, which was Xiao Chao. Later on, when her life was stable, she became a page boy for a rich young master. A private school teacher helped to give her the name Frost Descends. It had a chilling aura and a gloomy aura. It wasn't a very good name. Back then, I didn't know anything and was very happy. I always felt that it was related to books. The white-haired boy floated in the air. He leaned back and crossed his legs. I'm also half a disciple of mine. I'm a cave abode cultivator. In that small vassal country, I can be considered a great immortal. When he was young, he knew some basic skills of supporting a dragon and helped others. However, he was unlucky and didn't succeed. Later on, he was disheartened, he taught, and became a teacher. Occasionally, he sold to earn some money. One time, he went on a long journey, telling me that he wanted to travel the mountains and rivers, but he never came back. Many years later, I found out that the old master had gone to an obscene Shui Fu to seek justice for a friend who was an official. In the end, he didn't get justice, but lost his life there, and his soul was lit by a water lantern. In a fit of anger, I lost half of my life and smashed that Hebo's ancestral temple and his golden body. But that still wasn't enough to vent my anger. I chewed on the broken pieces of the golden body and swallowed them into my stomach. It's just that during the battle between the two sides, the water flooded 100 miles, and the disaster spread to the prefectural city. I was chased by the government and was in a very difficult situation. The outer sky demon, whose name was Frost Descent, said with a smile, Xiao Chao didn't value himself and made a mistake. Chun Pingon had never heard of an ascendant realm cultivator named Frost Descent in the history of the White Jade Continent. Chun Pingon didn't know much about all the cultivators in the upper 5 realms except for the Baoping Continent, Tongya Continent, and Beiju Continent. He didn't dare to say that he had heard of all of them. However, he only knew about the ascendant realm cultivators in the vast world. After Chun Pingon became a hidden official, he went to find them. What's more, the secret records of the Summer Palace were piled up like a mountain. It was easy to follow the vines and find the melon. The white-haired boy jumped up like a carp and laughed. This is a new story I just made up. If the hidden official has heard of it, then so be it. Chun Pingon said, I'm not sure if the story is true or not, but I can be sure that you're from the green underworld. The white-haired boy replied with an O and said in realization, I know what went wrong. I shouldn't say that he was hunted down by the government. Other than the Qing Ming dynasty, where officials must have credentials, the government of the great imperial court doesn't have the guts nor the ability to do so. That world was very different from the vast world where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy. The Taoist sect was the dominant sect, and the imperial court officials and Taoist priests were the majority. Therefore, there would never be a scene of an official praying for rain. The local officials in the green underworld could use their spells to summon the wind and rain and pray for blessings and dispel disasters. The status of the gods in the mountains and rivers was not high. Although they didn't become menial laborers, they were still very different from the god of river and mountain lord. Chun Pingan said, Dao's son from the Xiandu temple, and I were lucky enough to travel together in the Beiju continent. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely visit and thank you. Dao's son was the leader of the Daoist sect's sword immortal lineage. His Dao techniques and swordsmanship were extremely high. However, Chun Pingan admired the old immortal's tricks the most. He was at the pinnacle of perfection. Compared to Dao's son, he was still thousands of miles away. The white-haired boy nodded. I guessed it. The middle-aged Daoist in the wooden house was Dao's son's junior brother. The wooden statue was made from the peach wood of the Xiandu temple's ancestor. The Dao intent contained in the five-colored mountain was also the foundation of the Xiandu temple's sword immortal lineage. I'm not blind. I can see it. That's why Zhu Jie said that you have a good life. You're wrong, but you're also right. To visit the Xiandu temple in another world meant that Chun Pingan had to be in the ascendant realm. Chun Pingan asked a key question. Have you heard of the three mountains technique? The white-haired boy had a strange expression. I've heard of it, but I've only heard of it. Chun Pingan asked again. Then can I use this to refine the god's heart? This god's corpse was once the ancient fire god's aid. The white-haired boy smiled and said, I'm not sure if you can refine it. As for the god's body, it doesn't belong to the five elements. It's all-encompassing and can make up for whatever it lacks. This cage is something that can be refined. Only that smelting pool has never been tainted by the great wall of sword aura. It's still immortal after 10,000 years. I'm not afraid that you can't refine it. I'm just afraid that after you refine it, your body and soul won't be able to withstand it. Two major tasks, assembling the five elements and sewing clothes, will all go to waste. If you don't believe me, you can ask Nya Xian. Nya Xian stood by the stairs and said straightforwardly, unless I give up the golden book and the jade book and use all the words to build the walls of the heart chamber. The two immortal treasures were half-immortal weapons. They were also the foundation of Nya Xian's great Dao. The price was huge. Chun Pingan asked, What's the condition? Nya Xian said, You've always insisted on sewing clothes on the upper body. Please give up on this crazy insistence. Oh, Chun Pingan said, I refuse. The white-haired boy was gloating. He had been waiting for this show for a long time. It was finally time for him to take the stage. Nya Xian was annoyed and said, Chun Pingan, if the 32 sewing places are only on the four limbs and the upper body, it's hard to avoid imbalance. Do you think it's reasonable? As a sewing person, do you think I'm a woman who cares about taboos between men and women? You're also a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword, Aura. You're a cultivator who wants to reach the top. Why do you care about the so-called taboos between men and women? Chun Pingan nodded and said, I do. In your eyes, I'm just a sewing object who has been skinned and skinned. But in my eyes, you're still a woman. Nya Xian was so angry that her face turned green. Chun Pingan, you're unreasonable. The white-haired boy rolled on the ground and laughed. He tried hard to suppress his laughter and did not dare to make a sound. Fun, fun, fun. His anger was vented. Chun Pingan cupped his fists and apologized. Senior Nya Xian, please be understanding. Nya Xian disappeared in a flash. Chun Pingan was not too worried that Nya Xian would give up on sewing clothes and cause them to give up halfway. However, it was very likely that the following sewing and twisting of the core would cause her to suffer even more, and it would be unnecessary suffering. After Nya Xian left, the white-haired boy was already sitting upright. Chun Pingan smiled and said, Senior Frost Descent, why aren't you laughing anymore? The white-haired boy lightly beat his chest with his fist. My heart hurts, seeing the hidden official get misunderstood by Nya Xian. My heart hurts. You call your senior, and I call my ancestor. We're brothers. Chun Pingon asked if it's refined, will it affect the prison? The white-haired boy nodded and said, of course, the prison will lose half of its restrictions. But it doesn't matter. Even if it's all gone, there's still Old Death and a judge in the distance. There won't be any trouble even if the demons run amok. Other than Yun Qing and the other great demons, there were only 5 nascent soul sword cultivators left in the prison. Without exception, they were all experienced in fighting and were very troublesome. Chun Pingon said, Yun Qing will most likely break the restrictions and choose to leave the prison. Even if she only has a moment of freedom, she will want to leave the prison and take a look at the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Meng Pe is also willing to die under the sword of the judge and not be killed by a nobody like me. The white-haired boy rubbed his chin. That's true. What should we do? Chun Pingon looked at him. Didn't he say that he had recognized a good ancestor? The white-haired boy sighed and said, I'll just help Ancestor Yingguan keep an eye on those prison doors. Chun Pingon said, Senior Qingshan, please help me inform Sword Immortal Boss that I want to refine something. Old Death's voice sounded in his heart lake. Do you need to prepare some heavenly treasures? Chun Pingon shook his head and said, no need. Other than the 5-colored golden chamber stove, Chun Pingon also had the opportunity of guidance from Venerable Fire Dragon. After reaching the far traversing state, it became more obvious. He only needed Twixen to help him extract it. Together with the cultivation of the 3 mountains celestial formula, it would be enough. The white-haired boy looked a little depressed. Are you really not going to reach the Jade-Urn state from the 3 realms? Once Chun Pingon succeeded in refining it, it was very likely that he would cross a huge threshold and reach the cave-dwelling state. Chun Pingon turned a deaf ear. The white-haired boy said seriously, then I'll take a step back and give up on those little tricks. I no longer have the intention of taking over your body. I only want to find a place to stay and leave the prison alive. I hope that I can return to the green underworld one day. Other than that, the conditions are still the same. I'll just treat it as buying my life with money. Chun Pingon still shook his head. The white-haired boy stood up slowly and changed his appearance into a Taoist who carried a horsetail whisk. The style of his Taoist robe was not from the Beko Keikyung building or the Taoist sword, celestial sect of the Xian Du Temple. It was a purple Taoist robe that Chun Pingon had never seen or heard of before. It had long sleeves and was embroidered with the sun, moon, stars, Tai Chi 8 trigrams, cloud patterns, ancient seal scripts, 10 islands and 3 continents, various celestial birds, and strange beasts with gold and silver threads. It was as if the Taoist robe was a vast paradise where all living things were born. At this moment, the Taoist who was wearing the Taoist robe had a pair of eyes that seemed to have stars moving around. He had a calm expression and smiled. Chun Pingon, you schemed against me. I helped you send a message with a flying sword once and caused me to lose 100 years of cultivation. However, you, a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, still have such wisdom. I've observed your state of mind during my 5 travels. How can I not have a backup plan? Ooh, not only did Old Death arrive in the blink of an eye, even the sword gleam that the criminal official had given to Du Shanin arrived in an instant. It broke through layers and layers of illusions in the void. It was bright and dazzling. Perhaps this was the true identity of the great cultivator of the ascendant realm, Frost Descent. Chun Pingon waved his hand, indicating that Old Death did not need to make a move. He looked at the otherworldly demon and asked, Are you really going to force a deal? The Taoist Frost Descent smiled and said, Why don't you give it a try? Chun Pingon nodded and said, Let's give it a try. Old Death frowned. Even if this otherworldly demon would definitely die after the test, what benefits would it bring to Chun Pingon? Wouldn't it be better for both parties to feign civility like before? Why was there a need to shed all pretense of cordiality? To both parties, it wasn't a good deal. Of course, to that Frost descent, it was indeed a dead end. When Chun Pingon left the prison, as long as he didn't plead with the old sword Celestial to help the otherworldly demon Net, it would mean that Chun Pingon had already made up his mind to make the old sword Celestial use his sword once. If Chun Pingon dragged his feet and had the intention of causing trouble, not saving or killing him, with Old Death's understanding of the old sword Celestial's temper, he would let Chun Pingon suffer. An otherworldly demon of the Ascendant Realm would naturally have the means to tail him. From then on, Chun Pingon's path of cultivation would only cause endless trouble before he returned to the vast world. Of course, the prerequisite was that Chun Pingon could really survive and have the chance to see his teacher, who was one with the heavens and earth, the sage of literature old scholar. Twixen, who had left and returned, was cursing Chun Pingon in her heart for being impatient. Why did his state of mind seem to have changed after ascending to the far-wandering realm and possessing martial arts fate? As for that otherworldly demon with ulterior motives, it would be better to delay it first. First, he would refine items and break through before successfully sewing clothes. When the time came, he would bring out the old sword Celestial. It would be better than sparring with an Ascendant Realm cultivator in such a hurry. Cultivators were good at refining items and otherworldly demons. They liked to refine their hearts. The old sword, Celestial, suddenly appeared. "Can you save me some trouble?" Every time he saw Chin Chengdu, the otherworldly demon was like a mouse seeing a cat. This time, not only did he not restore the appearance of a white-haired boy, he instead asked Chin Chengdu, "Is our agreement still valid? Can I leave the great wall of sword chi or not?" Old Deaf wasn't surprised. Chun Chengdu didn't have the leisure to rear an otherworldly demon for fun. As expected, Chun Chengdu said, "You can change to someone of a higher realm, such as Ho Chongjun, or find someone with a naturally outstanding appearance, such as the disciple that Old Deaf picked. As for whether you can leave alive or not, don't ask me." Twixen laughed involuntarily. The last 3 words were so familiar. Old Deaf's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't dare to question Chin Chengdu's decision. He only regretted making the deal with Chin Pingon too early. Shuang Jiang shook his head. Chun Chengdu laughed and asked, "I gave you face, but you don't want it?" Shuang Jiang was silent. Chun Chengdu turned his head to look at Chin Pingon. Chun Pingon said, "I'm a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. Not only do I have to sew clothes, but I also have to scheme against an Ascendant Realm otherworldly demon. Old Sword Celestial, you have no reason to stand by and watch." Twixen felt that this young, secluded official was going to suffer again. Unexpectedly, Chun Chengdu smiled and nodded. "You finally know to take the initiative to ask for help. How rare." Chun Pingon, who ruled the world, only asked for help from others. Chun Chengdu couldn't be bothered to care. But since he became the secluded official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, if he didn't ask Chin Chengdu for a few more things, would the old sword Celestial, be a decoration? On the inverted mountain, Miyu begged Xiao Yunyan to bring him to the Golden Millet shop to drink the famous carefree wine. He didn't expect that when Xiao Yunyan finally agreed, Nayland Saihuan said that she wanted to follow and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. The 3 of them entered the wine shop. Xiao Yunyan found that other than the old shopkeeper and the young waiter, there was an additional young lady. Her appearance wasn't that outstanding. She was lying on the table in a daze. There was a stack of books on the table. She opened one of them and laid it on the table. The waiter, Su Jia, sat beside his young lady and accompanied her in a daze. Xiao Yunyan remembered the first time he came to the shop to drink. The lady looked like this, and now it was still the same. Female cultivators had techniques to retain their beauty. It was a great temptation. After Miyu sat down, he took the wine and drank to his heart's content. He drank until he was dead drunk, but he didn't say anything drunk. He was a little dazed. Nayland Saihuan sipped her wine. Her eyes were absent-minded, as if she remembered something sad. The old shopkeeper was teasing the martial sparrow in the jade cage. He said with a smile, demolishing the Yuan manor and moving the plum blossom garden. Now, even the Water Essence Palace isn't peaceful. Immortal Mastercloud's sign wants to bring people to travel to the north and choose a place to live. The Rain Dragon sect master came to the inverted mountain in person. The two of them are very unhappy. It's all thanks to your new hidden official, right? Xiao Yunyan smiled and nodded. Hidden official is still kind. If it were me, I wouldn't get involved in this mess. It's fine if ordinary people don't know the truth of life, but cultivators don't know how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune at all. Isn't death enough to wipe out their crimes? When drinking in Golden Millet Paradise, words were taboo. Miyu staggered to his feet and walked to the wall. Give me a pen. Su Jia got up and gave him a pen. The drunk Miyu wiped his face and wrote, lighting the lamp in the middle of the night, homesick in a small dream. Woke up by the Oriole, a golden millet pillow. Nalan Saihuan also walked over and wrote, it's the most difficult to get along with people close to you. Xiao Yunyan turned his head and glanced at the content written on the wall. The difference in temperament between the male and female sword cultivators could be seen. One was full of flowers, the other was pragmatic. The woman suddenly raised her head and asked Nalan Saihuan, now that your great wall of sword chi is heavily guarded, I can't go to the southern city. How's that alliance? Nalan Saihuan sat back down and smiled. How else can he be? Same as usual. The woman was full of grief. Her pair of limpid eyes were like a spring pond filled with sorrow. He's already returned to the great wall of sword chi, but he didn't know to come and drink with me. With me in the shop, at least he doesn't have to spend money to drink. Fortunately, I rushed back to Inverted Hanging Mountain from paper White Blessed Land. Until now, I haven't even seen him once. The old shopkeeper smiled. You still have to buy on credit. You still have to pay back the money you owe. The woman said, Alliance said that money on credit isn't money. The old shopkeeper nodded. His face is Alliance's face, so it's not called face. The woman lay down on the table again and slammed her palms on the table. So boring. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have returned to Inverted Hanging Mountain. In paper White Blessed Land, I already had many children with Alliance. The old shopkeeper was too lazy to nag this daughter of his. Xiao Yunyan didn't want to listen to these family matters of Golden Millet Shop. He asked, Shopkeeper, what are your plans? The old man said, Fuyao Continent's secret realm has only appeared for a few years. It was a part of Golden Millet Blessed Land in the past. I plan to go there and take a look. When I see which sect has bought it, I'll discuss it. If we can reach an agreement, I'll spend money to buy it and expand the shop. I'll leave immediately. If there are no accidents, you should be the last customers of Inverted Hanging Mountain Shop. The woman said, I'm not leaving. If I don't see Alliance, I won't go anywhere. Su Jia pointed up and said softly, Miss, if you don't go anywhere, it won't work. You might end up there. The woman glared at him, and the young shop assistant shrank back. Miyu smiled and asked, May I ask this lady, how is the scenery of vast heaven? The woman glanced at Miyu. His appearance wasn't bad, just not as good as Alliance's. She casually said, Passable. Miyu muttered, How can it be passable? After leaving the gathering place of the Wasteland's demonic army, the little girl with the ponytail was in no hurry to go to the ancient well with the 14 thrones. She wandered around, not afraid of detours. Holding her ponytails, she leisurely traveled with the wind. If there were tall mountains, she would go to the mountain peaks to enjoy the scenery. If there were large rivers, she would go to find underwater residences. Unfortunately, it was said that the mountains and rivers of the wasteland were not as flashy as vast heaven. In fact, This was indeed the case. After she toured several mountain god temples and water god palace residences, she was somewhat disappointed. She could kill a group of trash with one punch and trample a group of ants with one foot. Without any restrictions, she could do whatever she wanted. The taste was very good. For example, if there was no wine, she would replace it with some dishes. She chewed on soybeans and crunched them. Then the two sword immortals of the hidden official, Luo Shan and Zhu An, chased after her and chose to follow her to travel the wasteland. They had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Xiao Chua and had nothing to do in the military tent. Moreover, they would not attack the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The vast heaven was the place that the two sword immortals yearned for. When they arrived there, as long as they were from the sword sect and had not been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they would be questioned by their swords. Above the sea of clouds, Luo Shan saw the hidden official holding her ponytail and flying with the wind like a bamboo dragonfly. He felt somewhat helpless. The sword immortal Zhuan smiled and said, "The hidden official should have left the Great Wall of Sword Qi long ago." Next, they were going to visit a big city in the wasteland. It was the capital of a certain dynasty. The requirements were very high. If one wanted to live or enter the city, they had to be in human form. This meant that the people in the city were all demon cultivators who had achieved initial success in spells. Of course, there were also many shortcuts. For example, they could spend money to buy talisman skins for demons whose cultivation levels were not high enough. This kind of rule was rare in the wasteland. At the same time, it also meant that the dynasty was very powerful. The celestial empress and her husband were both in the immortal realm. One of them was even a sword immortal. This time, both of them did not go to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. According to the news that the sword immortal Zhu and heard from the Jiazi tent, the treasury was empty. A group of cultivators who were guarding the capital flew up with the wind. They were wearing bright armor and stopped the three of them from going to the capital. A nascent soul cultivator shouted angrily, "Who are you?" Xiao Chua just kept spinning and circled around the group of cultivators. After a while, a series of firecrackers sounded. Clouds of blood mist drifted with the wind. A ray of rainbow light flew up from the imperial palace of the capital and stopped in the distance. It was a handsome man with long hair that reached his shoulders. He was wearing an imperial robe that was made of pure gold and embroidered with dragon patterns with peacock feathers. Therefore, this imperial robe was dazzling and eye-catching. When the man saw the little girl with ponytails, he immediately bowed and cupped his hands. "The hidden official has graced us with your presence. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." Xiao Chua kept spinning, including the man, Luo Shan, and the bamboo nunnery. "I'm no longer the hidden official. Are you scolding me?" The man bowed even lower. "I wouldn't dare to offend the hidden official. In my heart, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi can only be the hidden official." The bamboo nunnery sword immortal smiled, knowingly. As a sword immortal of the demon race, he had to learn from the monarch of the human world. As expected, he had a lot of bad habits. Xiao Chua punched the great demon back to the capital. When the great demon smashed through the roof of a hall in the imperial palace, Xiao Chua, who followed him like a shadow, stepped on his back. The final punch sent the great demon more than 1,000 feet underground. On the sea of clouds outside the capital, Luo Shan smiled. He said 3 hidden officials. The bamboo nunnery sword immortal nodded. He doesn't learn from his mistakes. In the 100,000 mountains, the old blind man who was guarding the grass hut and vegetable garden had an old dog at his feet. The old blind man kicked it away and looked into the distance, scratching his face. The old man's cheeks were sunken, and he was all skin and bones. The old dog spoke from afar. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and the fate of the sword path are difficult to separate. Once it is taken by the moon-bearing mountain, it can attack or retreat. In the next 10,000 years, it will be the vast world's turn to have a headache. The old blind man said slowly, "How can Chun-Ching not know about something that even a dog knows?" Chun-Ching would not let the wild world get too much. It was already very difficult to achieve this. It was a fool's dream to leave nothing behind for the wild world. How was the city wall that had stood for 10,000 years to be moved? Who could move it away? How were the sword immortal embryos of various sizes that carried the light from Providence to be placed? It was not something that could be done once and for all by throwing them to the ground. It was especially so when Chun-Ching thought that the young sword cultivators would still have the great wall of sword chi in their hearts on their future cultivation paths. He was willing to pass down this thought from generation to generation, making it even more difficult. The young people of the great wall of sword chi would scatter everywhere in the future. It was believed that they would soon understand one thing. Without Chun-Ching and the great wall of sword chi, life and death would only be more baffling than the battlefield in their hometowns. The great wall of sword chi was a deserted wine shop. It could not be helped. As long as one was a sword cultivator, regardless of their realm, they would go to the city wall to fight. Fong Kangol and Taoban sat on a bench side by side, eating Yangchun noodles. Fong Kangol suddenly asked, "Do you think we will die?" Taoban thought about it and said with a smile, "We won't. We are still young and have not earned any money. We have also not drunk wine before. It doesn't make sense. Besides, isn't there still the second manager?" Fong Kangol nodded vigorously and laughed as well. He picked up a large mouthful of Yangchun noodles. Outside the prison, Old Deaf asked, "Are you really willing to part with the golden jade booklets?" Twisting Heart nodded. Old Deaf sighed. "Immortal Tao companions are nothing more than this." Twisting Heart sneered. "Watch your mouth." Old Deaf scratched his head. She changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. The thoughts of a woman were not any weaker than those of an otherworldly demon. The white-haired boy squatting at the door shouted, "Make way, make way. All of you, make way. Let me guard Patriarch Hidden, official alone." At the pavilion building, Chun-Ching was inside as he surveyed his surroundings. Confucian monk said, "Pure martial arts." $6.79. Twisted Excian wasn't a person who liked to watch a show. However, this was the first time she had the intention to investigate this otherworldly demon from the green darkness world. Twisted Excian was quite shocked by the otherworldly demon's true immortal appearance, especially the immortal cave robe that the Taoist Frost Descends was wearing. Twisted Excian felt that if she could dismantle the tens of thousands of warps and weaves one by one, her sewing technique would reach a higher level. If her luck was better, she might even find the great Tao opportunity that had been trapped here for many years. Twist Excian said, "Your name is Wu Shuangjiang." The white-haired boy who was squatting on the ground raised his head. "What else?" Twist Excian said, "Wu Shuangjiang was a military cultivator when he was alive, not a Taoist." At this point, she continued, "Wu Shuangjiang might not necessarily be dead." The white-haired boy smiled. "Why is he a military cultivator? What's the reason?" Twist Excian said, "Wu Shuangjiang, unparalleled general. It sounds like a good name to be thrown onto the battlefield. It's a bit of a waste that he's not a military cultivator." Old Deaf felt that this little girl's brain was indeed muddled. According to Twist Excian, "My nickname is Old Deaf. There's an old blind man in the 100,000 mountains in the south. Could he be a long-lost brother?" That's right. If this little girl was really clear-headed, she wouldn't have been a sewing person. The most notorious cultivators of the Devil Tao, the lone rider of the South Sea, the traveler, the god of plagues, and the gorgeous corpse were all dead ends that couldn't be changed. However, sewing people, executioners, and mirror sellers could change paths midway. As long as they operated properly, it wouldn't be difficult for them to secretly change paths and become an immortal registry master. However, no matter how Twist Excian became a sewing person in the beginning, whether she was willing or not, she had made up her mind to walk this path to the end. The white-haired boy spat and rubbed his face in disbelief. "This works too?" Old Deaf asked, "Did Twist Excian really get it right?" The white-haired boy imitated his ancestor and covered his sleeves with his hands. He looked at Chui Excian and Old Deaf with a pitiful gaze. Why didn't these two fools just admit that they were father and daughter? If it were not for the fact that his life was in danger right now, he would have been able to fabricate a series of wonderful stories about Wu Shuang flooding the divine palace with water, burning the divine temple of fire, trampling on the Xuandu temple, breaking the heavenly drum, and attacking the Beko Keikyung building, all of which were linked and reasonable. He leaned to the side, raised his butt, and pressed his hands and ears against the small door. "Why is there no sound at all? I'm so worried about Patriarch Hidden Official. He holds a grudge. Once he fails to refine the item, he'll definitely settle the score with me. Grandson, great-granddaughter, quickly help me pray to the gods and Bodhisattva. Be more sincere. If you succeed, I'll remember your merit. From today onwards, our family of 3 will stand on our own mountain and worship Hidden Official as our ancestor. We won't have to be envious of the torture officials for having more people. When the time comes, I'll deal with the sewing girl and the muslin girl, while Old Deaf and the torture officials will beat each other's brains out. Twist Excian, you can carry a bucket at the side." Twist Excian pressed her foot against the white-haired boy's head and gradually increased her strength, causing half of the face of this otherworldly demon to be pressed against the door. The white-haired boy wasn't angry at all. Old Deaf was slightly envious of Twist Excian. In the years when he first met this otherworldly demon, they had competed quite a bit. As for its relationship with the torture officials, it was even more so until now. For some reason, Frost Descent didn't care much about Twist Excian. Old Deaf wasn't afraid of this otherworldly demon causing trouble, but it would be annoying if there was no peace. Back then, the otherworldly demon had been by Old Deaf's side for 80 years. It was very difficult for Old Deaf to cultivate in peace for even a moment. Later on, he could only call it Grandpa to get rid of its pestering. Twist Excian retracted her foot. The white-haired boy maintained his posture and said, "Greet Hidden Official Old Ancestor, and let him greet me. I'll agree to transform that crimson-purple Taoist robe for you to see as much as you want." The white-haired boy seemed to be worried that Twist Excian, as a chi cultivator of the world, wouldn't understand the brilliance of the crimson-purple Taoist robe. He explained, "My feather robe is one of the 3 imitations of the Taoist robe that Tao Ancestor wore when he came out of seclusion on a bull. Even though it's an imitation made in the future, it still has boundless Tao meaning. It's one of the guarding treasures of the Time Palace, the core of the mountain and river formation. As long as Old Ancestor shakes the robe, the mountain will be like a feather robe. No matter how many times you attack, it will still be indestructible." At this point, the white-haired boy sneered. "The Time Palace is as famous as the Xiandu Temple. Twist Excian, you should consider it yourself." Twist Excian thanked him and didn't stay at the door to squander her resources. The words on the Golden Book and Jade Booklet could be removed. Old Deaf praised. "Good method." Shuang Jiang stood up and shook his sleeves. "Good grandson." His actions had helped Nia Xian obtain a great Tao opportunity. It also helped Qin Pingan. He wouldn't have to suffer in the hands of Twist Excian. At the same time, he could also repay the debt of the Golden Book and Jade Booklet. As for Xuangjiang, it could be considered as helping himself. He had previously received instructions from Chun Pingan in secret. Instead of choosing to be enemies with Chun Pingan in terms of mental state, it was better to choose to be friends with those around Chun Pingan. The instructions were fake, but the threat was real. It was obvious that Xuangjiang wanted him to stop tampering with Chun Pingan's mental state. Xuangjiang wasn't trying to scare Chun Pingan. After several journeys, he used the 3 mountains and 9 marquises technique as the foundation and derived the 24 mountains orientation technique as the dragon-seeking technique. He found a auspicious place, which was called Sealing Acupoint. In a secluded corner of a useless cave dwelling, he dug out a round hole the size of a mirror, which was called Breaking Earth. The round hole was called Golden Well, and then he covered it with a wooden box. After that, the heart hole was like a covered well, dried up, and the sun, moon, and starlight could no longer be seen. Searching for the dragon divining acupoint, breaking earth and covering the box. Every time he journeyed, he did it in one step, and he had to hide from the patrolling fire dragon, especially the little golden figure with a sword and scriptures hanging on the dragon. Every time he entered Chun Pingan's heart lake, the otherworldly demon would play hide and seek with the little fellow. This trick was very well hidden, and it wouldn't affect Chun Pingan's current state of cultivation. However, once the scholar's mental state was tainted, there was a part that didn't see the light. Even if it was subtle, when Chun Pingan's state of cultivation reached a higher state, it would be as big as a mountain. Or Xuangjiang might as well smash the Golden Well, and it would leave a flaw in Chun Pingan's mental state. The foundation of Tao was no longer complete. Could it be mended? Of course, it could. As long as Chun Pingan gifted the Golden Well to the otherworldly demon as a cave dwelling, not only could it be mended flawlessly, it could also benefit the state of cultivation and become the source of Tao for a Qi cultivator. As for the method of cultivating the 3 mountains, Xuangjiang was no stranger to it. He had only heard of it before. However, until now, Xuangjiang still couldn't figure out one thing. From the time Chun Pingan took the initiative to ask for his name, to the mention of the Taoist fire dragons, imparting of the 3 mountains art of material refinement, was it intentional on Chun Pingan's part? Was it because Chun Pingan had already noticed that something was amiss? Was it because Chun Pingan didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality and ask Chun Chindu to hold the fort? The white-haired boy couldn't help but lament. It can only be used as a training ground in the snail's shell. It restricts your great supernatural powers. Chun Pingan had cultivated 4 natal items: the old Dragon City's Sea of Clouds, the Immortal Inn at the Great Blasphemy Estuary, the Dragon Palace's Cave, the Great Wall of Sword Aura, and the secret chamber in the Ning residence. The last item belonged to the 5 elements, and there were 2 dispensable Taoist protectors, the Ascendant State Demon, Qingshan, and the Ascendant State Otherworldly Demon, Xuangjiang. The small door opened slowly, and Chun Pingan appeared. The white-haired boy immediately flattered. Ancestor Yin Guan, your aptitude is so extraordinary that it makes one's hair stand on end. Your refinement speed is so fast. To hell with Chao Ci. He's not even fit to carry your shoes. Why hasn't Ancestor Yin Guan started refining? Is it because he has too much martial arts fate and hasn't been completely tempered? How many martial artists in the world can understand this kind of sorrow? Old Deaf felt that he didn't feel the least bit guilty calling it Grandpa when it came to the matter of bootlicking and disgusting. Chun Pingan said, "I came out to take a breather." Chun Pingan strolled along the stairs. The surroundings were naturally dark and gloomy. How far one could see depended on one's cultivation. As the young Yin Guan was walking down, the white-haired boy walked in front. He walked sideways, bent over, and stretched out his hands, reminding the ancestor Yin Guan to be careful when he stepped. If he walked up the stairs, the white-haired boy would follow behind him. He would also stretch out his hands to prevent the ancestor Yin Guan from accidentally falling backward. In terms of the degree of flattery on the surface, Miyu Gu Jianlong and Chao Gun of the Summer Palace's lineage were probably not as good as this otherworldly demon. It seemed interesting and boring, but the white-haired boy would silently count in his heart when Chun Pingan would deny this matter. It was really boring but interesting. Chun Pingan didn't care about the absurd actions of this otherworldly demon at all. He just let it do whatever it wanted. It was true that Chun Pingan did not refine the magma furnace. The martial arts fate in his body was not the reason. Twisting Core had already helped to peel off 2 fire seeds from the fire dragon. They were the 2 eyes of the fire dragon. Compared to the fire dragon that was formed by pure martial artists, the 2 fire seeds that were constantly fused into the eyes of the fire dragon were just external objects. After being removed by Twisting Core, the fire dragon's vital chi was not harmed. It was just that the process of taking the eyes was a little unexpected. As a sewing man in the Jade Raw realm, he was actually unable to suppress the unruly fire dragon. If he really wanted to forcefully remove the 2 eyeballs, he would probably have to go to war and hurt Chun Pingan's body. This was probably the innate conflict between chi cultivators and pure martial artists. Chun Pingan could only negotiate with the Golden Man. After much persuasion and countless scoldings, the Golden Man finally stepped on the fire dragon's head, making it docile and motionless. It allowed Chun Pingan to retrieve the eyeballs. So far, everything was going smoothly. However, when Chun Pingan entered the small door and began to operate the ancient celestial formula taught by Immortal Fire Dragon, he realized that he was in an awkward situation. The formula for refining items originated from the rain-praying tablet outside the water deity temple of Bayou Mansion. It was faintly like a frustrated person who hid and complained to himself. He operated the magic on his own and caused ripples in his heart. If it was during normal times, this would be a good sign for cultivation and the heavenly perception. However, at the crucial moment of refining an item of the fire element, it was a deadly trouble. When Chun Pingan realized that something was wrong, his mind went to the water deity mansion to take a look. Indeed, he saw that the boys in green were all restless. They were curled up under the mural that looked like a water fairy worshipping. Obviously, it was easy. Chun Pingan had the signs of a battle between water and fire in the small world of the human body. Because Chun Pingan's great Tao was close to water, he wanted to refine an unimaginably high-grade deity's heart into an item of the fire element. Therefore, the battle between water and fire was the most obvious. Previously, he first had the water deity mansion and then the mountain temple. Because of the relationship between the mountains and rivers, it was beneficial to the refining process. Then he refined the wood element natal item. Both the water and the earth were helpful. Similarly, the small world of the human body did not hinder him. After that, no matter how Chun Pingan suppressed the water element in his heart lake, there was little effect. Chun Pingan stood outside a prison. Inside, a Yuanying sword cultivator demon was detained. His name was Huang He and his natal flying sword was Lin Li. His real body was a scorpion. According to the mountain-searching map, he belonged to the cockroach family. Chun Pingan often came here. He stood there and did not speak. Huang He had been concentrating on cultivating his sword. He pretended that he did not see the young man outside. Chun Pingan asked, "Do you have a way to win?" Use the mountain sealing technique to close the door of the water deity mansion. The white-haired boy said with a long face, "Elder hidden official, seniority is seniority. Business is business. Right now, we're cutting off our relationship cleanly. Don't try to take advantage of me. Okay?" Chun Pingan said, "Why not? From now on, we will start a real business. As long as you give enough, you can earn your life. Your oath is useless, but my oath is true. When the time comes, I will plead with Sword Immortal Boss. But there is a bottom line. You can scheme against others. I have already spoken with Sword Immortal Boss. If you scheme against me again, I will kill you. The white-haired boy asked, Are you really willing to change your mind and let me leave the prisons? Chun Pingon said, There's a sequence of events. You were the one who schemed against me first. You want to seize my body and soul, coveting my karma entanglements and some of my fate, so that you could hide deeper. Once you succeeded, perhaps even the great Sword Immortal would find it difficult to kill you completely. Why would I let you leave the prison alive after taking all the advantages? Do you really think that I am your biological grandfather or ancestral ancestor? If I was your ancestral ancestor, with your conduct and unfilial descendant, I would have put righteousness before family. The white-haired boy curled his lips and said, You just want me to pave the way for you and tell you more about the inside rules of the Green Turtle world so that you can make early plans for the Beko Kekyung building when you ascend to the Green Turtle world. Did I not say that? Chun Pingon smiled and rubbed the white-haired boy's head. Why aren't you calling me ancestral ancestor? The outer sky demon said happily, All right, ancestral ancestor. Chun Pingon changed his palm into a fist. The outer sky demon shattered with a bang. It then condensed into a human form elsewhere. It was a green snake wearing a Taoist robe. It jumped back and said excitedly, Ancestral Recluse's fist fully shows the power of the far-wandering realm. Chun Pingon gently twisted his wrist. Entering the far-wandering realm was indeed much stronger than the Golden Body realm. It was just that he did not know which realm Chao Si was at now. The white-haired boy revealed the heavenly secret and said with a smile, Tao formula refines items. Ancestral Recluse has 2 immortal formulas. Both of them said that they can refine all things. Then, how about using the formula to refine the formula? Chun Pingon thought about it and still shook his head. If I have to give up one to keep the other, it's really hard to choose. Moreover, I don't know what will happen after refining them into one formula. Moreover, there will be too many accidents in this process. The 2 immortal formulas are too high grade. As a chi refinement warrior, my realm is too low. So, you can tell me what you really think. How should we calculate the money for this first transaction? How should we sum it up? Ooh, the white-haired boy stretched out 2 fingers and said, Actually, this is the second transaction. Twisting Core will come and find you very soon. Chun Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and said with a smile, This is not considered a transaction. It's a favor of you returning to your ancestral home. The white-haired boy also covered his sleeves with both hands. He rolled his eyes and nodded. That makes sense, Chun Pingon said. I told you before that there's nothing in the world that can't be discussed. It's you who didn't believe me. The white-haired boy said frankly, I'm an ascendant after all. It's easy for me to become arrogant. The sword cultivator demon, who was at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, stopped nurturing his life flying sword. He opened his eyes and looked at the pair of grandfather and grandson who were happily outside the sword light fence. Huanghe suddenly had a thought in his mind. If all the young people in the world are like this, we demons should not go there and cause trouble. Learning to read, our hearts and livers are soaked in ink. Our hearts and livers are very black. After leaving the cage, the white-haired boy knew why Chun Pingon stayed for such a long time. It was just that he had seen the 2 paintings of the young man's state of mind. He did not dare to be mischievous on such matters. Chun Pingon asked, regarding the 5 poisons, Is there any corresponding folk custom in the world of Qingming? Shuangjiang nodded and said, There are many. For example, at the entrance of the market, small gourds are cut out of colored paper and pasted on the door. It's called the inverted calamity gourd. Over at the yamen, The Qinglu officials who have the credentials will specially change into a set of Taoist robes bestowed by the Taoist sect, embroidered with the picture of the 5 poisons. Then they will go to the place where all the people within their jurisdiction draw water and throw in Guyu talismans. Chun Pingon said, in the southeastern part of the North Continent, there's also the custom of posting Guyu invitation. If a rich family has the invitation written by the immortals at their door, it's something to be proud of. It's not inferior to the plaque hanging in the main house. Shuangjiang said, when one state is high, there may be new troubles coming one after another. However, there's one good thing. The state of a cultivator can really solve a lot of problems. When one state is high, many problems will disappear on their own. Good fortune comes uninvited. Bad guests leave without being reprimanded. Chun Pingon seemed to have understood something. He nodded and said, "That's reasonable. I've learned something." Shuangjiang raised his hand and wiped away his bitter tears. He sobbed and said, "Ancestor, your words are touching." Xin came quickly. When it came to the root of the great Tao, there was no need to be ashamed. She wasn't Chun Pingon, who was a man. What was there to be embarrassed about? Why would a woman blabber so much? Chun Pingon was very interested. He made up his mind to observe from the side. It was a heavenly immortal cave robe that was one of the few in the green underworld world. Using the power of sewing clothes, he carefully disassembled 36,000 crisscrossing threads of warp and weft. Just this process alone was of Tao observation that could only be chanced upon but not sought. Xin took out the golden book and the jade book. She said, "I was going to let you suffer a little before helping you build your heart chamber." She suddenly said, "Do you have a talisman of a higher grade? Otherwise, it won't be able to hold these words. If the grade is not good enough, it will have to be stacked together. It's not a small number." Chun Pingon took out a piece of green talisman paper from the Fengzuan item. The white-haired boy's eyelids trembled. Xin nodded and let Chun Pingon place the talisman paper beside the golden jade book. She took out the willow tendon that she had refined into her natal item. She started to peel the words from the golden jade book. It looked like an ordinary dagger, but its tip was very thin. Every time a word left the book, Xin would use the tip of the dagger to touch the green talisman paper. When the word landed on the paper, it would sink into the talisman paper. Fortunately, it did not break the paper. In the end, Xion's face was pale. The organs under her head were churning and crushing each other. Her body was a mess of blood and flesh. It was like a muddy pond. Xion opened the embroidered pouch and took out some scarlet pills that were refined by unknown means. She poured a large amount of them into her mouth and swallowed them. Chun Pingon folded the talisman paper. It was heavy in his hand. He carefully put it into his sleeve. After standing up, he cupped his fists and thanked her solemnly. Xion ignored him. From the beginning to the end, the woman who had injured her foundation so badly that her pure jade realm was on the verge of collapse did not even frown. Chun Pingon felt that Xion could actually practice martial arts. Being unmoved by someone else's dagger and being unmoved by one's own dagger were two different realms. Xion looked at the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy did not transform into the true appearance of the Ascendant Realm cultivator, Shuangjun. Instead, he glanced at the expressionless patriarch Ingguan. Then he shrunk his head and stretched out 2 fingers to pinch a corner. He pulled slowly. Suddenly, a brilliant light flowed, and a Taoist robe gradually appeared. Then the white-haired boy suddenly pulled, and the robe was in his hand. It was an illusory Taoist robe that flowed with colorful lights like a waterfall. Chun Pingon asked curiously, "The Taoist robe is also fake. Why is it so real?" Xion's eyes were burning. She felt that Chun Pingon was too much of a layman. She said, It contains the meaning of Tao. When it appeared in the world, it was almost the manifestation of Tao. How can it be real or fake? Chun Pingan's horizons were broadened. Although his Taoist robe was upgraded to an immortal weapon by constantly feeding the gold essence copper coins, it was definitely not as mysterious as this robe. The white-haired boy said angrily, "Little girl, how can you talk to my patriarch like that? Show your grandpa some respect." Nixin responded with a cold smile and glanced at Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan looked at the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy looked around and laughed. Nixin took the light and almost weightless Taoist robe. She opened her palm and rubbed it carefully like a drunkard drinking wine or a lover caressing the skin of a beauty. Chun Pingan was a bit scared. The vulgar words of the female sword Immortal Xie Songhua and the way Nixin looked at her treasures made it difficult for Chun Pingan to resist. The white-haired boy told Nixin where the restrictions on the robe were. She sat down and gently placed the robe on her knees. She took out her 10 fundamental life item embroidery needles and used them to pick up a thread. After slowly pulling it out, she twisted it into a ball of thread and placed it beside her feet. Just pulling out a single thread took the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Nixin was mentally exhausted. She closed her eyes and breathed in slowly. During this time, an extremely small mistake in picking the needle triggered many restrictions. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers on the Taoist robe changed. In the end, the robe was directly put on Nixin's body. Nixin's soul trembled. She felt like she was thrown into a forbidden world. Frost's descent hurriedly controlled the robe to leave Nixin's body. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. Nixin spat out a mouthful of blood and put it back into the embroidery bag. Chun Pingan sat on the steps and watched for a few hours before silently leaving. Before this, he felt like he was in a house in the marketplace, watching a woman mending clothes under the light. The white-haired boy asked telepathically, "Is there no need to close the water manor?" Chun Pingan shook his head. "There's no need. My heart is calm." It was rare that the white-haired boy didn't leave with him. He rested his chin on his hands and stared at Nixin's needlework. He said softly, "If this is the real thing, you'll trigger the restrictions when you pick up the needle. If no one helps you take off your clothes, you'll die." Nixin didn't have any other thoughts. She ignored him. There were more and more balls of thread by her feet. They gathered together like miniature suns and moons. The white-haired boy suddenly said, "Nixin, why are you not afraid of death even though you clearly want to live? Not to mention the greedy old deaf. Even the pure and simple torture officers are afraid of death. In my opinion, your state of mind is the closest to Chun Qingdo's in the prison." Nixin took out another meridian thread that pierced through countless mountains and rivers on the robe. She planned to rest for a while and answered, "There's something to love about life, but not too much to worry about. It's a pity to die, but not too much to regret. What can I do if I'm already like this?" The white-haired boy said, "It's just that your innate aptitude is a bit lacking. Otherwise, there's still hope for you to reach the ascendant realm." Seeing that Nixin had no intention of replying, he laughed. "Have you heard that there's a glazed cellar in the Qingming Tian? Even if you don't care about your appearance, you can still improve a lot by changing your skin." Nixin said, "I've only heard that there's a fox cave in the wasteland." The white-haired boy was a bit helpless. Nixin's cold joke was indeed easy to lose the conversation. At this moment, the white-haired boy frowned and stood up. For the first time, his expression was a bit serious. Nixin stopped just as she was about to pick up the needle. Someone pushed the door open and walked out. The sound of his heart beating was like the power of a god's drum. Every time his heart beat, the entire prison would shake along with it. In the summer palace, a flying sword message was received. Sword Immortal Cho, Miao handed the secret letter to Song Gaoyuan. It came from the upside-down Mountain Essence Palace. There was only a stamp on the envelope and no signature, so it was impossible to identify the owner of the stamp. Song Gaoyuan was accompanying Xian Shen and watching a certain battlefield on the scroll. After reading the secret letter, he wanted to say something but stopped. Now, the sword cultivators of the hidden official's lineage were much more relaxed. As long as they wanted to go to the city to fight, they no longer needed to follow the rule of 3 people in a group, whether they were alone or in groups of 3 or 5. They could go as they pleased. Immediately, the 3 female sword cultivators, Dong Bud, Guizhuzhou, and Luo Zhini, left the summer palace together. Apart from them, Su Ning, Gu Jianlong, and Chao Gun also left on their swords. Cho Miao laughed. What are you hesitating for? Learn from Lin Junbai. Song Gaoyuan hesitated and said, I'll send a letter back to the upside-down Mountain Essence Palace. I'll wait until Sword Immortal Xie. She leaves the battlefield. Then I'll go to the upside-down mountain with this senior. Cho Miao asked, You're just going to leave your senior in the upside-down mountain? That's not appropriate. Song Gaoyuan said, Patriarch Rongguan won't mind. She wanted to tour the upside-down mountain anyway. Cho Miao let him be. The next day, Dong Bud and the 3 female sword cultivators returned to the summer palace together. Luo Zhini recalled something and told Song Gaoyuan that she had brushed shoulders with Sword Immortal Xie Ji on the battlefield. She asked her to pass a message to Song Gaoyuan, telling him not to wait for her. Pang Yuanji stood up and strode over the threshold. He rode his sword to the city and said, Song Gaoyuan, I won't be sending you off. Song Gaoyuan left the summer palace on this day. Before he left, Cho Miao handed a package to the Deerhorn Palace cultivator, saying that it was from the hidden official. Song Gaoyuan carried the package and went through the gate alone. He went to the upside-down mountain and found the Water Essence Palace. He saw the female patriarch of his sect, Patriarch Rongguan. The young sword cultivator saw his own patriarch. It didn't matter that Patriarch Rongguan was accompanied by several female immortal masters of the Rain Dragon sect. The young man's eyes reddened, and he said with a trembling voice, Many people died. Senior Xieji also didn't return home. Patriarch Rongguan sighed, not knowing how to comfort this junior. The young sword cultivator of the Gold Armor Continent, Xian Ken, crossed the gate with the female sword immortal Song Pin. They went to the upside-down mountain and went straight to the ferry. Song Pin, her murderous aura, was extremely heavy, as if her mind hadn't truly left the battlefield. Following them were 2 little girls of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They were both sword cultivators at a young age. The one who kept a straight face was called Sun Zhao. Her elder sister, Sun Tian, was practicing martial arts. Unlike Sun Zhao, the child who was looking around was called Jin Luan. They would follow Sword Immortal Song Pin to cultivate. When they arrived at Song Pin's sect, they would be officially accepted as direct disciples at the Patriarch Hall. The group went to the ferry at the Elk Cliff and took a cross-continent ferry to the Fuyao continent. Song Pin and Xian can return to their hometown, while the 2 children were thousands of miles away. The female sword Immortal only bought 2 jade tokens at the ferry. When they boarded the ferry, the Qi refinement warrior in charge of the ferry asked why the 2 girls didn't have jade tokens. This was against the rules. Sword Immortal Song Pin naturally recognized her. He wasn't blind. She was such a beautiful woman, and she was carrying a sword, Fuyao, that was rumored to contain a continent's sword light. The cultivators of the Golden Armor Continent and Fuyao Continent would recognize her at a glance. Song Pin said, I'm giving you face. Just accept it. Xian Ken was calm. He felt that Senior Song Pin's words were very reasonable. Finally, the ferry manager rushed over and personally opened the way for the four of them to board the ferry. Jean Wan's mouth was slightly agape. The girl was confused. Sword Immortal Songpin didn't interact with them like this in private. He had a smiling face and a gentle voice. He had a good temper. A few good rooms were vacated on the ferry. Songpin brought the two girls to the viewing platform with a wide view and smiled. "This is the scenery of the vast world," Jean Wan whispered. "There's too little sword chi." Sun Zhao rolled her eyes. "Nonsense. How can it be compared to our great wall of sword chi?" Jean Luan didn't say anything else. It wasn't that she was afraid of Sun Zhao. It was mainly because she wanted to hear Sun Zhao's strange stories. Songpin said gently, "So, you need to get used to it quickly. When we reach the sect of the Gold Armor Continent, I'll reserve 2 mountains full of spirit chi for you. When you reach the Golden Core Realm, you can hold the opening ceremony. Then, it'll be your residence. From that moment onwards, you'll have a firm foothold in the vast world." On the viewing platform next door, a young sword cultivator waved his hand and greeted the two girls. Jean Wan tiptoed and smiled brightly. Brother Xian made a face. Sun Zhao suddenly felt sad. She pulled the female sword immortal's sleeve and sobbed. "Master, I miss home." Songpin held the girl's hand and whispered, "In the future, other than me, don't say such things to anyone." Sun Zhao didn't know what was going on. She quickly wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. One night, a tall and skinny old man passed through the door. He immediately stopped and closed his eyes. He raised his head and sniffed. He chuckled. "It's been a long time." It was the Jade Realm Sword Immortal Pu. However, he had fallen to the nascent soul realm. Even if he wore a robe, he still couldn't hide the smell of blood on his body. Following Pu, he into Inverted Hanging Mountain was Chao Gun and a young man and girl from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. When Chao Gun became a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage, he was only in the Dragon Gate realm. Now, he was already a Golden Core realm cultivator. The young man and girl that he brought away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi was only in the cave realm. His talent wasn't outstanding in the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and he wasn't considered a genius. However, he was to Puhi's liking. As for the sea viewing realm girl, her talent was even better. Puhi planned to let a close friend on the mountain pass on the Tao to her. As a sword immortal from the Liuxia continent who specialized in killing, how could he not have a few close female friends? Even if the other party was now a realm higher than him. Even if she still looked like a girl, she would still have to call him Big Brother Pu whenever they met. The young man complained, "Old man Pu, when are you going to become a sword immortal again?" "Otherwise, I'll lose face as your disciple." "Ooh," Pu sneered. "Do you think I'll be proud to take in a cave realm disciple like you? Don't you know that even Golden Core realm cultivators aren't qualified to sit at my wine gatherings in the Liuxia continent? They can only stand and drink?" Chao Gun was speechless, because what Sword Immortal Pu he said was absolutely true. Golden Core realm earth immortals with a bit of backbone usually wouldn't participate in Pu's banquet. However, there were more who were willing to go. The young man said angrily, "Don't call me your father." He laughed instead of being angry, as expected of my disciple. "When you're not drinking, you speak drunkenly. After drinking, you want to draw your sword at the slightest disagreement. Everyone in the continent looks at you with surprise." However, the young man didn't appreciate it and said, "You're just a nascent soul realm cultivator, and you talk big. People who aren't familiar with you would think that an ascendant realm cultivator is yawning here." Chao Gun was even more speechless. What kind of master, what kind of disciple, if they weren't from the same family, they wouldn't enter the same house? The taciturn girl envied the courage of her peers. She didn't dare to talk to Puhi like that. The young man said, I heard that you have a lot of enemies in the Liuxia continent. Now that you've fallen, will you cause me to be killed by my enemies? Pu He pressed the young man's head and pushed him away. Don't say such unlucky things. The cross-continent ferry they took would stop at the ferry port near Lingjijai. Pu He was planning to buy a few things from that immortal shop. She didn't have much money in her pocket, so she could only choose the cheap things. If worst came to worst, she would borrow money from Chao Gun. Whether their friendship in the Great Wall of Sword Chi was deep or not depended on whether Chao Gun would lend her money or treat her to drinks. In any case, it was a one-way trip. At Lingjijai, the girl was in high spirits, but the young man didn't want to go in. He just sat on the steps. Chao Gun sat beside him. The group boarded the ferry in the middle of the night. The young man leaned on the railing and said weakly, "Old Pu, this is your vast world. It doesn't look like much." Pu He smiled. Remember one thing. Cultivating in the Great Wall of Sword Chi and practicing the sword in vast world are two different things. So it's normal for your realm to stagnate in the future. You don't have to worry. My Pu He's last disciple will become a great sword immortal sooner or later. Ooh. The ferry steward stood not far away, trembling with fear. Their northwest Liuxia continent had lost contact with sword immortal Pu He for a long time. At most, they heard that Pu He was defeated at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. But Pu He's illustrious reputation, especially her strange and eccentric temperament, still made many upper five realms cultivators and earth immortals fearful. There was a saying, when Pu He smiled, someone would die. Motherf asterisk Kerr. It definitely meant that she would attack with her sword. Pu He was an ancestor of the sect, a proper immortal master of records. But she had always been fearless in her actions. She could kill, steal, swindle, anything. She was also proficient in disguise, especially in framing others. Her methods were so unorthodox that even the unorthodox cultivators had to call her ancestor. So Pu He did not have a good reputation on the mountain, but in the Jianghu, among the unorthodox cultivators, she had a great reputation. Back then, Jiang Shangzhen stirred up trouble in the North Continent. Previously, he was even known as the second Pu He. They were both bastards who pooped in their pants and ran around everywhere. But this ferry steward, looking at this old man, found it hard to reconcile him with the sword immortal Pu He in his memory. At the door, Pu He threw 2 bottles of pills to the young man for him to apply externally and internally. After the young man closed the door, he took off his clothes and grimaced. There was a huge wound on his body that was far from healed. It was old Pu who pulled him out from the pile of corpses. After applying the ointment and swallowing the pills, the young man wore his clothes again. He sat cross-legged on the bed and diligently cultivated, nourishing his natal flying sword. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Chao Gun introduced himself. The young man spoke without thinking in front of Pu He, but towards this foreign sword cultivator from the hidden official lineage. Even though Chao Gun's realm was not high, the young man was respectful. The young man hurriedly opened the door. Chao Gun looked at the young man, who was a little reserved, and laughed. Let me tell you some things to take note of when cultivating in the vast world. As an immortal master of records, I might not be fond of complicated formalities, but listen to me. The young man listened attentively. Chao Gun finally said, "Ye do, from now on, cultivate with sword immortal Pu He. Cherish it." The young man, named Ye Do, nodded vigorously. "My master, is this—" Chao Gun looked at the young man, who was in high spirits, and gave him a thumbs up. He held back his laughter. Old Pu, who had stopped for a long time at the corridor outside the house, smiled and nodded. He went to find some wine to drink. Snowy Continent's sword cultivator Deng Liang left the Great Wall of Sword Chi alone. He looked lonely. After training here for so many years, he had only reached the nascent soul bottleneck bit by bit. he was still unable to break through to the upper 5 realms. Previously, the sect had requested the help of the cross-continent ferry. They had sent 2 messages to the Summer Refuge Palace on Inverted Hanging Mountain, asking when he would return. Deng Liang ignored them both. Although Deng Liang was not as outstanding as Chao Gun, Xian Can, and the other young sword immortals at the Summer Refuge Palace, it was easy for people to forget that Deng Liang was an extremely young nascent soul sword cultivator. Not only did he have a seat in the Snowy Continent's ancestral hall, but his seat was also very close to the front. Deng Liang was born as a wild cultivator and had been in the mortal world for many years. After he became an immortal master of records, he treated people well. Therefore, he was very popular and was highly valued by the sect master and had to rely heavily on him. Before Deng Liang left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he went to the wine shop and wrote a sentence on a nameplate. I came as a nascent soul and left as a nascent soul. I have not broken through to the next realm and have let down the good wine. He carried a bag and boarded the ferry. The ferry manager personally welcomed him. Deng Liang smiled and chatted with him. Deng Liang first used a flying sword to send a message to the sect, saying that he was already on his way back. When he reached the cabin of the ferry, he took off his bag. Other than a few nameplates that had already become relics, there were also some spare items. Deng Liang took out a letter, which Sword Immortal Cho Miao asked him to open after boarding the ferry. He said that it was a letter personally written by Master Hidden Official. The handwriting was very familiar. The letter mentioned a few things. One of them was to ask Deng Liang to help deliver a letter to Sword Immortal Xie Songhua. Another was to ask Deng Liang to help take care of the sword cultivator disciples that Sword Immortal Xie Songhua had taken away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the end of the letter, there was also a secret about the 5th world. Deng Liang was asked to bring it to the sect's ancestral hall. If Deng Liang's sect really wanted to, they could make preparations early. Deng Liang kept the letter and left the room to enjoy the night view. The sky was high and the moon was bright. He missed the Summer Refuge Palace very much and admired the young hidden official. In the Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House, they had just finished discussing an important matter. Yan Ming stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, "It was very enjoyable to work with all of you during this period of time. Miyu, Xiao Yunyan, Nailan Saihuan, and Wei Wenlong stood up at the same time. Miyu did not say anything and only clasped his fist to send them off. Xiao Yunyan smiled and said, "It's a great honor to be able to work with Sword Immortal Yen Day and Night." Nailan Saihuan clasped her fists and said, "Yan Ming, you're the master of the house and have a way of making money. I might not lose to you, but as a sword cultivator, I'm not as good as you." Miyu looked dejected. "I'm even more so." Yan Ming nodded with a smile and strode out of the house. He only said one sentence to Miyu and Nailan Saihuan, who were from the same hometown as him. How could he be so relaxed when he was alive? There was no need to feel guilty. In the Summer Refuge Palace, the sword cultivators from the other hometown had already returned home. Sword Immortal Cho Miao stood up and said, "From today onwards, before the hidden official returns, Dong Budi and Su Ning will be in charge of making decisions together." Luo Shini wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything to persuade him to stay. After Cho Miao crossed the threshold, he turned his back to everyone and said with a smile, "I'll go first." Yan Ming, who had lost his arms, pinned a seal on his waist and returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He returned to the city wall as a sword cultivator. By Lian Shuang, the female warrior of the 9th realm, no longer taught the children martial arts. She left the cold shelter palace and returned to the Ning Mansion. She cleaned up every nook and cranny of the Ning Mansion. Then she stood at the gate for a long time and murmured a lot before she went to the city wall. Yin Shen, the sword cultivator of the nascent soul realm, left the place of cultivation for the first time. He flew out on his sword and rushed to the battlefield. He did not return. In the wilderness, the moon in the sky came to the mortal world and crashed into the great wall of Sword Chi. On the city wall, the old sword Immortal Dong sang and sneered and said, F asterisk CKU, and then flew away on his sword. "680. Shuang Jiang stood on the stairs and looked at the young man who was walking down shakily. He was pounding his chest heavily. Every time Chun Pingan punched, golden light would flow out of his chest. It was like a blacksmith forging a sword with a hammer. Every time he punched, sparks would fly in all directions and disrupt the flow of time. This caused the light around Chun Pingan to be distorted. As Chun Pingan was walking down the stairs from a high place, Shuang Jiang, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs, could still see his golden eyes, clearly even though his eyelids were lowered. Chun Pingan stumbled forward. The movement of his heart was too big. After refining the god spirit's heart, it was like he had moved an entire furnace and placed it in his heart chamber. Even though the words that were peeled off from the Golden Book were of high quality and contained the true meaning of Taoism, there were still a few words that were melted by the golden light after Chun Pingan's punch and dissipated in the air. Shuang Jiang asked, "You shouldn't have refined it so quickly. Are you still hiding some secrets?" Chun Pingan was silent. He didn't want to speak, but in fact, he couldn't speak. He could only punch his chest again and again, trying his best to suppress the drumming sound in his heart aperture. Shuang Jiang stepped aside and walked with Chun Pingan. Shuang Jiang kept looking at the side of Chun Pingan's face. He operated his supernatural powers and carefully observed the atmosphere inside Chun Pingan's small body. Chun Pingan stopped and covered his mouth with both hands. He vomited a mouthful of golden blood. He raised his head slightly and swallowed all the blood. He continued to walk forward and pounded his chest again. Shuang Jiang was scratching his head. Strange. Too strange. Even if Chun Pingan used the 2 fire seeds of the dragon's eye as primers and had the help of martial arts fate to prevent the god's remains from rejecting Chun Pingan's body and soul, it shouldn't be so smooth. According to Shuang Jiang's prediction, Chun Pingan might not even be able to walk out of the small door after dismantling 36,000 threads. This was like a gifted scholar flipping through a sage's book. He might be able to understand the subtle words of the sage in a short time, but he wouldn't be able to grasp the profound meaning. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Chun Pingan secretly made a move and used the Great Wall of Sword aura to help Chun Pingan refine the object. The other possibility was that Chun Pingan was the reincarnation of a god who had a deep relationship with the god's remains. Half of it was the inheritance, and the other half was the refinement. However, Shuang Jiang felt that these 2 possibilities were very unlikely. Chun Pingan wasn't the kind of person who would give out charity. If Chun Pingan was the reincarnation of an ancient god, there would be some traces left behind when the longevity bridge was broken. Shuang Jiang had traveled many times and should have noticed it. Chun Pingan's eyes gradually returned to normal. The golden light slowly faded, and the movement in his chest became smaller. His punches became lighter, his footsteps became steadier, and his state of mind calmed down. The entire prison quietened down. Chun Pingan turned around and climbed up. The white-haired boy had no choice but to follow. This time, Chun Pingan passed by many prisons. The 5 great demons of the upper 5 realms and the 5 nascent soul realm sword cultivators all appeared, but no one spoke. They looked at the young man as if he was a demon. Chun Pingan came to the entrance of the prison and sat at the top of the stairs. This world had a pattern of day and night. Outside the prison, it was always daytime. Shuang Jiang couldn't help but say, "Hidden official elder, you really can't say it? If you say it, it'll be a business deal." Take it that I owe you money for 3 snowflakes. Previously, the two of them had discussed and set up the rules of the transaction. 1 snowflake was equivalent to a land immortal cultivator. 1 grain of small summer money could buy the life of a pure jade realm cultivator. When he had enough grain rain money, Chinpingan could go and plead with Qinqingdo to save the life of this external demonic beast. Shuangjiang had already prepared everything. He had the green snake, Taoist incantations, magic weapons, and all kinds of strange things. In this prison, it had still accumulated some belongings. It was just that in the past, it only depended on fate. Soon, it would have to desperately pick up scraps. If it was really driven to desperation, it would even obtain the clothes washing girl, muslin washing girl, grape trellis, 12-flower deity cups, as well as Du Shanin's modeled fish immortal book and the sword pill. It would King obtain all of them and come to the hidden official to exchange for money. There was one good thing about the young hidden official that made Shuangjiang calm down. Once Chinpingan made a deal with someone sincerely, he would never go back on his words. It was more effective than any bullshit oath. Shuangjiang suddenly laughed to himself and said, "You must do what you say. You're such a petty person." Chinpingan smiled, knowingly. He didn't care about how the demon scolded him in a roundabout way. He only said, "You know that I opened a wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Sword immortals don't drink on credit. And you only want to spend money for 3 snowflakes? If I don't do this deal, it's too much of a loss." Shuangjiang turned around and sneakily took out an embroidered handkerchief that looked like something from a boudoir. He gently spread it on the ground and pinched out a beloved item that he had kept for a long time. On the embroidered handkerchief, ripples trembled. Shuangjiang pinched out an extremely long, narrow knife. Shuangjiang changed from pinching the handle to holding the knife with both hands. The top of the scabbard was pressed against the embroidered handkerchief. It was taller than the childlike demon. Shuangjiang put away the embroidered handkerchief and stood up. He stood on his tiptoes and pushed the knife out of the scabbard. Instantly, light bloomed. There were 5 colors as gorgeous as the rosy clouds. The handle of the knife was wrapped with fine golden threads. The narrow knife was circular in shape and exquisite beyond compare. Outside the circular ring, there was a string of golden ancient seal inscriptions. The light flowed like the moon. The clear sky reflected the water. It would last forever, shining on the soul. The last 2 words were Zhan Can. After Shuangjiang pushed the knife back into the scabbard, he held the knife with both hands. "How about it? I'll use this knife to exchange for the answer from the hidden official elder." Chinpingan reached out his hand and smiled. "Sure." Shuangjiang handed the narrow knife to Chinpingan without hesitation. Chinpingan placed the knife on his knees. It was extremely heavy. He held the knife with one hand and pressed 2 fingers together against the handle of the knife. He slowly pushed the knife out of the scabbard and looked at it. However, he quickly pushed it back. He remembered the 2 words Zhan Can and asked doubtfully, "Is this the execution tool of the ancient dragon beheading platform?" Shuangjiang squatted at the side and nodded. "Of course. It's just that before it was lost, it was in bad condition. It probably chopped off the heads of many evil dragons, so it has a strong murderous aura. Anyway, the hidden official elder isn't afraid of this. I'll treat it as a gift to a hero. To be honest, this item isn't the best on the dragon beheading platform. However, now that it's in the vast world, it's still enough to make the military cultivators of the upper 5 realms fight over it." Chinpingan smiled. "Gift?" Shuangjiang immediately slapped himself and changed his words. "I'll sell it." Chinpingan pressed his hands on the knife and said softly, "The answer is that I'm not sure either. I'm not lying to you." Shuangjiang felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chun Pingon raised the narrow knife a few inches. When I do business, I've always been honest. I'm ashamed to accept it, so I'll return it to you. The two of them were speechless. Why don't you King return the knife to me? It turned out that Chun Pingon raised the knife a little and didn't say anything else. Shuang Jiang couldn't snatch the knife away. The key was that the hidden official elder's posture. His 5 fingers were clenched tightly, and it didn't seem like he was going to let go. Shuang Jiang wouldn't be polite with his words, because once he was polite, the other party wouldn't be polite either. Chun Pingon threw the narrow knife to the otherworldly demon. This is because you helped me leave something near the door. Otherwise, he would have to go to the pavilion naked and meet Twisted Core on the way. Shuang Jiang held the knife and asked, "Just such a small matter? Is it worth exchanging such a good knife for it?" Chun Pingon stretched out his hand and smiled. "A small sum of money. It's a good omen to open the door." Shuang Jiang handed over the narrow knife and was overjoyed. Chun Pingon stood up and walked slowly with the knife by his left waist. He didn't return to the prison. Shuang Jiang asked, "You've reached the far-wandering state first, and then refined your natal item. You can train your martial arts fate at the same time. That's why you weren't in a hurry to sew clothes." Chun Pingon shook his head. "Actually, I didn't think so much. With you by my side, I've been purposely restraining my thoughts." Shuang Jiang knelt on the ground and pounded his fists on the ground. He howled, "How much sin have I committed?" Chun Pingon didn't find it funny. Instead, he was worried. The otherworldly demon did as he pleased, and it was pure freedom. A sword gleam arrived in an instant and hovered not far in front of Chun Pingon. Then it flew towards the thatched cottage by the stream. The criminal official took the initiative to invite him as a guest. It was the first time Chun Pingon traveled far with the wind as a martial man of the 8th realm. Shuang Jiang stood beside Chun Pingon and whispered, "This sword pellet that the criminal official gave to Du Shanin is also worth a small sum of money. Whether it was the sword pellet that the criminal official refined or the narrow knife that Chun Pingon just obtained, they were all priceless treasures of immortals. However, in his business with the otherworldly demon, the accounting method was different. In the prison, there were opportunities and treasures everywhere. The life of Shuang Jiang's ascendant state was even more valuable. The woman who was born from the gold essence copper coin smiled even more beautifully when she heard that. She said softly, "My humble name is Changming. If Master does not like this name, you can just give me a name. I will be extremely honored." Chun Pingon turned around and waved his hand. He smiled at the woman and said, "Daoist Changming, you and I are of the same generation in the future. To be honest, I do have a place to go. It's in the Aquarius continent. It's called the Lotus Root Blessed Land. It's suitable for you to cultivate in. However, after you leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi, where do you want to go? Whether you want to go to the Lotus Root Blessed Land or not, it's all up to you." The woman blinked her eyes and raised a hand. In the 4 corners of the world, there were many corpses of gods scattered everywhere. Their decayed and huge bodies were continuously broken into pieces. Then golden grains of sand formed a line and gathered around the woman. It was like a golden mountain, the size of the Ning Residence's dragon-slaying cliff. Shuang Jiang reminded softly, "This golden mountain in the green underworld is enough to refine the golden bodies of 3 to 4 river gods and water immortal prefecture lords. The blessed land of old ancestor hidden official is only a middle-grade blessed land. There will only be more golden bodies." Chun Pingon tried his best to hold back his laughter. In the end, he could not hold it in. He cupped his fists and said, "All right, I implore Daoist Changming to be a guest at the Aquarius continent. You can at least be a consecrator with fewer restrictions. The golden grains of sand from the corpses of the gods that were tempered by the river of time finally attached themselves to the woman's clothes. Chun Pingan felt that way. Wealth should not be exposed. That was how it should be. As expected, they were kindred spirits. The white-haired boy beside him, who swaggered around the streets, could not be compared to them. She asked curiously, "Master Hidden Official, are you not returning home?" Chun Pingan smiled and said, "We'll talk about it later." She did not ask any more questions. She still considered herself as a servant girl. After that, Chun Pingan strolled around alone. But before they parted, she placed her finger on her forehead and took out a gold essence copper coin and gave it to Chun Pingan. Shuang Jiang pulled the woman to pick up treasures. Both of them discussed for a while. Shuang Jiang initially planned to find all the treasures by himself. Of course, he would keep them all. Whatever she found, they would split it 9-10. He never thought that the smelly woman would have the guts to ask for a 50-50 split. It was just that her state of cultivation was not worth mentioning, but she was the ancestor of the gold copper coin. Even if she was killed by him and transformed into her Dharma form, she would still be reborn in the gold copper coin that Chun Pingan kept in his pocket. When the time came, she would complain to Chun Pingan, and he would probably not be able to bear it. With Chun Pingan's temper, he liked to haggle over such trivial matters. 9 out of 10, he would directly ask Chun Qingdu to chop him to death. Shuang Jiang would only negotiate with her nicely. In the end, they finally agreed on a 40-60 split. Shuang Jiang earned a little, but he felt that it was more tiring than pestering old Deaf for 80 years. He never thought that she was still not satisfied. She complained that she was useless and caused her master to lose 10% of the profits. Shuang Jiang almost knelt down and kowtowed to her. Chun Pingan came to the sea of clouds that gave birth to the water droplets. He laid on the sea of clouds and placed his hands on his abdomen. He closed his eyes and rested. His mustard seed mind wandered around. In the end, in the small world of the human body, Chun Pingan came to the bank of the Heart Lake. With a slight movement of his heart, an unusually stable arch bridge appeared. His real body was sleeping soundly on the clouds. Chun Pingan's mind was standing at one end of the longevity bridge. As long as he crossed the bridge and reached the other end, there should be another cave-dwelling Qi refinement warrior in this world. The golden figure, riding the fire dragon, came to the side of Chun Pingan's mind. She crossed her arms and raised her head. The fire dragon under her had grown strong after tempering its martial arts fate. If the fire dragon was only the size of a chopstick before, it should be as thick as an arm now. It had a domineering aura. Chun Pingan said softly, "Don't scold me." The golden figure sneered. "Haven't you been scolding yourself? I'm sick of it. How can I not listen to you?" Chun Pingan said, "It's said that there's a limit to one's strength. The key is that I've always believed in this. So, it doesn't make sense to scold me, does it?" The golden figure said, "You're afraid that you can't leave. You're afraid that you'll become the second Chun Qingdou. At the same time, you don't have Chun Qingdou's abilities. You're afraid that you won't be able to meet him again. For the first time in your life, you're afraid that you won't get anything in return for everything you've done." Chun Pingan jumped up and down a few times, hitting his palms with his fists. Finally, he stretched out his hand and huffed. He looked at the arch bridge and said, "Anyone would do that. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." The golden figure was silent for a moment. Then she scolded him to express her consolation. Hearing the dialect of his hometown that he hadn't heard for a long time, Chun Pingan was immediately happy. His eyes were as clear as the stream in his hometown. He was a little sad like a small fish. With a swing of his tail, he darted into the water plants and never met anyone again. In the end, Chun Pingan's mind left the small world. He stood up from the sea of clouds and flew towards the entrance of the prison. Crossing the bridge was not an urgent matter. He would wait until the martial arts fate of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the savage world was completely refined and integrated into his body. It should be his cave-dwelling realm that couldn't escape. When the cave-dwelling opened, the small world and the big world would be connected. The rich spiritual chi of the prison, which was mixed with dense sword intent, would surge into the chi dwellings like a torrent. It was just that the pain of the flesh and soul might be seen as a daunting path by ordinary chi refinement warriors of the 5 lower realms. They might see it as a threshold of life and death that was extremely difficult to cross. But to Chun Pingan, it was really nothing. This time, when Chun Pingan passed by the prison, the big demon Yun Qing appeared again with a smile. She joked, "Previously I had martial arts fate. Now that I've refined the supreme treasure of the god's corpse, I have to congratulate the hidden official again. When I reach the cave-dwelling realm, I have to congratulate him again. I'm a little busy. Fortunately, I'm not in the savage world. Otherwise, I would have to give out 3 congratulatory gifts." Ooh. Chun Pingan stopped in his tracks and smiled. In the vast world, the arrival of an immortal at the peak of the 5 upper realms is the best gift. Yun Qing looked at the narrow saber and praised, "Good saber." Chun Pingan placed his palm on the saber's hilt and said, "It's heavy enough. It's indeed a good saber." Yun Qing sighed. "It seems that I don't have many chances to talk to the hidden official," Chun Pingan said in a deep voice. "It's a pity that I didn't meet Senior Yun Qing in the vast world." Yun Qing smiled. "It's also a pity that I didn't invite the hidden official to drink wine in the vast world. The scenery on my old mountain is superb." The white-haired boy returned with a full load. Beside him was a girl. With her around, it was easy to obtain the golden sand. What required Shuang Zhang's effort were the remnants of the ancient big demon's corpse. They were scattered and quite tiring. The supreme treasures of heaven and earth were sentient. They wouldn't stay in their nests like the god's corpse and the big demon's corpse. Even if Shuang Zhang tried his best to search for them, it was still very troublesome. Fortunately, the girl was indeed the incarnation of the ancestors' money. Her luck was very good. Her final harvest exceeded Shuang Zhang's expectations. After gaining experience, Shuang Zhang purposely stayed away from her. When she encountered a fortuitous encounter, she would greet him. He would then pounce on her conscientiously and capture the treasures that were flying around like the flying swords of the sword immortals. Both of them agreed that today they would only dig 3 feet into the ground in one direction. In the future, they would go to the same place every day. At most, they would take 10 days to roughly plunder everything. In the next 10 days, they would check and fill in the gaps. It was the first time for the girl to enter this prison, so she was inevitably curious. The big demon Qing Qiu saw the girl beside Chun Pingan. She was demure and gentle. She was indeed extraordinary. She clicked her tongue and said, "Master Yin Guan, you are so lucky, but your taste is a little heavy. First, it was a skinned woman. Now it's a monster with no real flesh and blood. Master Yin Guan, what's wrong with you? Isn't there a 7-tailed fox demon in the prison? If I remember correctly, there are still a few female cultivators. Are they not enough for you?" Chun Pingan laughed. "I'm about to die. Can't you say something nice?" Ooh. The big demon whose real body was the green loach sneered. "You, plus that stupid knife? I stretch my neck for you to cut. Can you cut it?" Chun Pingan pushed the knife out of the sheath. "Why don't you give it a try?" The big demon Qing Qiu instantly disappeared into the fog. Shuang Zhang burst into laughter. The girl took her leave. The filthy and evil aura in the prison was too strong. She did not want to continue sightseeing. Chun Pingan came to Nia Xian's side. He waited for her to take out a weft thread before saying, "Let me borrow your magical knife." Nia Xian handed the magical knife to Chun Pingan. Chun Pingon took the magical knife and said with a smile, "In my hometown, when you give people scissors and choppers, you will point the knife at yourself." Nia Xian ignored him and asked, "Have you decided?" Chun Pingon nodded. He first took out the green talisman paper that contained the words of the Golden Jade booklet. Because there were too many words and they were too heavy, the paper was uneven. Chun Pingon spread out the talisman paper with one hand and held the dagger with the other. He pierced it into his chest and dripped the blood essence of a chi cultivator, which was regarded as vital essence, from the tip of the dagger onto the talisman paper. He then used the water refinement spell from the water god temple of the Bayou Mansion to control the blood drops. Like writing a sutra in small characters, every stroke was orderly and full of spirit. Finally, he wrote a letter of agreement. The content was concise and the meaning was obvious, but the wording was precise, especially when he signed at the end. He extracted a natal aura from each of his 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls and injected it into the name Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon handed the magical knife back to Nia Xian. Nia Xian took the magical knife and frowned. "If I knew, I wouldn't have revealed this to you." Previously, when she first met this young hidden official, she was very puzzled as to why he was so entangled with the flood dragon. Later on, she put in some effort and chatted with the extraterrestrial demon and found out a shocking secret. On Chun Pingon's body, there was a deeply hidden contract. Both of them were of equal status, not master and servant, but both of their lives were at stake. The effect was similar to that of the ordinary cultivators on the mountain when they became immortal companions. Of course, Chun Pingon's contract did not involve any love. Furthermore, the party who wrote it could be said to have taken advantage of it, and there were almost no restrictions. Chun Pingon's face was pale, but it was as if he was relieved of a huge burden, as if he had settled a huge grudge. It was not only for his own peace of mind, but also for his student to be able to do his best in the Aquarius continent. Shuang Jiang squatted at the side and said regretfully, "Hidden official's deal is a huge loss. He shouldn't have been so straightforward. If it were me, I would have taken advantage of him." Chun Pingon passed the talisman paper to the extraterrestrial demon and said, "It's because I found out about it too late. If not, I would have done it long ago." Shuang Jiang, pass it to Old Deaf. After he leaves the prison, pass it to Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin to help send it to Aquarius continent. It can only be passed to a person called Chui Dongshan. Shuang Jiang laughed. "Let Nia Xian pass it to Old Deaf. They have just acknowledged each other as relatives." Chun Pingon's mouth twitched and maintained his original position. He knew that the extraterrestrial demon had already recognized the origin of the green talisman paper. Shuang Jiang raised his hands. "Don't test me. I will not touch the talisman paper even if you beat me to death. If not, I will be tricked by you and lose 100 years of cultivation." When the extraterrestrial demon did not call hidden official grandfather or old ancestor hidden official, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Chun Pingon then passed the talisman paper to Nia Xian. Nia Xian flashed and passed it to Old Deaf and returned in a blink of an eye. She said, "Luckily I went early." Old Deaf was just about to leave the prison. There were some words that Nia Xian did not say after thinking about it. She originally wanted to persuade Chun Pingon to hurry up on the matter of killing demons and sewing clothes, but when the words reached her mouth, Nia Xian stopped. Chun Pingon nodded his head and went to the pavilion building. Alone, he hugged his knees and sat down. Shuang Jiang stood on the steps far away and looked at the person in the building. This place was the manifestation of the young man's state of mind. Therefore, Chun Pingon could go to the pavilion, and if Nia Xian was willing, she could go too, because in the depths of Chun Pingon's heart, he recognized Nye Xian as a person of the demonic path, but he, the extraterrestrial demon, was not allowed. A pavilion with a square sky and a line of earth. The pavilion was based on the big and small principles that Chen Pingon recognized from the bottom of his heart. The 4 pillars of the pavilion were the 4 fundamental meridians that Chen Pingon gradually turned into for his own use on his journey of life. And the top of the pavilion symbolized the great sword immortal that Chen Pingon yearned for. When the young man looked at life, the people he saw were all temporary guests in the pavilion. Sooner or later, they would have to part with him. Some of them greeted him, and some of them he did not say. He just stayed where he was, just like the pavilion, willing to do small things like shelter for others. Shuang Jiang shouted loudly, "Old ancestor hidden official, does your beloved girl know about this contract?" Chen Pingon instantly came back to his senses and pretended to be calm. "This contract has nothing to do with me." Shuang Jiang jumped up high and gave him a thumbs up. "Old ancestor hidden official, you are speaking in such a righteous and guilty manner, especially a scholar. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.